All right, everybody. Wow, would you look at that? A timer that actually told you when we're coming back from our short break. But yes, good morning, afternoon, evening to all of you Scrabble fans around the world. We are back for another marathon session of, I think we're going to have 7 games here today on the channel, covering the MGI International Scrabble Classics from Milton Keynes, UK. And no better person to join me than Austin Shin, former US and UK champion both, and Austin, this is your hometown, Milton Keynes. That's
Yes, it is.
couldn't
Yeah,
be a
glad to
couldn't
be
be a
here.
better co-commentator today.
Yeah, glad to be here as always. Alongside you. And yeah, looking forward to a good day's action. They've already started. I think they've played 2 games already today, so we're going to pick up action in game 12.
That's true. Quick look at the standings here. You can see a couple of the previous round games are not in, including Harshan's game, who is competing in this matchup we're about to see against Natalie Zolti, doing very well in the standings there at 4th place overall. So, yeah, it should be a good game. As I said, I think the players are probably ready. Let's just check in on that as we cut to the board. And there they are. So we'll give them the go ahead to begin this game, and off we will go for day 2 at the MGI International Scrabble Classics. So yeah, just for those asking on YouTube, so we are actually simulcasting to my YouTube and Austin's Twitch. So definitely going to be some cool interactive features on Twitch, the polls, the native stuff that I don't know how to do, if they even are possible to do on YouTube. So definitely encourage anybody to if you want to show your support for this stream, a good way to do it would be to hop over to Austin's channel and give him a follow and enjoy all of the different polls and interactive features. All right, what is the betting line on this game, Austin? I think Harshan should be a favorite, though Natalie is definitely up to the task here.
Yes, I'm going to put the betting line at Harshan at 30 points. So I'm going to put the prediction out now. If you think Harshan is going to win by 30 points or more, then go for option one. And for all the other possible results, so if Harshan doesn't win by at least 30 points, or if Natalie wins, then go for option two. I'm going to start the prediction right now. And you have about 5 minutes to get that down.
Yeah, it's always fun to do a little gambling. Maybe we should be angling for some kind of sponsorship from FanDuel and DraftKings if we can really popularize that. So, yeah, in any case, I think the players are. I think there's only the one, just making sure that we're getting those racks updated seems to be the only thing to to do before we can get started. So I guess we can talk a little bit more about yesterday's games and the standings. We did see Harshan toward the end of our first day yesterday on stream. We haven't seen Natalie yet, but again, just cutting back to those standings and analyzing a little more deeply as we wait. Ed Martin, that 10-0 record is really quite astounding. If he managed to win his round 11 game, he will still be 2 games up from Craig Solomon's, his closest pursuer. I guess Harshan also. We don't know exactly whether he won his previous round, but that's going to get updated shortly, and we'll know whether Ed is just 1 game ahead of the field or 2 games up, which that's a pretty great advantage to have opened up, Austin.
Yes, very much so. Again, this is a very high caliber event. And again, anyone going undefeated, even at this stage, is already a huge achievement. And Ed Martin was 9-0 yesterday, and the next person behind him was actually 7-2. So he has already had a 2 game advantage going into day two already. And we had seen Ed play on the stream yesterday as well, so we know that he is doing very well. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if Ed can keep this winning streak going, how much longer he can do it, and see if anyone else is going to mount a charge.
Yeah, I mean, there's still, it should be emphasized that this event is a 25 game event. So, technically speaking, at round 12, we're not even at the halfway point. And I'm sure we all, Austin, can think of tournaments where we started out very well and then things just did not go according to plan in the second half. That happened to me at the World Championship this year, for sure. It was a tale of two halves. I'm sure you have other tournaments where that's happened. If you play Scrabble long enough, it is bound to occur. So we'll
Yeah,
see.
definitely. Definitely. Yeah, it also could work the other way in terms of not starting out too well and then coming back towards the end of the tournament. So there's still plenty of time for any players that we haven't necessarily seen on the stream yet, or players that are probably in the middle of the pack to make a late charge towards the prizes, which again, if you're watching on Twitch, you can use the exclamation point prizes command, and you can see well, a little description as to how many players actually win. So there's 8 monetary prizes for these divisions, and then the thing in ninth and 10th, you get some kind of souvenir from MGI themselves. So even if you're not going to be right at the top, there's still prize money to be earned slightly further down the list. And yeah, I mean, there's a lot of very, very strong players here. So not all of these players are going to be first or second or third. So yeah, there's going to be very, very hotly contested all the way down the top 10, top 20.
Yeah, very well said. Just an update on some of those very strong players that you're surely aware of out there in the chat. Um, Brett Smitheram, our one former world champion, at 6-4 after 10 rounds. Not sure yet exactly how he did in his previous round. I'm not sure, Austin,
Six
if
and
you
five
mentioned
now.
that he just lost to Natalie. So
Yes.
6-5 for our lone world champion. I definitely expect that he has a run in him this early. You could easily see that happen. And of course, our YouTubers, David Webb was at 6-4 going into round 11, and Josh Sokol at 5-5. So it's just tough. All right, the players appear to be ready. I think we're ready with those annotated rack computers on the side. I think that's what we had to get set. So we're going to get started with our round 12 game. Hopefully everybody, the prediction. I have Twitch chat up as well, so maybe I'll get in there with a nice prediction here. I'll take the Harshan over.
All right. Yeah.
That's what I'm going to vote for. Put some A9 coins on that on Twitch to even things out a little on the prediction. All right, here we go. Hopefully we get those racks updated shortly. I'm sure we will. And it's Natalie going first in this game. So she's really done quite well. That's not terribly surprising. She's been kind of a fixture as an expert, top expert player in the UK for a while. I'm sure you must have played Natalie a number of times,
Oh,
Austin, in your experience there.
yes, definitely. She's
Oh, and
already
look,
playing. Oh, she got a bingo.
look at that. Yeah, sorry.
Yep, she's already played the bingo. So again, very confident in her ability here.
What a
She's
start.
actually very recently, I think, at the end of last year, actually officially became a UK expert player. So she was very happy about that. And I've played her many times over the years. I mean, of course, in those earlier times, she wasn't quite as good as she is now. But personally, I have noticed a huge improvement in her play over the past maybe 5 to 8 years. She's slowly, gradually making her way up the UK rankings and has become a force to be reckoned with. So, and you can see here, starting off with an 86 point bingo. I don't think there's any other bingo possible with that rack. So she found it very quickly, very confidently, and yeah, Harshan's already on the back foot here.
Yeah, what a start for her, for sure. And she spotted it very fast, had no issues. This is a type of word where all these words that go from adjective to adverb, you sometimes have to question, well, wait, I feel like this is a word, but is it actually in the Scrabble dictionary? So you can be heady, of course, that's a normal word, but headily is not necessarily as normal, but she had no issues playing it quickly, and I think that attests to her preparation, but nothing can prepare her for the draw that she just received after her
Yep.
bingo. So she's going to be happy to have that lead. Obviously, we still have to await Harshan's next move to see if Natalie will even have anything worth putting on the board here. My gut tells me that these letters are so poor that we're likely to see an exchange from Natalie. And after Harshan's next play, the game's going to be knotted up again. So that early lead can sometimes evaporate quickly.
Yeah, very much so. Especially if you have I mean, it feels like it's fairly common that you get a bingo and then you just get absolute junk from the bag. And yeah, you can see that happens here for sure. Another Natalie's hoping that H stays open for Owry.
Yeah, I'm
H-O-U-R-I.
wondering, would we even play that? Like, I'm debating. Would I play Owry,
Oof.
Houri, leaving IIU if it
Hmm.
stays open? It certainly feels like it's not going to stay open.
No.
Harshan seems like there's a good chance that he'll play something like Fuse right here,
Yeah.
making a bunch of nice overlaps, and that would. Does that give her anything through ZE? I don't think
I
so.
think so.
That's
No.
it's tantalizing, right? Like,
Yep, he's gonna do that.
yeah, so good play by Harshan.
Yep.
Nice overlaps. And now I feel like Natalie's going to have to
Yeah.
exchange. What do you keep on
Um,
this exchange?
I'd probably keep IR probably. But I think other people might just keep an R. I think is it going to be one of those two options? There is an I already floating on the board in the right in the center square, so you might think maybe I can just use that I if I'm going to bingo. But yeah, I think something like that might be intuitive here. So I think I can go either way myself. What about you?
Yeah, when you're dealing with an I, right? The I is such a polarizing letter in the
Yeah.
sense of it's actually a very good bingo tile. The I is a great tile to combine with those other low point vowels and consonants in a nice mix. But of course, when you get more than one, as Scrabble players of all stripes know, you really suffer to keep that extra I. So, as you said, Austin, there is one on the board, and she has three on her rack, which greatly limits the odds of her drawing another one compared to if she just had two and there was no I on the board, for example. So you just know. And we can also see Harshan has one on his rack. You don't know what your opponent's holding. So it looks like she exchanged. I can't actually tell how
I
many
think
she
she kept one
exchanged.
tile. I don't know. I can't
She
see
probably,
if
she,
that's a
yeah,
shadow on the other side or not. But
I think it's just the one. And I think she probably did not want to risk duplicating the I, which is perfectly reasonable. I think to me, it is a coin flip between just keeping an R or the upside you get by keeping another good bingo tile in the I versus the downside of duplicating it. It feels really close. So very stylistic. See YouTube comment, I keep IR. That's saying it seems reasonable. I think many people would do that. So yeah, back to Harshan. His rack hasn't updated yet. There
oh,
it
there it is.
is.
Glyph,
And
maybe.
yeah,
Oh, there's something better than that.
so oh, right, glyph into the F. So that's a suggestion that he's likely going to see. That's not your everyday word. But then again, if you watch enough Scrabble at this level, very few are. And he is spotting an even better option. Very fast, he spotted that.
Oh,
Very impressive. Playing Glitzed, just a little note to the. I think that's also valid in North American. I know there's some word that's maybe fritzed is the one that's Collins only, but whatever. Either way, beautiful play by Harshan and spotted really fast, Austin.
yes, very much so. He took a bit of time to play Fuse. But in the Twitch chat, Itihasa, good morning to you. It might be good. Yeah, it's still good morning for you, I think maybe. He just found a bingo through the G with what Natalie has. There's an absolute present here. It's the correct floater for what she needs to bingo again.
Yeah, and I'm trying to come up with a pun to say something like, "All right, if you can't find the bingo, let's find it together, everyone," or something like that, or I give you the answer. But yeah, through that G. But there even is something not necessarily better. Another much more obscure bingo is available into the D of Headley. And just to show you, we cut to, I think she's likely to play a bingo shortly, so I'm not sure if I should even cut this screen, but you could see what she's looking at here. Together would be the bingo through this G, but even better, potentially on the scoreboard, 4 points better. Hottered. The problem with this play, I'm not sure that you don't give those extra 4 points right back by opening the triple in those multiple ways, Austin.
Yeah, it's close. Again, if Harshan has like an X or something and some vowels, you could play something like Axe right underneath Hotted, so that might give away a lot of points. Again, not the easiest letter to kind of play through on the triple name, which is the H, but obviously the H is already worth 4 points, is already kind of lucrative to kind of play anything through there. But yeah, it's going to be very close. I think playing together in this position where the H is in the third position of a word doesn't make it that easy to actually play through at all. And if you can't do anything through there, then it actually isn't that much you can do. Especially with the Z already played. You can't play ZE next to the first E of together. That's not really going to be an option anymore. So together is definitely, to me, probably slightly better, maybe, but it's a 4 point difference. I think you can kind of go either way on this one. So yeah, I mean, I think you can make arguments for and against both options. And it looks like Natalie has found the highest scoring play here but she's playing
Oh,
Tothered, which is
oh,
not a word.
oh no. So, t'other is a word, and we're going to see Harshan challenge this if he hasn't already. He hasn't neutralized his
Thinking about
clock
it.
just yet. Oh, you know what he's thinking with that draw? Look at that beautiful draw. ABFILK blank. I think he was just briefly thinking, could I possibly have a triple triple through that T? And I think quickly he realized, I don't think I do, and I'm going to challenge this, and this is going to be a
Oh,
big swing here for
yeah.
Natalie, unfortunately. So this word will be challenged off the board, and that is a tough one because now Harshan, a player of his strategic acumen, is almost certainly going to find a
Yeah.
way to make a play that blocks everything here.
Yeah, this is one of those things where, if you play a phony in this position, it is actually pretty easy to actually block both possible bingos. I'm sure Harsham would have seen that Hotted. I mean, obviously Natalie knows there's a bingo there. That's why she played something. I know that Hotted is there and probably sees that together is also an option. So I'm expecting Harsham to play something through the G or the L of Glitz to kind of disrupt both of those lanes at the same time, leaving Natalie without a playable bingo the next turn. Although at the same time, Harshan does actually have one playable bingo here, which doesn't actually block Hotted.
Yeah, it gives her. So this is, you're totally right, Austin. That bingo, and maybe we can cut to his POV now, knowing that Natalie has there too on her rack, a 7 letter word, doesn't fit on the board, but this is his only bingo with this rack, backfill. It does nothing to block this lane, so it gives her another crack at it. Now, here's the thing. You can block both together and Hoddard with a play like Filk here. It's not a bingo. It only scores 22, but it denies Natalie her 82-point bingo. So you actually probably work out pretty well in the exchange as long as you draw decently if you're Harshan on your next move. So this is probably mathematically slightly better, but where my disconnect is what if you play backfill and she doesn't play Hoddard? Then you really work out better, right? So he could potentially say, well, she didn't play Hoddard just now. Maybe she'll chicken out on it, and I actually work out better to play backfill because it does block together. Playing backfill into this L does block together through that G. I'm not sure if it gives anything else interesting back. I haven't really gone that far to see. I think you would probably play backfill so that you don't put the B in the triple lane. Yeah, Hoddard is the only bingo available after that bingo. So I'm not sure which direction I would go, Austin. Would you take the risk that Natalie chicken out of Hoddard to that D if you just leave it open?
Oh, so yeah, Sonic Rick in Twitch chat also mentioning that same thing. So the question really is now I mean, you're playing against a human opponent. So first of all, Harshan has to see backfill, which is actually 40,000 in the eight-letter word list,
Not
with a
easy.
probability,
Yeah,
which
not easy.
I think there are about 42,000 possible eight-letter words. It's pretty much right at the bottom in terms of when you learn the words in order, it's going to be the one of the last ones you know or get to. And this will pretty much never turn up ever again. So first of all, Harsha needs to see that, first of all. And secondly, maybe you're thinking that, again, playing as a human opponent, maybe you think Natalie phonied with the wrong option. Maybe she might play the right option this time. She's like, oh, I know there's a word here. It's either tothered or hotted. And now she knows it's not tothered, so she's going to play hotted next. And then, of course, we don't necessarily know if Natalie had actually seen together, which is obviously a lot more common word to see or to know. So it's now kind of almost playing like, what do you think that she might find, or what do you think she's actually going to do next, rather than kind of going through a computer simulation, which will always find the best play or not. So it definitely got the kind of the human element into this move now, and it looks like he's going to play Caliph, I think, which
Yeah,
actually does block both of those bingos.
that he has gone with the blocking route, which I think the computer engine believing that Natalie is going to see her bingo. And I do feel like there was a very good chance that she was going to play Hotter next turn. She, as you said, Austin, she probably knew that it was one of those two, and that if it's not this, it's the other. Big raid on Twitch to
Yes.
Quixotic N. Party of 75. Thank you very
Thank you. Thank
much
you very much for that raid.
for the raid. Welcome to, not sure if you guys were playing any kind of retro games, or what you guys were up to on Quixotic N's channel there, but thank you very much for that raid. We are playing Scrabble here, bringing you live coverage, the two of us, Austin and I, from the wee early morning hours in the United States, but they're 5 hours ahead of us out in the UK, and really one of the bigger regional events on offer in quite some time. In progress, the MGI International Scrabble Classics. So, we're midway through our first game of the day. We've seen some really interesting action so far as Natalie played an invalid word with her letters when a couple available options were there to play something like together through the G. And Harshan has just managed to block everything, and he drew the X, Austin. He definitely has some, I see, oxidable through the I of Hedley. Not sure what else he has. So we might be seeing him jump out ahead with his challenge and a very clever block on his previous turn.
Yes, and he also crucially also drew the blank. So yeah, he's definitely looking most favorable to bingo next, which is I think is what he needs. And again, that bingo phony has now been a huge swing, because otherwise Natalie would be well over 100 ahead by now, and Harshan would be kind of almost left in the dust. But at this stage, it looks like Harshan's going to take the lead. So again, a big swing for both sides. And again, now with Natalie, both bingos now blocked. It's now a question of what she's going to do next. And yeah, maybe something short, just playing through Fusey, unduplicating the E and the T, maybe playing Ted, and Fusey looks pretty strong here. It doesn't look like it scores that much, but it does score 23 points. But she's going to go the other way and go with a slightly more scoring option here with Ed. It's a kind of a weird looking word, but it's 30 points. I think it's one of those high scoring players available. And yeah, keeps EORTT. I think that will bingo into some other things if you pick some vowels. And also it blocks oxidable. So
Well, I
maybe, yeah,
thought
maybe
that too. I
she knew
thought it
something.
I thought it blocked oxidable too, Austin, but now the
Oh,
computer engine
whoa.
is telling
Okay.
me that if Harshan spots it, he has this incredible spot. As soon as she played that, I was like, "Oh, and Harshan's bingo got blocked." But thankfully, with our trusty computer analysis, we could see if he spots it, which this is the type of play that I miss a lot, because sometimes I'm not even thinking about making these over. Like, I wouldn't even consider bingoing through this eye, but maybe because this one actually now just got blocked, he will look at this, because I really, really feel like at Harshan's level, and If the rack that we're seeing is how it's entered on screen, I think we clearly know that he's seen oxidable. I don't think that's a mistake that the letters are
Yeah,
in that order. He
sure.
probably spotted it very fast. So, uh, yeah, this is so interesting because I would be astonished if he wasn't thinking about that word. And I know maybe in the chat you're saying, how is that possible? But at Harshan's level, Harshan was the world championship runner-up. He took David Eldar, the this year's champion, to a 7-game finals, best of 7. He extended it out all the way and had even decent winning chances in that last game too. So really a top player on the world stage. So I do think a player of that level is seeing a crazy word like oxidable. It's just the overlaps that I'm worried about.
Yep, definitely. He would easily have seen through oxidable through the eye of Headley, which just got blocked. And all you're going to do is like, well, is there another eye on the board, or is there another D on the board? And then there's literally just one eye on the board that you can play through, and then you just have to look at it and be like, can it play through there? And then he'll realize that it does. But the fact is that he hasn't played it yet is slightly worrying because if he's
Yeah.
seen it, he would know that this is the really the only thing that he can do. So with every second that goes past, we're kind of wondering if Harshan's finally going to get that, that light bulb moment where he'll be like, "Oh, there it is. That's the play." But yeah, it looks like he hasn't. How many minutes? You're taking about 2 minutes on this move now. It's very small on the screen where it's on his timer, but just below that is very small. It does say how long he's taken on that move, but he's taken 2 minutes already. So yeah, I can't imagine that he's actually seen it yet. But he's moving
This
his
is
tiles around.
it's also a huge swing too.
Uh,
Ooh,
oh, what's
oh
this?
man,
Okay, what's the blank?
exorably. I'm sure it's like an R for inexorable. This is
Ooh,
not a valid word. Oh man, this is another huge swing. So this is a huge swing. I'm so curious. I feel like she has to. Oh, they're speaking before he's hit. Now he's hit his clock. I think she just said hold, which is to indicate that she's considering challenging, but I'm not sure. I hope she doesn't give Harshan too much credit here. This is a really big swing. It looks like she hasn't even considered that this might somehow not be a word. I think things can be inexorable, and
wow.
they can be exorable. That's a valid word, but you can't change it to ably, and it doesn't look like she's decided to challenge, which again, there's only a 5-point penalty here, and this was an even bigger swing than I think we realized because it also blocked her bingo through that same eye, Austin, where we were talking about
Oh,
oxidable. She had ritenuto available. So that is a
oh no.
big swing for sure. That's a 91-point bingo. And honestly, it looks totally like a word, but any word like with suffixes and prefixes and weird things like that, the Scrabble dictionary isn't as consistent as you would expect on those words. And yeah, would like to see a challenge there, especially with Rita Nuto available for her through that eye.
Yes. Again, huge swing. This is kind of exactly highlighting the opposite thing. When you have a phony bingo and you let it go, this thing can happen. But Natalie does still have a playable bingo here, even though that Ritanuto has been blocked. There is it's kind of it's a hidden spot, but there is just enough space onto that B of Exorably to play re-button for 62 points. And it's really her ticket back into this game now. And from being a bingo ahead, potentially two bingos ahead, she finds herself a bingo behind now. So it's I don't know if it's potentially stream nerves. I don't know. I know that historically, Nathalie has not been streamed too often in the past. But Nathalie is now an expert player. She's definitely more than capable at playing at this level and on stream. So yeah, I would like to see her play rebutton here. She's got some good tiles to do that. So let's see if she notices at that spot on the board and finds that bingo.
Yeah, no question. And just to show you guys, if she did think that this word exorably, which looks Very much like a word. It happens to not be in the Scrabble dictionary. If she does challenge that off, oh, it looks like she's going to miss rebutton there too. But just to finish my point, if she does challenge this off, she would have had this beautiful overlap of ritenuto in this spot, this incredibly stylish word. So anyway, she plays tuner. I didn't even see she was still playing it. That's actually a very nice overlapping play. Of course, you would probably like to have rebutton and the extra points here, but if you're not going to see that, this is a very nice way to turn those low point tiles into a good score.
Yep, exactly. The only kind of say downside right now is that the board is getting very blocked. So now that Natalie is trailing and needs a bingo, she does need to try and bingo pretty soon. And really, the hooks to AR on Exorbitant and Tuna, really the main hook here to play anything, and you only have the other hook for the S for Ed in the middle of the board. So yeah, we'll have to see if whoever can bingo next. Harshan doesn't look like he's going to bingo next. Right now, he's got two V's and two N's.
No, he
Just
doesn't.
wondering if there's anything through the ET or not.
Yeah, certainly he'll be looking there. I think the T really hurt him. It made it a lot more difficult to play through that E, which of course he had to have expected that by opening an E in the triple lane, that would draw a lot of attention from Natalie. So she did manage to block that off pretty effectively. And it doesn't leave Harshan with very good options. And unfortunately for Natalie, she did not sort of surge ahead in the race to get a bingo down next. Her rack, she does have an S on it, which she drew after tuner, but the rest of it, she's going to still need another turn or two to get her rack into shape to bingo. So both players struggling right now quite a bit. Another raid for you, by the way, Austin, with Axer Typo. Hope everything's going well on site. That's our Scrabble streamer, Josh Sokol, current North American champion. Hope he's doing well out there and having a good time. Maybe if he works his way back with a few wins, we'll get to see him on our stream as well.
Yes. Yeah. Thanks, Sector Typer, for the raid. I know that he's been streaming on site. And yeah, I hope he's started to pick up his record a little bit now. He's getting a bit settled in. So good luck for the rest of the tournament, X Typo. Hope to see you on the stream.
So Rivet the play by Harshan. Of course, his top priority there was certainly to get rid of one of the two Vs. He has done that. He's also blocked off the triple lane a little bit more conclusively. There's certainly still plays that you could have seen go down through that ET of tuner. So I think I don't mind this play. There weren't very many good options for him there.
Yeah, I think he's just got to shed the V if he can, score some points. You don't really want to be keeping two Vs here. Especially on the block board, you're not really going to have many other options. So Rivet's good here. And yeah, and we're looking at what Natalie's going to do next. She drew some kind of kind of not so good tiles here. Maybe something like Yuko through the K, getting rid of basically YOU, which are pretty much three worst tiles. It looks like she's going to play that right now.
There we
So
go. Nicely done.
good move there. Harshan just drew the other blank as well, and an
Yeah.
S.
So good pick for
Yeah.
sure. On a 3-tile pick, he's got blank S, but he still does have that other V to worry about. And he just doesn't. It's funny because the V actually wouldn't be so bad if he had maybe an E to go with it, because he would be able to play something here with VE going across to score decently well. He doesn't really have that ability here, so he's not going to have anything very satisfying, and it's going to buy Natalie one more turn. She does have that S, so maybe this will come into play, the S hook that she created earlier. If she's able to draw just right, maybe we see her play a 7-letter bingo there. But either way, Harshan is in quite good shape here. He just needs to kind of get that V off of his rack. Does he consider even just plopping the V down by itself in this spot and just create a really, if he draws an E or almost any vowel, is likely to give him a bingo after a play like this, and it cuts that off from Natalie being able to play there herself.
Yep, that's definitely a very good idea. Looks like he's playing non, not afraid to keep the V, and maybe thinking that the V might even help him, as you said, underneath RE, inexorably, and tuner, making rev. He doesn't have any other hook for AR, like with E, which would make it a bit more easy to bingo under right now. But yeah, he's probably banking on getting an E and bingoing under there. But there's not too many bingos with VST blank starting with an S unless he picks out a bunch of vowels. So I think that's what he's kind of hoping for right now.
Yeah, it makes sense. It actually, if he does manage to get a couple good vowels, he could be the one using that rev spot and scoring a boatload. And if he misses his bingo, it's still a good scoring spot for him. So, meanwhile, Natalie with great letters, except for that Q, which I don't really know what hope there
Yeah,
is for the Q.
how much?
Yeah, I thought she was about to go to hit her clock to exchange tiles, but this, unfortunately, the Q just has absolutely no home on this board anywhere, and the rest of her tiles are phenomenal. So I could easily see her. Yeah, it looks like she's exchanged just her Q.
One.
Makes a lot of sense. There's a lot of things that she will be able to draw,
Oh, what's
and
Otavas?
oh, very nice. Instantly down comes this obscure bingo of Otavas. Sorry, I'll flip the board for you guys in just a moment so you can see that blank is an O. Very nice play, Austin. Looks like that was his only 7-letter bingo here.
Yep, only 7 level bingo that at least plays. And not the easiest thing to find with two blanks you can kind of see right in the same word and as a three-letter word as well. But again, if you find Otavas, I think you will kind of look around and find a place for it. You could also just shift the whole word to the left one more square as well, but that scores two fewer points because the V is not doubled. So this is the highest scoring play. And Harshan, from being a bingo down, is now 150 points ahead. And it really depends on what Natalie picks out from the bag now.
Yeah, um, that's it's just a huge swing. She did draw an
Oh,
A,
a
so it does
oh,
look like she will
yep,
be
this is the
able
play.
to respond with a playable bingo here. I think yeah, it looks like she's counting out the spot where it's going to play, so I'm pretty sure we will see her counter with the bingo here. That word that she's going to play, Atenese, will put an S in the triple lane. So that's definitely of some concern. It may be kind of a feature, not a bug, in the sense that she's trailing. She may need to create a very volatile opening and hope that somehow Harshan has terrible letters or that he has a good play somewhere else that compels him not to play there. Either way, good play by Natalie to get this bingo down and sort of keep her chances on life support.
Very much so, 71 points. So it kind of halves the deficit right now. And just so you guys know, there was elations through the L of Headley. Also, the one and only other possible bingo that was playable on that turn doesn't quite score as much. So I think Atoni's is the best play here. But yeah, Harshan's got not necessarily the worst tiles in the world. He could play, I don't know, something like Crimes or something, which would kind of block off bingo lanes, going upwards with the C placed on the middle right triple word square. So something like that might be something that he can do. He definitely wants to play something through the S here. Again, obviously scoring maximum points and trying to block things up as much as he can. Wonder what else there is. Maybe he can play. Oh, he can play Simiers as well. I don't know how you pronounce that. Simiers, maybe. I don't know. Cimiers, which scores an extra 3 points than what Crimes does. So that probably looks pretty good, especially with the cues actually being thrown back in the bag. So, but you can't really do too much with that anyway.
Yeah, here's the play that Austin's mentioning. It doesn't look like creating that I spot, as you just alluded to. It doesn't seem very dangerous. You can't put a U in that spot. I mean, I guess SUQ, Suk would play there, but you can't be worried about such extremely specific things. I guess it's worth noting, I'm not sure we've mentioned it yet, that there is a big G hook right here for the
Oh, yeah.
new. That's something where it's very, very unlikely to end up mattering. But if Natalie somehow draws something absolutely perfect, maybe with a lot of overlaps going across on the top row, that could certainly get her back into this game. But the play that you suggested, Austin, is the play that was just made there of Simiers.
Yep, I think that's probably the best play here. Hashem will, I mean, if he can play a few more tiles, to try and get to the end of the game sooner, I guess. And Natalie doesn't have the S to play with now, and or even the E of a Tony's, which will be very difficult to use. She does have a G though. She does have a G. And I mean, it's going to be relatively difficult to kind of play something there with a bingo. But she does have a six-letter word, geodic, that would fit there, and GNU. But again, with that C, just like what Simius does, the C in the top middle triple makes things very difficult for her to bingo since one H has been played. No, they've both been played actually. So, and both blanks have been played. So that actually kind of blocks off every bingo that would reach to the top right quadrant of the board. So that feels like that's probably not the best play in this situation. So yeah, I'm not quite sure what else she would do. It's-
Yeah, I mean there are issues when you have plays like so geodic through making this G hook. This seems really good. It scores 37 points, but this C is incredibly restrictive to this lane, and there's also a C right here. So there's that tension between a play that scores a lot and it would be a great play in normal circumstances. You also need a lot of points if your eventual bingo is going to even matter. So getting 37 points here, you love that. You love, you know, making that play under normal circumstances. But in this specific situation, it's tough. You need those points, but the board is also so constricted that you're not likely to have a follow up play that really helps you after that. So man, I just don't know. I probably would not be able to pull the trigger on Geodic here. I think either you have to try some other aggressive option and keep the G, or just maybe you can draw another one. There is one more G lurking. So maybe your plan here is to dump the G now, try to get a bingo somewhere else on the rapidly dwindling space, and then draw that next G in just the right combination to actually threaten a bingo in this spot, or at least a play that doesn't constrict the whole rest of the board and lets you play underneath. So I don't know. Either way, definitely a grim situation. Computer Engine suggests that her winning chances after a play like UG in this spot right here, very uninspiring play. That is the play that the computer engine wants her to make, and it wins, according to the engine, about 2% of the time. So that's what we're looking at here from her POV.
Yep, I think so. Yeah, it's not looking good. She can't play things like Gude in that same spot, making GI because there's no hooks with something GI, or even Doug because there's no hooks for DI either. So you're going to have to kind of play two tiles like UG with plenty of hooks with UM. Another option, I mean, I'm just kind of coming up with just things here, is Guidon into the N of Atoni's, kind of gets rid of a bunch of the bad tiles she has and keeps some lanes open at the very least. Does make things, I mean, if you have a U or an I to go next to the G, it blocks off all those lanes anyway. So it's going to be difficult to kind of do anything really right here. Looks like Natalie's playing, what is she playing? Udo. Um, Maybe keeping the G in
Yeah,
mind with the
this is
GNU hook.
this is
Um,
clearly to keep the G and gun for that spot with
yeah,
new at the top of the board, I think, and it makes
yeah,
sense. I mean,
yeah,
at this low winning percentage, you kind of do have to go outside the box sometimes and find winning
yep.
chances that are a little bit unusual, and this I think absolutely qualifies. So I don't quibble with that choice at all.
I think that she's holding, well, she kept CEGI because there's an N on the board of a Tony's. Maybe going for an ING play. From her point of view, there's also two N's on the scene, so she might get an ING word of hooking making gum. I think this makes okay, Harshan's going to play trem instead of wem, getting rid of an extra consonant and making it more difficult to parallel play next to trem to make a bingo. So I kind of like that move there. But it really depends on what Natalie does now, because with Mum being played there, the ING bingo lane well, through the end of a Tony's is now blocked. And yeah, look, Natalie has just drawn a J, which is
Yeah.
kind of adds more pain and more misery here for her. But yeah, it's not looking good. If it wasn't looking good before, it's definitely not looking good now.
Yeah, the J is definitely not what she wanted to see there. There are certain situations where you might be thrilled to see the J, but not when you're down by 100 odd points and hoping to get a bingo down ASAP. The J, the reason that those 8 and 10 point tiles are worth so many points is that you really, really are going to struggle to make those longer words with them. That's how Scrabble is balanced and tuned appropriately. If the 8 and 10 point letters also let you play a ton of bingos that got you the 50 bonus points, then they would be super overpowered. So that's the reason why they score so much. When you're trying to bingo, you really don't want to see them, and unfortunately that is what's happened to Natalie here. So now it's just a question of where is she going to try to play that J. I cannot imagine her keeping it under almost any circumstances here. um Nothing feels very good. There are two S's. The unseen tiles on screen are from Natalie's POV, so maybe she'll gamble that Harshan doesn't have an S and play Jig or something like that. That would give up her G, which she may not want to do. So she may be all in for this spot right here with the G right now, and there she plays Jin Austin. That might be what she's thinking.
Yes, I think so. So Jin does open up, an easier bingo lane, ending with, pretty much any vowel apart from the U next to the D. So yeah, that kind of gets rid of two of her, well, say two, I mean, higher scoring consonants, but the D is, generally a good tile to have. So yeah, maybe something like Jilt through the T of Trem, opening up the four timer lane of the T of Trem, that is, or Jest even. It keeps like also does the same thing, kind of opening up the four timer lane, but that keeps too many
Oh,
consonants.
I
So
didn't
yeah,
see Jet. Yeah, I didn't
yeah,
see
there's just too
Jest.
many. Yeah, it's just not particularly a great option in this case. But you can see that Arshan is looking to block that G hook of GNU with Anne in the top left corner. Even though he has many higher scoring options to play, but he's going for defensive mind here.
Yeah, that makes sense. Certainly in this situation, Harshan, the unseen tiles that you currently see on screen, that was from Harshan's POV. As soon as I make this play, it'll flip back to Natalie's POV. So from Harshan's perspective, two of those three G's in the set are still unplayed. So he's absolutely responding to that and blocking the G hook there, as it really is one of the few ways that Natalie could have scored enough. She would need something near 100 points. And if she got a big overlap, it's not just plays starting with a G going across. Potentially, there are things lurking in the unseen tiles that would overlap all the way across and get all these extra points. That is what Harshan is trying to block with that play. So I like that choice by him. Let me just fix this. Not sure why the A is cut off there. Of that first A in the
Yeah.
unseen. But yeah, I think it makes total sense, Austin, why
Oh,
Harshan's playing there.
yeah, exactly. We're getting a Twitch favorite word here of egg, in the bottom right corner. I think that's one for the Twitch viewers.
Yeah, I
Especially if
don't.
you watch Scrabble a lot, you love the word egg. Another option here is to play leggy, I don't know how you pronounce it, Legge, on either side of the T of tram, which actually does actually hook to alleggy
Oh,
or allege or however
yeah,
you pronounce it.
great idea. That's
So that's
crazy.
an idea. Getting rid of a few more tiles. But egg does kind of give you a very obvious immediate threat that Harshan will no doubt will block. But the problem is now that Natalie scores 10 points with egg and Harshan's going to score 36 with wage. So you're just going to be even further behind. Although Natalie has just drawn the S's and has iceless, and AAS at the bottom. So she does have a playable bingo or sequels, I think, is the other anagram. So she does have something that can be played now.
Yeah, from her POV, it's nice to have a bingo, but Arshan certainly, and he is about to block. He makes a nice blocking play there of wage. There's just no way that he could allow that G to stay open, even though it's, I mean, it's definitely possible from his POV that a bingo ending in INGS that would instantly get Natalie back into the game or even winning in this game, that was available from his POV, but it's not particularly difficult for him to block,
Hmm.
which he does. And you're right, Austin. She does have bingos, but they really don't seem to score quite enough to get her back in the game here.
Yeah, and that's the problem with something like something like egg because you actually as I said you got 10 points for you and then 36 points for your opponent, so you actually lose a net 26 points, which now puts you about 130 points behind, and you need two bingos to win. And you can see there are 13 tiles left, so there's only 6 tiles left in the bag. So Natalie won't even be able to bingo again because she'll pick out 6 tiles from the bag, and that will pretty much be it. And unbeknownst to her, one of the letters is going to be the Q, which she threw back in the bag early on in this game.
Yeah, a rough end there. And okay, maybe I'm not sure if she saw the bingos on her rack or not, but it's actually not the worst idea not to bingo right now and hope that you
Yep.
dodge the cue. So I think she's just setting herself up with an S hook that from her POV, she knows that Harshan could not have had an S. She has the last two. There are no H's for tech. So this is a hook that I think Harshan will be able to block, but it will be a little bit annoying for him to do so. Unfortunately for Natalie, we see she's drawn WB, which is not the combo
Yeah,
that she would need to bingo elsewhere on the board.
not ideal whatsoever. I mean, I think Natalie's best chance of winning this game is to have a high scoring 100-point bingo at the bottom of the board, and then Harshan also having the Q on his rack. So I guess Tech has a much high, well, it does have a much higher win percentage than what Sequels would have done because that just immediately loses. So yeah, I mean, I think that Tech probably here is the right play to play. Again, it's kind of counterintuitive to in a normal situation to not play a bingo and just play something for 11 points, but that's kind of the situation we're in right now. And yeah, I mean, it really depends on what Hashan wants to do here. I mean, he probably it will infer that Natalie is holding at least one of the S's, um, and probably and likely probably has both of them. But there's still threats playing bingos down parallel to the Jin onto the D there, or even next to Trem on the right side of the board. So it's really a matter of what bingo lane he's going to block first, because if he plays something parallel to Trem, he could block both of those at the same time and then force Natalie to have some kind of S bingo at the bottom, and then he can focus on that later. Um, or he could just deal with that C right now, right, and just block it. So I don't know. I mean, there's still 4 tiles left in the bag, so I think Harshan ideally will want to play 3 tiles, and see what happens from there.
I'm just looking at the specific bingos that Natalie could have that still end in a vowel, right? So the issue is if you're going to play in the spots that you just described, it
Yeah.
absolutely is a threat playing alongside the D of Jin with a 7 letter word. You might even, if you could end a word in IE, you might be able to fit one to the right of Trem as well, making Rec. But I don't necessarily see those available, whereas I definitely do see bingos that fit here, like pozoles or however you would say that,
Hmm.
POSO
Yeah.
LES will fit right here. So I think Harshan will likely respond
Yep.
to that, and he does make a blocking play that's going to make it a lot tougher. This play also does not empty the bag, so even if Natalie does have a bingo in that spot, Harshan will get one more crack at a play, and he should stay comfortably ahead. So I think that's the thinking here.
Yep, definitely. It's just making sure, just dealing with the biggest immediate threat, which is the S hook for tech. But again, we can see that Natalie doesn't have anything ready to go there, and I think Harshan's probably playing fewer tiles as well because he doesn't want to pick up the Q. So
Yes.
it's a really bad tile to have on this board. There's not really anything you can do without the eye, and it looks like Harshan has avoided the Q, and yeah, he's actually Harshan's picked out. I think he picked out. Did he pick up both of those O's?
Looks
Um,
like he did. Yeah.
and then the
So
last two vowels in the bag.
he
So
drew O
yeah,
O, dodging the Q, which again, I think there would have been ways for Harshan to play. He's a little bit, I mean, both players are equipped to be able to play off the Q. Harshan would have QAT at minimum to the T of Trem. So it's not, I don't think we're looking at a situation where players would not be able to play the
yeah.
Q. And Natalie, of course, with the I and two S's, she also will be able to have it. But of course, drawing the Q is immediately fatal to your chance of playing a bingo here, which neither player really wants. So Natalie just playing her W and hoping for something good from the bag, and I think she'll probably also need Harshan to cooperate and likely give her a spot that doesn't currently exist, which I think is not forthcoming.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see if Natalie either drew the P or the Q. A 50-50 chance there. And she just drew the P. So the Q is the last tile in the bag for waiting for Harshan. So I don't know if Harshan's going. He's also the both players are very low on time right now. So um, he's going to have to keep that A. So he can still play cat. But if that gets blocked by Natalie, then um, we could see a Q stick here potentially.
Maybe Harshan will play ooped right here, making UHE, which
He
would, of
could.
course, give Natalie possible triple to go out and win the game in the most mind-boggling way that I would ever have seen. Instead, he plays rope at the base of the board. Pretty normal choice by a player who's trying to win the game instead of throw it. And so Harshan is gonna draw that Q, which is gonna create kind of a stickier situation, given that Natalie may be able to block his Q spot. Does he even have another one other than Cot? I think it's probably going to be possible for her to Q stick him here just by blocking this spot, but she only has a minute to think this over. So I could easily see her just play something more normal, um, like using her S, one of her two S's to play and pluralize tech. She may just do that, even though technically it's better to block this Q spot now. No big deal. The game is pretty well decided. But Austin, as we were saying yesterday, oh, she is going to spot it. Nice.
Plebs, I think, which doesn't
Yeah,
give, yeah, it doesn't give another spot back for the
that's a good
Q.
idea. That looks good.
Solid play. Yep, I think that looks pretty good.
She's caught
Yeah,
on to the situation, so that's a very good job by her to recognize that very fast. And now
yeah,
Harshan is Q stuck.
yeah, exactly. He's not going to be able to play it. He's down to the last 16 seconds now. So yeah, really, in terms of the actual game, it's all kind of academic at this point. But um, Harshan plays no for 14, and Natalie's also down very low on time, 24 seconds. So don't forget that if you guys don't know or don't realize, if you run overtime, every part of a minute that you run overtime, you will lose 10 points. Okay, and Natalie recognizes again that Harshan's been Q stuck, so plays Fugees. LA has come down for Harshan.
It's
He has used all of his tile apart from the Q.
yeah,
Natalie has I left.
it's going
Yeah,
fast.
for 6 points,
And
highest scoring play there, and game over.
there you
Nobody
go.
runs
Well,
overtime.
well called, Austin. I was struggling to keep up, but
Yeah,
yeah,
I felt like you had to keep track of everything, so I had to quickly keep track. Or maybe if I said it out loud, it would be easier for you to keep track of the score. So yeah, I think this
absolutely.
is right.
Yeah, much appreciated. And yeah, it's this is the correct score. Of course, with all the action that we just saw in that frantic end game, I'm sure the players now have to take a breath and add up the points a little bit more carefully. Yeah, see, they're actually adding and checking those scores. Both players didn't want to take a time penalty there, but looks like the final score that we show, the players, it's on them to come up with a score that they agree to. They're not We can't just tell them this is what the score is. It's like every other game that takes place in the tournament venue. The players are expected to agree on a score that they submit to the director. But what we show is Harshan 469 to Natalie 387. So pretty dramatic, action-packed game here.
Yeah.
Certainly some big swings early on in the game, Austin.
Yes. And this all started again. If some of you did not turn up to see the start of the game, Headley was the bingo that Natalie played in the very first play. Um, and she actually had a bingo, a phony bingo play. So Fuse was on the board. She played Tothered, Tothered, making Fusey, not a word, and Harshan challenged that off. So Hotted is the right play. And she could also have played the more kind of normal word of together through the G of Glitz. Again, huge swing there because that was a phony that came off the board. And then Harshan, a couple of turns later, played Exorably, which is a phony word, and that stayed on the board, and Natalie did not challenge that. So pretty much went in exactly the worst possible combination of sequence there for Natalie there in terms of having a phony bingo challenged off, and then letting a big phony challenge phony bingo stay on. And then she unfortunately didn't come up with rebutton to kind of come back with straight away, which then gave Harshan enough time to play Ottavas and get far enough ahead. So yeah, very tough break there for Natalie. But again, sometimes again we said about the snowball yesterday. Sometimes if you make one mistake, it can rain down an avalanche of bad things happening in that game straight away.
It's tough. It's tough when you make a mistake early in the game to not linger on it, and it just takes up. Scrabble is tough enough without your mental energy being distracted by things like disappointment and anger at yourself for making a mistake early on. It's very, very difficult to have that goldfish mentality of, okay, I made this mistake. I got to move on. It happened. I cannot waste any more mental energy on it. Part of it is that players at this level tend to be, I would say, Austin, a little bit of perfectionists. I think there's, knowing that even the slightest mistake at this level of Scrabble can send a game, off the rails. You're sort of you have to try to balance wanting to play well with having that instinctive angry reaction to making a mistake, and give yourself that space to say, yeah, Scrabble's hard. You're going to make mistakes sometimes, and now it's my task to play well again after I just made that error. So it's very much easier said than done. There is a huge mental component, which I guess is appropriate as we're broadcasting a game courtesy of the Mind Games Incorporated tournament organization. So it really is in a big, big way. There is a huge mind game component to Scrabble, as you hopefully that's one of the big goals of my YouTube channel is to showcase that that Scrabble really has this incredible depth, and that players at this level are doing a lot of amazing things. So,
Yep, definitely. And again, I keep saying it, but these players are not robots. They have emotions, and when something doesn't go right, just like with anybody else, you're gonna say tilt slightly to varying degrees. And again, at the top level, you're chasing, I say perfection, but you're chasing, well, obviously you want to play the best you can, but you always compare your moves to the to Quackle, basically the Scrabble engine that will basically tell you what the best moves really are statistically are. And you actively don't want to be playing moves that are veering too far away from that, especially when you play phony plays that will generally means that you have a much lower chance of winning the game if you just lose a turn. So yeah, that's kind of what I think Will is alluding to with being perfectionists. But yeah, once you kind of realize that you played a phone, is like the most uh, obvious way to kind of know that you didn't play perfectly is if you just played a phony. That's the biggest reason that would happen. But yeah, it looks like we have our next game, game number 13, coming here, and we've got a very
that's
short
true.
turnaround time with the commentary. Looks like Ryan Wee is going to be starting against David Webb.
David Webb
Very strong players.
fans, this is our first David Webb appearance. Do we
It's
have
a
any
Dweebo vision. We're seeing him right there. He's right there. See him.
any Dweebo Vision fans in the chat? He is the OG Scrabble YouTuber for sure. And Ryan Wee, this is going to be fun to watch him play too. Ryan has made huge strides in his game over the past few years, and I feel like having seen a couple of his annotated games, he's a very cagey, clever player. I feel like we're going to have ample opportunity to watch some, really unique Scrabble play from him. I'm actually very excited for this matchup.
Yes, actually, yeah, I don't necessarily know too much about Ryan's background, so to speak. I think he's from Singapore, and I think, I said again, people correct me if I'm wrong in the chat. I think he's studying in the UK right now. I'm not sure what or how long he's there for, or if he's actually now living there permanently. But he is now actually according to the ABSP, which is the Scrabble Federation in the UK. He's actually pretty highly rated as well. He's put up some really big performances in major events in the UK. And it's not lucky that he's sitting right here on the stream board right in front of you guys. He's a very strong player, and yeah, we're gonna see two good players play against each other here again.
Yep, just getting ready. It's great to have no downtime from one game to the next. The players are definitely free to go as far as I'm concerned. I think I'm ready here with our analysis. Just let me know. Scores are reset, timers reset, nameplates reset. The racks are going to get reset as soon as they draw more stuff. And we should be off to the races in round 13. I better get a swig of water if we're not going to take a break, Austin.
Yeah, no problem.
But
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. I'm going to put out the prediction on Twitch again. I have to be honest, I haven't actually ever played Ryan before. I've just kind of seen bits and pieces. I've played David many times as well. So I'm actually going to put just because they both have the same records and Ryan has a much better spread, I'm going to put the betting line in favor of Ryan for this game, only by 10 points. So if you're watching on Twitch right now, go ahead and make your predictions. You've got about 5 minutes to do so. So basically, if you think that Ryan is going to win by at least 10 points, go for option one. And if you think any other outcome, then vote for option two.
Yeah, and on YouTube, I gotta give it my best. The game has started. It's my opponent to go first. That's as good as I got. Hopefully that was close.
I mean, it is pretty close. I mean, even though I have a English accent, but I can't even sound anything like David either myself. So
you gotta go real. He's got that beautiful voice. I feel like it's so pleasing to listen to David, and it looks like Ryan exchanged tiles. Yeah, probably in exchange just the A, which gives him a really nice 6-tile combination of eating. That's going to bingo a lot. I think that makes a lot of sense for him, Austin. Is there any other, I mean, would you put a play on the board with this rack?
Probably I would exchange A also. Again, especially if David's going to play something on the board. I think that having another tile or any floating tiles on the board will give you even higher chances of bingoing. Yeah, and Ryan has actually picked out another vowel, so he does need to. Well, does he actually have? Yeah. Well, if David plays an L, I think that might be the only letter that he can bingo through. So if David plays something like ulema or something, he's gonna play emu. Okay, well,
Oh,
emu
the
doesn't give him anything.
dodge. The Neo from the Matrix dodging the bullet, going right over. So by not playing that L, of course, there were very valid reasons to
Yes,
play
definitely.
shorter and leave a good bingo rack for David as well. But in fact, with our privileged position in the commentary booth, we know that this play was the difference between Ryan responding with a bingo and not. But in general, you've got that option on the first play to play longer and get a few more points, or play shorter and try to get the first bingo down. And David has gone for the latter, and makes a lot of sense to me.
Yep, definitely. Especially if you can see that your opponent has just exchanged one tile. And again, you can exchange as many tiles as you want or as few tiles as you want. So it clearly means that Ryan has 6 tiles of his 7 that he really likes. wants to keep. So he must be very close to some kind of bingo, and playing shorter in this situation here is definitely favored. Especially you don't want to play a fourth and a fifth unique tile on the board like Ulemma, which might be a more normal play in normal circumstances, giving Ryan more chances to a higher percentage to actually bingo. And that actually is the difference here. I mean, the fact that he played Emu and not Ulemma and putting the L out on the board is the difference between Ryan bingoing and not bingoing here. And he has options. So what is he going to do? Is he going to just throw the O back or throw on O onto the board like MO or something? Or is he going to play something like OE? Is kind of, you can go lots of different ways with this turn. Well,
Yeah, no question. These turns are very tricky. I do feel like instinctively, when I have really good bingo tiles, I definitely don't want to part with the E, right? Like that's the tile I want to save the most. But
yep.
actually, when you have ING on your rack, and if you're gunning for an ING bingo, a play like OE isn't the worst thing. The leave with, keeping the A instead of the E and scoring 10 points with a play like this isn't actually crazy, because the A actually meshes about as well with ING, about as well or better than ING than the E does. So parting with the E would show a high level of understanding by Ryan that he doesn't need this, but at the same time, it's very difficult to imagine that just playing an O by itself wouldn't be very strong as well. Just because Ryan did not connect on his draw after his opening exchange doesn't mean that the 6 tile leave he kept is any weaker. It's still very strong, and it's still going to bingo a lot of the time. So these are really, really tricky, and it looks like instead he is just
Wow.
blowing things up here.
Okay, where
He's
we go.
gone
That was
the
not on the on the list of moves.
he's gone the total other direction and decided that rather than groom his rack to a bingo that might not necessarily even play on the resulting board, he's gone the totally opposite direction. For me, I would definitely be committed to trying to bingo here.
I think so.
It's an interesting choice, and I do kind of trust that Ryan has a play style that suits him, and he just doesn't want to get caught up in fishing for a bingo over and over when he can dive deeper into the bag. Very stylistic choice, Austin. I don't think it's
Yeah.
the one we would have made.
No. Yeah, I don't think I would have played this. Especially towing scored 19 points. And you kind of blow up your rack. And this is something that David would absolutely love to see here. He would see, oh, 6 tiles are on the board. The chances now that Ryan has any bingo at this stage, pretty low, I would say. But yeah, I like the play of OE just above the EM of Emu, because it hooks the G as well, making go, and you have a space for it. Other options would have been like playing a go above the M and the U, or even below it, because you have the N hook too. So I definitely would prefer to play shorter in this option, this move here. But towing, yeah, I think that's definitely a stylistic play. And yeah, again, I haven't seen Ryan play too often so far, but he's just drawn the Z and the X as well, so he can
Very
get to the
different.
races very
Yeah, how
soon.
how quickly things swing, right?
Yeah.
So close to a bingo, and now you've got the Z and the X. And nice job by David. He plays in that really good spot for the K, extending EE to Eek, and plays Lark. I'm wondering any particular reason to play the L for 1 extra point, Austin.
Hmm. Um, I mean, I think because I think the general rule is to keep the letters of retains, is what I always tell the kids that I teach. And the letters of L is not in the retains. So maybe that could be the reason here. But he does end up keeping 2 vowels and a consonant. And with the if you keep the L, then he actually has a better kind of balance between vowels and consonants. So yeah, I mean, I probably would have left the L off myself. But yeah, it still scores a lot of points. And what scores even more points is that Ryan now is cashing in that Z for 55 points. And he moves into a 25-point lead and still holding the X.
Yeah, so maybe he was onto something. Of course, if you're, the drawing ZX with a nice mix of vowels is definitely going to stand you in good stead to score a bunch of points. We'll see what he can do with the X on his next turn, but it looks like David's drawn pretty well. I think the fireworks will continue here shortly.
Yes, he has bingos. He has Semia and Siriema. I don't know how you pronounce that.
Sounded
So
right to me. Yeah, Sariema, I guess. Mhm.
I guess Sun might be the only place to play something. I don't see anything else. Towing does not take an S hook, so Eek does not take an S hook, and you can't play above Eek because you need Ami to be there, and it doesn't quite work that way. You can't play Eek like you yet, so
Yeah,
yes.
no adding extra e's here, not yet.
Not
At
yet,
some
not yet. Maybe
point,
maybe in
maybe,
about 10 years.
yeah, maybe there will be some kind of inflation going on where you can just keep extending indefinitely with ease, but not yet. The only spot for David, who I'm quite sure is going to be playing a bingo here without a doubt, Semir at a minimum. I think playing Semir here doesn't have an S hook, so that's kind of nice. Um, Maybe it also is actually when you look at it from his POV, which I think he's going to play a bingo shortly, but you can see Semir is actually quite difficult to lucratively underlap. Really, only the F can go underneath an I and score any kind of good points, and the R also obstructs it with requiring an E. Whereas the other option here, this looks really easy to underlap. The M accepts every vowel underneath it, and the E is much easier, and you're giving up an S hook. So to me, it's a no-brainer, and I'm sure that David is going to see things in much the same way on this turn.
Yep, I think so too. And also Siriema allows the J to be played above the A as well. So there's many reasons why Siriema is not as good as Semia. I'm not sure why David is taking quite this long. Maybe he's just looking to see if there's bingos from the F of phase. Again, I know that David is he's a deep thinker. This guy, he will think literally as hard as he possibly can, and through every single possibility, and do his due diligence on everything. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure he's already seen it. He's just making sure that there's nothing slightly better than what we have said. But in this situation, there is nothing better than Semi, which is what he's playing. Although Semi also does give away the A, I guess, the JA spot on the other side. But I guess that's
Yeah,
kind of a not really that doesn't really matter that much.
yeah. I guess you can't avoid the J. As you suggested, the
Yeah,
A would have played in this spot. So if Ryan were to have the J, it's coming down if he has the
yeah,
right vowels, almost no matter what. But yeah, this is definitely the correct choice. This is going to
hmm
give way less back to Ryan.
yep.
And in fact, Ryan has a lot of power on his rack, but maybe he just lacks the resource of vowels to deploy it properly on this turn. I wonder what he's going to do with just one I on his rack and also an X and a blank. You love to see those goodies, but it kind of really cripples him here to actually do much with them.
Yep, exactly. And again, see me here. He needs the E to play underneath to hit the triple, the middle right triple. He doesn't have that, so he would need to expend the blank, which is not going to be worth it here. Something I don't know. What can we really do here? There's not much available. Um, yeah, I mean, I think you're kind of toying with like what letters do we get rid of here now to try and get to a bingo because you have the I, the R, the blank. You got the C and the L, which are not too bad. Also, really the R and the X, I think, are the main tiles you want to get rid of.
It,
So something
it's
like yeah,
It
go
says a
ahead.
lot that the engine wants him to play retax for 12 points. As you said, the R and the X, Austin. This gets rid of exactly those two tiles and leaves you all of your good bingo tiles. The board is now much better for playing 8-letter words than it was before. With Semir on the board, all of these letters are totally wide open. Of course, you could expect that after David's next turn, they won't be, but a little bit more active of a play here of Zurich coming down for Ryan. I think this
Yeah, also very strong.
additionally makes some sense here. But David has an H, which is going to potentially, if he can find a good play, and I'm sure there's something, he might be able to hit this CH spot pretty huge here. But does he even have a play that goes all the way down?
Uh, I don't see anything yet. In terms of what we're looking at is a five letter word that goes down from that CH play, CH spot, and hitting the double word square. I don't think there's anything there. Um, but failing that, he's looking to get rid of the H, the U, and the P, which makes hup or puh as valid three-letter words. So he could just play hup there.
Yeah, maybe
Um,
Hup here.
yeah, and it's a good scoring play here. It does open up the triples, parallels triples to the right side of it, but keeps DEIN, which pretty conducive to bingos on the other side of CH as well. So yeah, it looks like Hutt probably is the best play here. Just a little bit scary that you can get hit pretty hard with something to next to it though.
Yeah, it's just I in David's shoes, it would just be agonizing to know that if you had a five-letter word, you've got three vowels and four consonants. That's a perfect balance. You should have really nice flexibility to play five-letter words with that rack. You've got all you need is to get a five-letter word starting with H. And obviously, you heard in my voice that as soon as Zarek was played and I saw David's rack, I just assumed that there had to be something in that spot. And I feel like the two of us were in the same boat. Like, wait, what? Is there really nothing there? Because if you can fit something in that spot, it's going to score 50 odd points. And unfortunately, David just doesn't have that. So he is, I think, as you said, a deep thinker. He's not going to rush into this move. And I think he's going to spend a couple minutes at least looking for a five-letter word starting with H and feel a little bit insane when there isn't one.
Yep, I think so. Again, simply because it gives away so many points. You score 31 here for Hup, and if you can find a five-letter word, starting from that middle right triple, and go down paralleling the whole word of Hup, and that will pretty much give away, probably might likely to give away more than 31 points straight away. So he's definitely looking to try and get as much value as possible in that spot and hit that double word square. But as we can see here, there is nothing available that he can actually do with as a five or even six-letter word here. But I'm just kind of looking forward slightly because I think David's going to take a bit of time to think about what to do here. Ryan has picked up some big tiles with his rack. I don't think there's anything in terms of a bingo. I was even looking through the ETA, like hyper metal or something, but that's not where.
Oh, wow.
But then that's but that's not good. He doesn't actually have any bingos available. And also because both players have the H, Ryan could play hyper for 57 points in that same spot. So it's actually a very big spot that David really needs to hit first.
Yeah, if David balks at playing Hup in this spot, which I think we like it from a this looks like a smiley. Look at this.
It does.
I'm trying to draw this word here of Hup, but when the first time I drew it, it looked like this. So which we all this is the face that we make when we're watching Scrabble on YouTube and Twitch, isn't it, everybody?
Yes.
But if he goes for a play like Hump, right? This is a little bit safer. It does give some hooks like the C and T for chump and thump. But if he goes for
Oh,
that, and he
well,
has,
there you
so
go. You called it.
he's balked at making these big overlaps, which does
Oh, he's
make
playing
some
humped.
okay, similar theme. So
Yep.
he's trying. He doesn't have an H play there that goes all the way down. He didn't like Hup because it gives these good overlaps, but now amazingly Ryan has an H of his own, and he is going to be able to absolutely hammer that spot because he really does have a five-letter word, exactly the sort of play that David was looking for and did not have. So I would expect even the most defensive player, and Ryan is a defensive-minded player. Everyone's going to play hyper here. It's too many points not to, and he plays it very fast. Nicely done.
Yep, 57 points that was actually. So, yeah, that's almost a bingo score. And he keeps L blank, so he's in good shape for the next turn. And unlike Hype is actually a little bit more difficult to parallel play, um, because the H, Y, and the P all pretty much require vowels. So you need kind of three vowels in a row to kind of go further down. So that kind of heavily limits the options available to play parallel there, unlike Hup. So yeah, very very strong play from Ryan. Again, that actually puts him now into the lead despite not bingoing, so 5 points ahead. But we'll see what letters both players have very soon.
It's you see the definition on the bottom of the screen right now. One extra note that we really should make very clear is that hyper is defined there as both an adjective, the normal adjective, and also a noun. An S can go here. So hyper, of course, we know it as somebody with crazy energy, but with that S hook there, which I definitely expect both players to know, that's going to loom large with three S's still unplayed. And oh man, look at that draw. So
Oh,
David had left, I think, IN on his rack, or yeah, IN
yeah,
on his rack on his previous move, and he's drawn not the best replenishment, Austin.
that's correct. I think if you can play something like Inia to the right of Hyper, making Chi and Ya, which will unduplicate the I's and N's. It looks by far the best play here. He might be just, yep, I think he's going to play that. And then that actually leaves the E open for Ryan to play his bingo. I think he has involute. So
Mm.
that's worked out pretty well for Ryan overall, with hyper for 57 and then the bingo on the next 10.
Yeah, no question. So things are looking good for him here. So as Austin suggested, let me just flip that board so you can see it. So we'll actually look at it from his POV. Austin showing that involute is available. There actually is one other bingo playable here. Not quite. I mean, this is not an easy word to come up with unless you studied the dictionary pretty hard. But one other option here is volutin, taking that T and
Uh,
hooking humped. This would score a few more points. But I don't know. I mean, certainly 7 extra points is probably worth it to swing in this
yep.
favor. But I do feel like one nice thing about Involute from Ryan's perspective is that he would be taking a lead, and then maybe on his next turn, he can play down through this N, or maybe David does so himself, and you block that big S hook of hypers, at least for bingos in the process. But all that being said, I think there's no question that Volutin for those 7 extra points, that's a lot on offer. So we're going to see if Ryan comes up with that here on this move.
Yeah, and yeah, definitely agree with that. Yeah, Volutin definitely by far the best play here. And the V being played where it would play actually blocks off bingo lanes on any row 3, 4, and 5. So again, if Ryan is really the defensive player that he is, he will, and if he sees that, then he'll play Volutin for sure.
Yeah, so he's got a good amount of time on the clock. He's got about 2.5 minutes now up on David, so he can take his time here. I would be very surprised if he doesn't find one of those two
Yeah.
plays here. I think really it's just a matter of remembering that you can hook your T onto humped on the board, and that E, I feel like involute will likely come to him, certainly when he starts thinking about making his blank some vowels. He'll get to that I and say to himself, oh yeah, I have this. So we'll see. It's mostly for us here. We're hoping that he comes up with it in a timely fashion because, of course, every second on the clock that you save for those complicated late game decisions, every second the better.
Yep, definitely. And we said it kind of in the last game with Natalie and Harshan, where Harshan could have played backfill, which is about 40,000 in terms of probability. Involute is actually in the top 2,000. So Ryan, or actually pretty much anybody in this division, would at least be aware of the word involute through their studies. So I think that's probably the most likely one that he would at least most likely to see of the two. But Volutin is also in the top 9,000 seven-letter words. So I would expect that Ryan has studied way beyond that already, and I would know that word if he was told that there was a seven-letter word there, or told what the blank was, he would see it. Again, just really the matter of like, does he see the hook for humped? Because you can put the T there or the C there. I don't think there's any other hooks, but those ones are a big spot right now on the board.
Yeah. So all absolutely spot on. I'm just curious to see, we get into these situations as commentators where it's hard for us to know for sure what the players are thinking. And we would love to see him get a bingo down as soon as possible. But every ticking second, we're talking about how valuable it is. But as you said last game, Austin, with Natalie's search for a bingo, every second that goes by where the bingo is not played, I feel a little more nervous that he's not going to see it. So there is that to it. And what is he?
Is he exchanging?
He
UV or something?
exchanged. He must have exchanged. So
Whoa. He's
that's
exchanging three tiles. That's like three tiles on the table. So I guess LUV.
yeah, no way of really categorizing
Yeah.
that other than a pretty big error with a couple of bingos available.
Wow.
That's yeah, not what he wants to do there with two bingos. Yeah, I mean it's the live stream. I remember. I'm not sure. I'm sure Ryan has been streamed at some point in Singapore or other tournaments. Maybe this is the first time being streamed overseas. I remember my first
Ooh,
time
look at
on
his
this.
rack.
Oh wow, things have really gone downhill.
Yeah.
But my first time being streamed, I was nervous. I really didn't want to miss a bingo, and I was in my own head about it. And it's something that you get better at over time. But
Yeah.
that is surprising there.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. There's a pretty big mess, especially at this level that we're watching right now. And then and we keep saying about the snowball, when one thing goes wrong, sometimes it can just go out of control, and you can see that Ryan has picked out Q, T, and the Y, which actually gives him even fewer options to play now on his turn. He can probably play cat and through the A of phase, and that's probably the only like viable play here. But it looks like he's exchanged those three again. So instead of bingoing with a Volatin and then moving and then having a turn to play now, which was 85 points plus something, he's actually scored zero for both of those turns.
Yeah, it's interesting. I feel like sorry for the board flipping. I feel like just QAT through that A of phase was worth playing. You have some synergy with the other letters, especially with the T hook of thumped open. SNTY blank is actually going to lead to bingos a fair amount of the time, and
Hmm.
so yeah, as as we're suggesting. So okay, so two exchanges there. I think that I would chalk that up to. Not sure if nerves or what,
Yeah,
but
I
I
think so.
I think we'll likely see him. Does
He
he
should
have
bingo
a?
next
He
time.
should bingo next turn. Yeah, hopefully. I think, but we'll
Yeah,
see.
yeah,
Um,
yeah. What's he gonna do? Well, so it's back on David's turn, and he said because of that miss bingo,
oh, I
David is
forgot the
now.
W hook of humped too.
Oh, yeah, that is true.
We
Yeah,
haven't been saying that.
I kind of forgot about that also. Yeah, you're right. Wumped is good, and maybe something like woo or woon. Um,
Yeah,
so
that's
so
great.
yeah,
That's really good for
pops off that
David.
spot.
Yeah, it's good to score very well with a rack that's not otherwise equipped to score that well on this board, and he has to love having a lead and being able to block off this hook in a way that gives very little back. So yeah, love that for David. He just has to think. Hopefully, he doesn't, as we did, temporarily forget that that word can take an H on it. But I think he is gonna.
Oh, he.
Oh, okay. So maybe he fell into the same trap we did. That's a big
Yep.
swing. That same word plays. That same word plays for a bunch more points, making the wumped hook there.
Yep, that's true. Again, we're watching human players. He could have also have seen him, but just wasn't sure of Wumped. Didn't want to lose a turn. But yeah, it does block Ryan's play
It
of
blocked
yeah
tidiest
tidiest
and thumped.
thump. So I guess it did the job. And it reduced Ryan to play dit in a nice cute play there in the bottom right corner of the board.
Yeah, that's his best play. That's a nice overlap with
Yep.
making this. You don't often see this perfect 3 by 3 square formation, but when you do, it's usually because players at this level really know their overlaps and how to spot them. Sorry, I'll draw it as a square instead of a circle so
That is
you can
better.
see. That's not a formation you see every day. So, yeah, so either way, either positioning of playing up here for David, unbeknownst to David, blocked Ryan from playing tidiest, and that's not even close to on track to play the T there. So anyway, tidiest going into this T with thumped. That was available. And okay, look at how Ryan has those tiles spelled out. So if
Yep.
that is
He must have seen something
intentional,
now.
he's seen forfeits,
Yep.
which is not playing that word does not forfeit you the game. You get to still play on, just the same way that playing bingo doesn't get you 50 extra points every time. So that's going to be a big swing, and I'm sure he's going to get it down. I can't imagine David blocking it here.
Yeah, I don't think there's any real reason to play on that side of the board unless you have a bingo or some kind of high scoring play through the A with a Q or something. But you can see that David doesn't have any of those tiles. Something like any in the bottom right corner, making ID and Torn seems to score well. Even playing Naira as well, which is a nice play through the R of Semia, sets up the Y for the triple as well. So there are a few options here for David that are not necessarily spectacular, but they're going to score relatively decently. I do like the play of Naira here, which scores 21, setting up the Y onto the to hook onto the to get to the triple in the top right corner, and it unduplicates the N's and the A's.
Yeah, here's the play Austin's talking about right here. Instead, we see any in the bottom right corner, which scores a little bit better at a cost of a slight vowel imbalance on the rack. So instead of Naira leaving ANY, we see any leaving AAIN. So very, very important here for David to get some consonants on his draw, which we'll see what he does. But I think Ryan is very likely to play forfeits pretty quickly here. Has he?
Checking
Yeah,
the
he
blank.
just designated the blank, and here it comes.
Okay.
Is this the highest scoring move that he had? Oh, in fact, not only is it the highest scoring move, it's the only word, only bingo that he has in this position for 89 points. So
Very nice.
nicely spotted. The whole journey that took place with having Volutin and then the second exchange wasn't quite as egregious. I don't think there was anything great. I mean, Cat for 12 is probably the computer would want that over Ryan's second exchange, but we're now past that, and he's ahead on the scoreboard by 30 points.
So when he said his first and second exchange, he actually exchanged on the first turn. So it's actually his second and third exchanges, which is something you don't necessarily see too often as a player or a player at this level exchanging three times. By the time we played halfway through the game, and he's still winning. He's winning by 30 points, which is good for my prediction right now. It's kind of making it close with the betting line at Ryan winning by 10 points. But yeah, still plenty to go here. And it's going to be, I guess, a race to the second blank as well.
Yeah, that second blank is going to loom large for sure. David's certainly hoping to grab it, but he's been struggling with vowel heavy racks for the last few moves. Yeah, I mean, dating back to Inia, he had too many vowels at that point. And he had too many vowels on the woo turn, and he had too many vowels on any. And once again, he's got one more vowel than consonant, but he's never been closer to a balanced set of tiles. So I think he just needs to try to play off his V and two A's somewhere. I feel like that's actually deceptively difficult to do on this board while also scoring anything or also not opening anything very good. I mean, really, plays like lava are about the highest scoring that you can make with just AVA. Sometimes
Yeah,
there are places to play that are pretty good, but just not on this board.
that's right. Yeah. So there are many ways you can play AVA. So as you said, lava. There's also the slightly more, well, I say slightly more. It's vastly more aggressive play of Tava onto the T of forfeits, which opens up a big spot. You're kind of hoping that Ryan is kind of. Oh, actually, Ryan's drawn Dweeb on his rack.
Oh,
Against
that would
David
be
Webb.
the power move. That would
Uh,
just be such a power move to play Dweeb against David Webb. There's no coming back from that one if he's able to find a good spot for it. I'm not sure if there is one. I mean, I guess you could play through the W of Wu, but that would not be the best strategic option here. As we see Ava be played,
yes.
frankly, that's probably a better choice than lava, just because it sets up the S on David's rack. I think to be able
Yep.
to play across here. So in the North American dictionary, this word is valid but doesn't take a hook. But in Collins, this is a valid hook here. Oh, look at this,
Oh,
Swevin coming
nice.
down
Really
very
nice.
fast.
Very nice play. Sweden, that scores 45 points. And yeah, that's by far the highest scoring play he has, and I think the best play that he has, I think. Another possible move he could have played was actually hooking that W onto Humped, making Wove, keeping BDES, which would combine relatively well with bingos that would hook onto Ava. So yeah, you could technically go both ways there, but Swevin scores very well, puts him actually up by 62 now, putting some scoreboard pressure on David Webb to bingo pretty soon.
Yeah, he's picking those tiles up one at a time, and we're gonna find out in short order whether any of them is that super valuable blank. The unseen tiles are not correct. As soon as we figure out what his rack is, we're gonna know what he's got. Will we see that? Oh
Oh, look at that.
boy, even
Here we
better,
go.
even better. So I say even better only if Ryan hasn't drawn the blank himself. Ryan obviously could have just drawn it from the bag, but from David's POV, it's great to have a playable bingo, which he absolutely does have now because of the play that he just made. Because he made a good S hook, he can now
Yeah.
play Oregons or Ignaros in this spot. And maybe then he picks the second blank from the bag, which would be potentially even better. He might actually need two bingos to really wrest control of this game back from Ryan. So, and you can see Ryan's rack just updating. He's got good tiles with that QU combo, but no blank. Still very much up for grabs in this game.
Yes, very much so. Oregon's pretty much levels the score now, so David will go into a 6 point lead. Ryan, yeah, fortunately has the Q and the U together, so he has options to play something like quad through the A of phase. He can even play quat and tho next to Humped and Wu, making THO. Both obviously have an S hook. And I think there's just a blank left in terms of, yeah, all four S's already been played and one blank's been played. So it's going to make the blank even more valuable with an S hook on both of those, making squad and squat. If he wants to play something like that, he could also just play something like Deb, DEB, next to Wu, leaving those tiles on his rack for another turn. He could play Qua even, and then setting up the A hook on phase, that is. He has other options that would
Oh,
just
that's
give him
nice.
other options. Yeah,
I like this because from Ryan's POV, you can see no A's in the unseen tiles. So
yeah,
playing Qua, also only one I, so it's going to be not, it's already
very
not that easy to
unlikely.
play something here, hooking Chi, but I really like Qua holding that last A, which makes it very difficult for David to address it. Of course, if you do play Qua, you could block it by playing a letter in this square right here that would cut off the aqua hook. But this isn't a very inspiring play. It's not a play you're likely to see in such a close game. It just doesn't quite score enough. So I
Yep.
for sure like Qua here, as to me, that feels like the best play in this position.
Yeah, and then just to note that David Webb has picked out the blank, so this move is actually even more crucial now. Now that we can see that the blank is on somebody's rack, David doesn't have many many vowels. It's just got one vowel on his rack also. So there is a shortage of vowels as well. But yeah, Kwai looks pretty good here. It's going to be very difficult to block, and um, if he can draw some two good tiles, even if he draws the blank and something else, he's in good shape to bingo there. So I think that's what he might have to kind of generate that kind of idea, and we'll see if he goes with it or not.
Yeah, I actually feel like with this, so if you just imagine Qua being played, the Q and U would not be on his rack. And you can see with these L's coming, they're actually
Oh,
combined. And
there we
there it
go.
is. Very nice. Nicely spotted by Ryan. That's a really, really good idea. But just to continue what I was saying, I feel like the A, B, D, E, T leave pairs really well with these L's. Like if you draw L, E, I guess you wouldn't have a playable bingo there. You would have belated on your rack. But either way, it's possible. I feel like maybe LT, that's a good draw.
Yep.
You would have battled in that spot. That would be playable. So let me flip things back over. So there are definitely a lot of draws that he can have after this that just
Oh,
give
he drew
him.
baton.
There you go. There's another one.
Yep.
And he is in position to benefit from his choice. And I am pretty confident that he's going to see Batond, which is a Collins only 7. That's going to be a huge swing and potentially a game ender unless David manages to get a play here that gives him some chance. What is he even going to play here that opens things up for him? Because he's got that blank. I guess maybe he would consider playing like Blet or something like this and
Hmm.
maybe try to hit this E, but Batond is going to block that, which would force him to bingo into this L or B, which is very unlikely.
Yep. And yeah, his oh, he's about to play. Yeah, he is about to play Blatt actually, which gives Ryan Ablet an even bigger score. I guess it's a big
Oh,
score.
I didn't even
Yeah.
think about Ablet
Oh, I thought
too.
that's why you said it.
No, I just meant like just a way
Oh,
to open up more of the board. I just
it
wasn't even
does that though.
thinking. Yeah, it sure
More than you thought.
does. So now that's fascinating because now if David draws a bingo
Oh, yeah.
that has an so he doesn't have an A, but if he manages to draw a bingo, like he's really close to Globate right
Oh
now.
wait, he's missed Ablet here.
Maybe a miss of Ablet, maybe intentional to block this E.
Oh, that's true. Maybe so. Yeah.
It's tricky to know what the right choice is because if you play Baton up here, then you still have a wide open E to play into, and you still would have potentially blank bingos with the A. So this is a big swing. I'm so curious. If David draws
Yeah.
the J, I think he's probably instantly in trouble, but there are definitely things that he can have. My question, though, is did he even, and it looks like Ryan drew the J.
Oh, what's he
So
got?
we don't have David's rack updated yet.
Autalgic?
Does he? Oh no! Are you kidding?
It's like the bingo that no one ever finds.
Exactly. But here's the thing: Otalgic. I made a video
Oh no
that.
no no. Wait, no, he has the ice. Sorry, no. He has gel coat
Oh,
and
gel coat. Okay, but
oh,
here's the
my
thing.
bad.
But
Catalog.
Austin, do you think there's a chance that when David played Blet, he wasn't thinking about Ablet? Like I didn't even think about it at
Ooh.
first. Is there a chance he
Um,
misses that hook here? Think. Look at his time.
it's possible. It's possible. And these are the only two winning plays here for him. He's got to find catalog or gel coat. And gel coat doesn't hit any of the double. That's a square, so it scores slightly less, but it doesn't really matter. Um, but yeah, he's about to circle the blank, so he's about to play it, I think. There he comes.
Oh,
He knew
he
it.
did see it.
Yeah, it's a very
Insane.
deliberate play from him, I think. He knew it. He knew what he was doing there.
Oh, that's crazy. Now, okay, so some consolation for Ryan here, I think, is that what happens. Okay, so David
Oh
just
no.
won this game. He just won this game. I think this word is going to be challenged just because Ryan shouldn't, if he has any doubt that this is a valid word or not, he should
Yeah,
just
you should challenge it
challenge.
anyway.
But the thing is, let's just look and see what happens. So if he plays baton up high for more points, does that it's going to lead to a pretty big swing on the scoreboard.
Yeah.
David
Because I think,
still
yeah,
wins by 2. He still
yes.
wins by 2.
David would
Okay.
win by, yeah, 431 to 429. So Ryan couldn't have won this
Crazy.
either way if he played it up top. But I think Ryan was just looking at the board and was like, wait, why didn't I just play this up there? And maybe he didn't go through all the math in terms of maybe I could have won this game if I just played up there. Maybe he will do the math very in a second.
Oh,
But yeah,
tough.
very good play from David there. He set up his A and it turned out perfectly.
Yeah, so that's thinking about Blett. I mean, you can see I don't know necessarily if that was the right play, but it looks
Yeah,
pretty good to me from
he's
where I
pointing that
sit
out.
now, if you're going to be in trouble if your opponent has the last A anyway, it might be okay to make this spot. I guess the thing that I would worry about is if like it would be so would it there are just a lot of situations where Ryan playing Qua sort of tells David that he's pretty likely to have the last A. And I just feel like this A hook is so much easier. Look at how much more space you have to play a
Yeah.
word. So, for example, I was mentioning that had Ryan drawn LE after this play, he would have belated or bleeded, which would not fit in this spot, but it would fit in this spot here. So it would be such a huge swing. But in situations like this, where Ryan does have something here that you can't really do anything about, making another spot makes a ton of sense in case you draw a rack exactly like this. So I don't know.
Wow.
That's crazy. What a crazy finish that is. My gut tells me that making the second hook is probably a play that looks almost inhuman for any human to make, but actually might end up winning you some games that you wouldn't win otherwise. I don't know. It's tough. What do you? Any thoughts, Austin? On is it crazy or crazy like a fox or just crazy?
I don't know actually because David has the blank. So like you would automatically think that you're pretty much the favorite to bingo on the next turn, especially if Ryan just played off QU. And you know there's only one A left and you have the blank. You can set up another A hook. Um, I mean, again, it's not necessarily a very human play to kind of set up to make it even more dangerous for yourself, essentially, giving your opponent another place to bingo, but you're also giving yourself another way to kind of come back if something happens. And it was just about the timing as how how it kind of worked out that they both actually did have a bingo with an A in the second spot that would fit in both places. And then Ryan actually draws up the J, which ends up making him lose the game pretty much because of on countback.
Yeah,
Um,
that's why the
but
J is
yeah,
accounting for 16 points by itself. So
exactly. Yes.
prior to the even after this is played, the score is still Ryan is ahead. It's only when the unplayed tiles are assessed that David was able to leap out ahead at the end.
Yes, exactly. But I will also go through earlier in the games that Ryan did exchange three times and he missed a bingo before a couple of moves before he played forfeits. So you could attribute a loss in this game because of those errors, potentially, not because of this at the end.
Yeah, no question. Those moves are going to loom large. I'm sure it's a pretty good sized mistake to exchange for. I think it was 4 because he had NT blank on his rack
Okay,
for the next
right.
turn. Um, but yeah, pretty big one when you have an 80-point bingo to do that instead. But frankly, apart from that, of course, he would want that play back. But really, Ryan made a number of very good plays in this game. Of course, he played Hyper early in the game, that really big scoring play. I like his play of Dit. I love his play of Swevin, and I really love this play of Qua. I think that was absolutely the correct play by
Yep.
him to maximize the value of his A. And yeah, so pretty fun game to dive into here in round 13, Austin. That was an epic one.
Yeah, there's lots of talking points there. Even like going back to the start with exchanging one, you could say, you could play something or not. And then on Ryan's second turn, he played towing, which kind of blew up his rack. He kept an A, decided to play towing for 19 points and not maybe fishing again. But then he managed to draw the X and the Z and scored well with the Z on the next turn. So yeah, there's a lot of talking points here in terms of you could potentially go in different ways with how the game went, but yeah, we definitely got a very entertaining finish at the very least.
Yeah, no question. That was a really fun one for sure. So with that, our schedule for today, I'm just gonna show everybody here where we're at in the schedule. So here we are. We have just completed round 13, and we are actually about to go to lunch break here. So the players are gonna go grab some food. I think, as you mentioned yesterday, plenty of options for them very
Yeah.
close by. And I think what we're going to do after this break, I put the timer up there. That's when we should be back. But yeah, we've got 5 games, probably pretty much one after the other, coming this afternoon after lunch break. For me, Austin, I don't know about you. It's going to be breakfast break.
Yes, it is. It's where I'm based. It's 7:12 in the morning. It's 8:12 in the morning for you. So yeah, we'll go get some food. And it's currently 1:12 p.m. Local time. So that countdown is correct. We've got about 47 minutes until round 14 starts.
Let's look real quick at the
Oh,
standings
look at
here,
that!
and you can
Oh,
see there is
oh my.
an incredible performance brewing here by the former UK champion, Ed Martin. We saw him on stream against Phil Robertshaw, who is currently in 13th place on the standings. We saw him win a game in very, very impressive fashion with a pretty amazing comeback. So, not all of those games have come easy to get to that 13-0 mark. But Ed Martin at roughly the halfway point here, um, threatening to run away with this thing unless somebody can bring him back to the pack. So, really amazing performance in such a tough field, Austin.
Yes, very much so. Again, having well, his results already come through. There's still results to come through with positions 2, 3, 4. So it might only be a three game advantage at this stage, only 3 games. But yeah, lots of players here that maybe a lot of players have
Oh,
not
sorry, folks.
necessarily seen or heard from. So there's Craig Solomon's a very strong player from London. Tobias Oti, I think he's from Nigeria, but he also won the BMSC last year, so a very strong player there. Terry Kang, representing the ladies up there, top 6, even right now, still there in that position. We've got the Chief Tokiaka in 10th place, doing very well despite a low spread.
That spread. Yeah,
And
still.
we saw Natalie earlier on the stream today, again repping the ladies up there. And fellow streamer Josh Sokol,
Look at
who
that.
might have
Josh on
watched
his
early on,
way. Yeah,
yep,
he's
up to
coming
12th
back.
place now. And also Samuel Crispin as well. A lot of you may not necessarily know or have heard of him, but I think he's 13 or 14 years old. So he's a very up and coming player in the UK, probably the next big thing, I would say. And he's in 14th place ahead of many other experienced players like Kevin McMahon and Brett, who are all 8 and 5 with the lowest spread. So still a long way to go. We're just gone past the halfway stage. But this is what it looks like right now.
Yeah, so really the story, Ed is on the warpath there in top position, but plenty of other, again, it's been so much Scrabble played already, 13 rounds worth. Some of those results still coming in, as Austin said, but really we're basically just past the halfway point. So it's very premature, even in Ed's case, to anoint him as the winner here. He's got a long road to go, and I'm sure we're going to watch some of it on stream this afternoon. So I think with that, we're going to cut to our lunch break. Austin and I will get some breakfast. We'll leave that timer up so you know when we're going to come back. But I think today we're a bit more of a well-oiled machine with some of these timers, and hopefully everybody has been enjoying the stream. I certainly have, and of course, a pleasure to have Austin alongside, and hope everybody on Twitch is having a good time on your channel too, Austin.
Yep, and yeah, having some good times here. We've got a lot of viewership here. I'm sure you have too. So, very happy to have you guys watching us on Twitch and on YouTube. So don't forget to go give Will a subscription if you haven't already and you're enjoying the stream, and throw me a follow as well if you're watching on Twitch. Everything that you do right now, we're doing it for you guys out there. Helps grow the game and helps grow the community.
Sounds good to me. One last plug is that I do have a new video coming out on my channel in
Ah.
less than an hour, which is going to be the video that you followers of my channel earned by subbing to Mac Meller's channel. You got him to 3,000, so you earned an extra video. And that's going to come out at 9 a.m., which is about 45 minutes. And I think I have a little plug for the stream at the end of that one, too. So hopefully we get some more people stopping by, watching the vids, and yeah, it's 5 more games coming this afternoon. So we'll see you in about 45 minutes from, well, the two of us in the U.S., but the players from Milton Keynes, UK, at the MGI International Scrabble Classics. All right, everybody. I don't think there's any reason for us to delay going live again. Oh, Austin's just sitting down too. I have my placeholder of Austin, but he's literally just sitting down. Hey, Austin, hold on a second. He's just here, so I can remove the placeholder and reveal what lies
Hello.
beneath. It's my co-commentator, Austin Shin. I just figured I actually just saw Lewis and Ed sit down, so I wanted to make sure we were live and let them know they can get started. But we're back from break. I had a nice breakfast. Hopefully you did too, Austin. And we're watching the top tables here. We're going to get to see whether Ed can continue this miraculous run through. But I guess given his pedigree, it's not that surprising to see him doing very well. I guess what is surprising is this well in a field that is so stacked from top to bottom.
Yep, definitely. Again, we've just reached the halfway point now. There's 25 games in total. So we've got through 13. Ed has won all 13 of his games. No other player is within 2 games of him now. So Lewis is in third place, 3 games behind. Harshan is in second place, also 3 games behind. So Ed has a little bit of a buffer right now, but he can extend that lead with a win against Lewis right here.
Yeah, every win he gets at this point against his 10 win challengers in the standings. And again, you could see Ed is in first at 13-0. Lewis and also Harshan Lamabadu Surya with 10 wins, 3 behind. If Ed were to win this game, he would move 4 up from Austin. And if Harshan loses his game against Tobias Uti, who we mentioned briefly, in before the break as a player who's gaining rating at a rapid clip. And I believe, Austin, you said he just won a very prestigious event in the UK.
Yes, he won the BMSC last year, which is the British Match Play Scrabble Championships. It's one of the flagship events in the UK. And yeah, he actually beat a lot of very strong players to win that event. And I think he was not even like one of the top 10, top 15 rated players in the event, and he managed to win. Which again is a testament also that he's in fourth place in this division. He is also very quickly improving also. And yeah, just a quick shout out to obviously Will's video that's come out already. So if you will also go and watch that at some point, if you on another screen or some other time, you could in between the games, you can go ahead and watch Will's new video about Mac. And I have also just put out a prediction in the Twitch chat. I put the betting line on Ed to win by at least 15 points. So go ahead and predict with the outcome there. So if you think option 1, Ed to win by at least 15 points, go for that. Any other result, so Ed winning by less than 15 or Lewis to win, that is going to be option 2. So go use your A9 coins wisely, get predicting. You've got about 4 minutes left.
Yeah, it's an interesting line just because I feel like in a vacuum, I would be hard pressed to find too many people that Lewis Mackay is underdog against. But
Yep,
Ed is
that's
just
true.
on the warpath right now. Lewis himself, a former finalist at the World Championship. I have to imagine that he has won a UK championship at some point in time, given how strong he is. I don't know that for a fact, but if he hasn't, it's just a formality. He really is one of the top players in the UK and by extension worldwide. As we see, Ed plays Aram here. This is a nice idea, making the R hook on 5. I think I like this choice for board shaping reasons with an S in hand, Austin.
Yep, very much so. Yeah, he's got the Asta hook onto it and also keeps the Asta hook onto Fiverr as well. A slightly higher scoring play would be Umra. At least you get to double the M. So that is slight 2 points more. But yeah, we're gonna see if Lewis can find a bingo in this rack because the M is now placed in a spot where he can actually play something.
Yeah, so this one of Lewis's calling cards is an incredibly high level of word knowledge and dictionary mastery, and he is going to need every bit of it right here. Um, there's only one playable bingo. I see it's been spotted on my YouTube channel. I'm not sure if anybody, I don't see it yet on your Twitch. I have both chats up. But this would be a really next level play. If Lewis spots it, I won't ruin it just yet. But this is the sort of move that This is why you study the dictionary hard and study it really far into those, tens of thousands of 8-letter words. Every now and then you'll get a situation like this where the only bingo that you can play is something really obscure. Uh, I don't know if I would give my chances of finding this word to be 100% in this situation. So I'll be super impressed, but again, not surprised at all if Lewis spots his only bingo. Not sure if we should reveal it yet, Austin.
Yeah, we haven't got it in the Twitch chat yet. I know that you can see it. Andrew Chang has found it in the YouTube chat. But this bingo, we were saying again earlier on today, Harshan had a bingo that was 40,000 in probability with a backfill in terms of the eights. This one here, this bingo that the only bingo that Lewis has is 36,000 out of the 42,000 possible 8-letter words. So it's pretty much near the bottom of the list in terms of words that you would study. So again, this is again a tester moment here for Lewis to see if he can find the only playable bingo here.
And sometimes when you're in a tournament like this is kind of an inflection point. Lewis is going to need to beat Ed a number of times to get his way back into the top of the standings. And sometimes that tightrope you have to walk is really narrow,
Yeah.
getting this word. And I'll show you guys now what it is. It's pachadum, the office of a pacha, which I feel like there are a lot of words like this where different terms of like civil office or something like that in various countries. And okay,
Oh,
you can
doesn't find
see
it.
he plays what I think is his best non-bingo play here of Fado.
Yep.
The reason it's such a good play is that it keeps the CH combination on his rack. But that is, I mean, it's hard to call that a missed opportunity, but that really is the level that we're at here, where finding stuff like that, I wouldn't say expected. I guess I would probably expect Nigel Richards to find that every
Yeah,
time, and
sure.
probably a handful of other people. Maybe Dave Wiegand finds that every time. David Eldar might find that one, but that's brutal. You would have had to make the blank a P with these letters. It's just, I think he can be forgiven. But meanwhile, it's back over to Ed, who's got good bingo tiles, but I don't think he has one playable with those two O's.
Yep, he doesn't. And actually, incidentally, if Patcherdham came down, Ed would actually have Oropezos through that P, that blank P. So, I guess in a way, in this specific situation, it probably doesn't really matter too much. But obviously, you want to be finding those bingos as and when you can. But here, Ed, with these two O's, kind of ruining the rack here, you're kind of making this rack difficult to bingo with. So maybe just playing a relatively simple play of OO underneath the D and the O of Fado.
Oof.
Gives some extra hooks for him with the R and the S.
Yeah, for sure. And the point of Aram that I think we really liked before Fado, and he's
Oh,
gonna okay, he's
okay.
gonna play OOS. He has the two S's, so it does make sense that using one is something you can afford to do with the other one still there. But I think the nice thing about Aram that I really liked, as we just gotta make sure the board stays right side up, is that it's very helpful. Ed had two S's when he made that play, and in so doing, he was making two spots for it. So even though Fado, that play, blocked a little bit, there's still possibilities of playing an S down. This spot is still nice and wide open for an S. And now he's got another one that he's just created. A lot of hooks, as you mentioned, to ooze up there. But oh man, look at that. He's drawn something. The R he was happy to see, but GX along with it is going to set Ed back as he tries to bingo.
Yep, got many options here. So charges or charge and ruse, which will triple the H. Even something like Grenache onto the E of Fiverr, which will puts the blank on the double letter
Wow.
square, but still scores 94 points. Actually, they're both positions actually score 94 points. So yeah, it might be better playing charged here. It might be a little bit more defensive. Grenache opens up the board a lot, and you just saw that Ed played OOS, so you probably don't want to be opening too many floating tiles in the middle of the board. So I think I would err on the side of charged being played here. Looks like he's about to play
Yeah.
something. Um, and yeah, and now is kind of take your pick now. Guess what letter he's going to put. I
I
don't think he said S.
totally,
I
I
don't think he
definitely.
said S or something, but I don't know.
Oh, did you see him say that? I wasn't
I
looking
think I
at
heard
him.
him say something, but I don't know.
Huh. Okay.
He's
Well,
looking for a pen.
oh, okay. He's trying to designate that blank. So you can see there goes the pen. There's a little slip. It's probably a laminated slip that lets you have to
Yeah.
circle the letter procedurally for those that are less familiar with our tournament procedure that you need to circle that letter so there can be no dispute. If you didn't if it was just a verbal thing, there could be disagreements where you
Yep.
play and you say, all right, this is going to be an S. And then later you triple through it with something where it's an R for charger. And you just say, oh, well, I said it was an R. I told you it was an R. No, now we have the slip, and that is the single source of truth for what letter that is. So I'm
Yep.
guessing in this situation that taking a nice lead in this manner. Looks like extras is going to come
Yep.
down for a very solid score. Of course, Ed was probably hoping to draw into a bingo, but this is still, it doesn't quite get the X in the really good spot. So it scores 46, which is still pretty solid. I do wonder, that leave, if he were to just dump the X here, is so strong that he's likely to bingo so much of the time, but it's really hard to fault him for taking the 46.
Yep. And the G is not necessarily always the best tile to have, but it's got a little, okay, I would say a little bit of defense in mind in terms of playing, blocking that triple lane. And it's hard to turn down a move that scores 46 points compared to, I don't know, same playing something like Gox through the O of Fado, which would only score what, 14? So it's quite a lot of points to give up. But yeah, I like the play of extras here.
Yeah, I think it's tempting to just play the X, but I feel like maybe the board is open enough that you're just okay to block that good triple and just move
Oh
on.
yeah.
Of course, you can see that Ed's had, what happens to you when you play six tiles sometimes is you invite all of these draws that you could have probably avoided if you played fewer tiles. And you can see he has drawn very poorly to his G, but fortunately for him, Lewis is also kind of struggling there with too many vowels and no great way of scoring very well. He has a couple ways of balancing his rack nicely, though, and I do expect he's going to spot something of that type.
Yep. Yeah, he's got some decent players here, like OG through the G of charge. I mean, we're gonna say it's charged with a D. I think that's most
Yeah,
likely what it is.
yeah, for
That
sure.
unduplicates his O's and E's, keeping Poet on his rack, which will be pretty good for bingos. Hopefully if he picks up pretty well next turn. But that
So
scores 16 points.
that's like as good as he can do in terms of
Yeah.
keeping a nice balanced leave. He had five vowels and two consonants, so he found a way to score decently, a handful of points. I mean, 16 is better than exchanging.
Yep.
It's better than 15 and all the way down. But I think the most important thing is that it used only vowels and kept his two consonants, which he definitely is happy here to do. But I I do definitely want to just emphasize we don't know for sure what the blank is, but I would be shocked if it wasn't the D, just because that is the D in that early position of a word is significantly more difficult to play through than certainly the R. There's
Yeah.
so many good tiles that can go in this spot as the first letter of a word with R in second position. And I don't think he would have made it an S either, because before extras was on the board, putting an S in the triple lane is really needless. There are a lot of words that start with an S that could have potentially played down. So definitely assume at Lewis's level,
Yep.
he knows nuances like that, like the back of his hand. I fully expect that is a D.
Yep, I think so. I think so too. Again, we need a bit of confirmation on that one, but we're going to assume it's D for the time being.
I'll ask.
But yeah, Ed is really kind of with that draw. He kept the G and picked out all the other six tiles. He's not got anything particularly inspiring here. Something like pub maybe underneath Aram, making up an emu is potentially an option, but you still keep some kind of ugly tiles. Um, yeah, I'm not seeing anything. Well, what are we supposed to do here?
So a good comment by Andrew Chang on YouTube is that the B looks like it should be hugely valuable here if you can just get a word that plays through.
Yeah,
Bruise is a valid word. Um, Prue is a valid word as well, but it doesn't take the S. So the P, so I think it's some kind of interjection or something like that. So the B has a little bit of extra value to Ed here to play in this spot. There's so many things he could draw that would allow him to play through here for a very, very good score, but he just doesn't happen to have any. Those I's and U's on the rack are just getting in the way. So I feel like it would be very, very tempting to try to keep the B here, except I don't even really know if there's a play. Oh, has he
change.
exchanged? Okay, so maybe I'm curious.
Well, funny enough, Lewis
We'll
actually has the B and the P on his rack also.
Oh, there it is. And he's going to be able to play up there for sure.
Yeah.
So I'm curious to know what Ed exchanged, particularly would he keep the B there? And it's going to be for naught as Lewis drew the other one, and he's going to play for a really big score in that spot.
Yep, that's a big spot there. It actually puts Lewis even further ahead now. So I don't think Ed has quite been in this much danger of losing any game so far in this tournament. But Lewis is now what he must be like almost 100 ahead, more
Yeah,
than 100 ahead right now.
he's about a little bit more. Once I get that score, he's 108 ahead. And you
Oh,
can see that's I got to say, you can see Ed's rack. He has the B still on it, which I feel is a tremendous strategic vision on
yeah,
his part. On that previous exchange, it looks like he kept just BE by itself, realizing that with a draw exactly like what he has, he would have been able to make the exact same play that
yeah.
Lewis just made, which is a solidly above average play. That's 42 points. That's a little bit higher than you could normally expect to get. So, of course, he also drew FWJ, which is not ideal, and he is going to find a way to score a couple of
23.
points
Yeah.
and get the clunkier letters off his rack.
Yep, 23 points here, just getting rid of the J and the W. So two of his worst tiles. He's just going to dump them off and go for searching for that bingo that he really needs to even up in this game. It does look like Lewis is probably slightly closer towards a bingo at this stage. He just needs to get rid of some of his bigger tiles and maybe an O, which is not going to be too easy to do without opening up the board too much. But again, I don't necessarily know if Lewis is in the if Lewis wants to open up too much at this stage, or if he just wants to kind of keep it relatively blocked. He could play something like Pony underneath Aram, so making up an emo. That would score 22 points, keeping ORT, which looks very strong. You have the, you're trying to get bingos here. You got spaces with the A and the S, which would combine well with it, and even a letter underneath Aram, the A of Aram, which would really almost any letter there, almost any letter in the alphabet pretty much goes there. So
Yeah, this is a good
yeah,
sevens
big
lane for
spot.
sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you were to draw a seven, it's going to play in that spot. It would be very difficult for it not to play in that spot. I guess something ending in like IC, that wouldn't fit
Yeah.
there. Very, very few of the common suffixes won't fit as a seven-letter word here. Yeah, I feel like Lewis with this rack, he is closer to bingoing than Ed is, but I don't think he can know that. Based on Ed's last play, this
Yeah.
looks very much like Ed is happy with 5 of the tiles that were already on his rack. I would certainly be considering something defensive minded, given that Ed just played only 2 tiles here.
Mhm.
And he'll have ways of, I don't think it's significantly worse defensively to play something like Pony as you suggested, but he may want to play something with his Y in this spot with Joey getting some points here. Maybe just Jan in that spot will be a good idea. It doesn't open anything new, and it slightly restricts bingos through this A, maybe a couple bingos through the S get blocked, and it looks like he's
Notary?
playing Notary, which goes even harder for the block, and scores a few more points. That's certainly a more defensive play, Austin.
Yeah. Yeah, that scored 19, I think. So it's actually 3 points less than Yon and Pony, which both scored 22. But yeah, this is definitely showing you that Lewis is in the mindset of defending this lead. And but he's keeping PO in his rack, which is again not too bad, but he's going to pick five tiles, which again could go awry potentially, which we've seen many times before. But this definitely blocks bingo lanes with the RA and the S of extras, and leaves the kind of one good bingo lane underneath the A of Aram, which would, if you don't have an S, would open up a triple on the left-hand side. So I think that's what he's kind of thinking about here as Ed plays Phoebe, getting rid of his F and B and his duplicate E, well, getting rid of both of them for 26 points.
Yeah, seems like a nice idea. The F and the B are the two tiles that score more than 1 point on his rack, which makes them sort of the less ideal candidates for playing bingos. That's what he wants to do, get a bingo down. As you said, though, Austin, it's going to be really easy to play bingos in this spot, but playing them there isn't the worst thing in the world from Lewis's standpoint. If Ed really only has this spot to play a 7-letter word, that will always give an opportunity for Lewis to counter with a play to the triple and potentially a really big,
Yeah,
bingo chance as well with all those nice letters
five
that are
flutters,
likely
yeah.
to be exposed. So I don't think it's the worst case scenario for Lewis necessarily to allow a bingo in this spot. I do feel like Notary dealt with more realistic worst case scenarios of a bingo down from the S. That would have
Yeah.
been really bad. Doesn't give Lewis very much in the form of counterplay and would score many more points. So yeah, I'm curious now. Ed looks like he's drawn decent tiles, but I still think he is not yet in shape to bingo on his next turn here.
Yeah, he's not quite in good enough shape here. Don't forget that Aram does have some hooks, so you can have Garum as well. So if he has an ending ing play,
Oh,
he can
true,
play
yeah.
that. So there's options that for him that do not open up too much. But at the moment, Lewis is going to play something in this bottom corner like Pike. Another option is Polk, Polk. Both of them score 42 points and pushes him to a 120-point lead.
Yeah, good play. Of course, the only scary thing about it is that Lewis is taking a great big lead here, over 100 points, but opening the K in the triple lane does have some disaster scenarios. But frankly, for 42 points, it's hard to turn down a play like this. The only time you really regret it is if Ed has some kind of miraculous play that goes all the way across. So, a very fearless play by Lewis, making what I think is a very, very solid play, even inviting some downside risk. But if you sort of take your foot off the gas against a player like Ed, then you can lose in other ways here. If you start turtling up too much and turning down 40-point plays, even if they offer your opponent some counterplay. But it is going to give some nice options for Ed here, something like tucking. I don't think stucking is a word, which would be terrifying, right? Is it true?
Yep. Yeah, I think it's just gunstick, I believe. Yeah, there are some yeah, I guess tucking is really the only option. I wasn't sure about corking, but that's not a word.
Really?
Um,
Wow,
yeah.
that's surprising. Good to know. I feel like I would have probably played that under some circumstances. So good for
So
me
would
to
I.
learn it now. But yeah, I think that K is just too many points on offer for Ed to turn down something big through there, and he's gonna play Kagoo, which is kind
Hmm.
of an intermediate play. He's sacrificing a lot of points to play this, 15 points over tucking, but the leave that he's keeping is significantly better. So he's trying, well, I don't know about significantly. It's better enough with the CINT. So if we just cross off the tiles that he just played, these are the letters left over, which are a decent nucleus for a bingo next turn, especially if he can draw like an E, would look really, really nice with those letters.
Yeah, very much so. And yeah, just so we've been in the chat saying that gunstick and tuckings are both words, so not stacking.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, Lewis has just drawn a bunch of vowels. And yeah, I don't expect him to be opening up too much in this move. He can play next to Pike, making Ope, Lab, and AI, playing Idola, Idola, which does take an
Ooh.
E hook. Yeah, if he can generate that, I think he'll play that. That looks pretty strong to me.
Yeah, just showing there's a lot going on with that play, so I felt it would be good to
Yep.
actually cut to it and see what Austin's talking about with all those overlaps. That's actually a really nice way with these low point tiles for Lewis to wring some scoring power out of them. 24 points for this play. That's often the case when you've got those low point letters, a few too many vowels. A play like this is just what the doctor ordered to get a few points on the scoreboard. Doesn't really do much to change the fundamental composition of this board. It really feels like a lot is hinging on this spot remaining open. There's not too many other spots. I guess with this play, you are somewhat inviting the risk of playing into the D of Idola, but can't really worry about that. It's just nice to dump a bunch of vowels at once, and there you see, look at
Yeah.
that, nicely spotted by Lewis Mackay.
Would you ever consider playing Idola with the E and Larum? That kind of blocks things up a bit more.
Wow. So Austin is suggesting playing here instead, which is
Or
very,
with the E,
very
yeah, with maybe with the E on the end of it, makes it a bit more difficult to
even more, yeah,
parallel.
even more defensive. So that would be a hyper defensive play.
Yeah.
That's a really interesting thought, and I definitely think there are some players who would play that. I don't know. I feel like the fact that Lewis has played Pake and Idola one turn after the other, I think suggests that he's okay with a little board openness, that he's just going to continue to, like I said, put his, pedal to the gas here and just keep piling on points. And I think there's a lot to be said for that approach, but I really like that suggestion too of going the defensive route by taking this Aram hook, crippling this lane and giving very little back in terms of new space on the board that Ed could use. That play is very appealing to me. So,
Yep, so Idola, yeah, it doesn't take an S either, doesn't take any hooks. It's Idola and Idolon, which you can see in the at the bottom with the definition. It's the same with the E or without the E. But yeah, I mean, yeah, Lewis now has or still well has actually got picked out another L, so he could play something there next time. But Ed here, he's got almost content, but not quite good enough content here. With an I instead of an E, but
content. Yeah.
content instead. But yeah, he is gonna struggle to score really anything here. Like there's really very little that he can do without potentially just blocking something up.
Good comment by Morris Greenberg in the YouTube chat. Hi, Morris. He notes that with that alternate Idola play, by putting the L here, you do invite the Alarum hook.
Oh
But the
yes.
nice thing about that is there are only two A's left unplayed, and I feel like that is a very specific hook. Yes, of course, if you were to play Idola here with an L, you would be giving back that hook, but I think that is significantly less of a threat than just allowing any play hooking that to go through and any seven to essentially play. So I do think it does really well defensively, even giving back that one resource to your opponent. But good catch. I wasn't thinking about Alarum, so it's not
Yep.
totally ironclad.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, I mean Ed's in a bit of a pickle here.
Brutal.
He's
Yeah, this is tough.
it's not going to be easy to do anything. He could play something like Conte onto the E of Fiverr, and I'm kind of looking at that and not liking that whatsoever. Because Lewis could literally just play through the through the C or the O and go downwards and block the
Yeah, blocks a
and the
lot.
new TA hook.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's kind of conducive to blocking other things on future turns, which I don't think he wants to do. Um, so I honestly I kind of really hate these positions when you're like
I
this
think
far
we all
behind.
do. I think we all do, right? Like Ed is way behind. And he's
Okay.
gonna just
Hmm.
sort of turn as many tiles as he can. The nice thing about Tinkt, at least, is it gets the C on the triple letter score, so you get a few points with this. It says a lot that this is at 15 points. This is actually the highest scoring option
Yeah.
among the computer engine's preferred plays. That says a lot about how dire Ed's position is here. And look, he's 13-0. You can't get through a Scrabble tournament at this level and not drop a game or two. He's still, if things continue along this trajectory and he drops a game, this sky is not falling for him in any way, shape, or form. He still is in commanding position here. He'll be 2 games up and a heap of spread of his tiebreaker. You see it after his record, 13-0 plus 1345. That is a lot bigger than anybody else in the standings right now.
Yes, very much so. And you can see with that draw, Ed has not drawn favorably whatsoever. He drew the S, but he drew I-U. Um,
Yeah.
so he's not going to be bingoing anytime soon. Which Lewis has just seen Tink to come down for 15. And I think he'd be kind of wondering what to make of that move. Again, Ed has just drawn 5 tiles, so he's unlikely-ish to be sitting on a bingo right now. So Lewis may be considering how defensive he might want to play. He could play something like, if he wants to go really defensive, he could play something like wide underneath Tinkt, making TIDE and NE. That kind of blocks off those 3 lanes completely if you really want to go that far, but it does keep that a bingo lane open with that E of fiver. In terms of like equity players, you could play Wintord through that T of Tinkt, which would score 32 points. So if he just kind of puts himself well out of harm's way and requiring Ed to bingo twice by going 100 up 130, then I think that might be the way to go here.
It seems like Wintold is a little bit more consistent with how Lewis has been playing. It seems
Yeah.
like he's been content to just continue to push as hard as
Yeah.
he can on the scoreboard and keep leaving good leaves and not worry super much about board shaping. There are definitely other options that players with more of a board shaping mentality might have made, but Lewis has gotten pretty darn far in his Scrabble career, finding really good scoring plays and continuing to keep that pressure on his opponents. Lewis appeared in one of my videos for playing a natural 12-letter bingo. He is one of the few, the proud, the very rare players to have played a bingo in a tournament of that length. He extended trank to tranquilized, which is an absolutely insane play. So, Lewis just has that flair for scoring a ton of points and finding really impressive plays. That's why, of all players, I thought maybe he is the one who has a chance to play Pachadum. He's probably going to kick himself for that. One of a handful of players in the world who would actually expect himself to find that one. But he does play Wintold as we kind of expected, Austin.
Yes, and putting that I in that triple lane with Ed already holding 3 eyes in his rack, he's really not going to be doing anything there on this turn, which is going to work out very favorably for Lewis. I just seen that Josh Watt in the YouTube chat is asking about Ed's spread is so high, like does it really make a difference? And it always makes a difference in these kind of long tournaments. We're only halfway through the tournament right now, and I know that his spread is way higher than Lewis's in third place, but Harsham spread, who's also 10-3, his spread is 1147, so he's about 200 behind Ed right now. Those two are way ahead in spread, so it does matter right now. Ed is not like really, really far ahead of everyone else currently. But as we see, it has now come down. Indian has just come down, so it's a pretty nice play to get rid of the I, and O, and try and just sort this rack out as quickly as possible. Only scores 10 points, and then unfortunately does block that N 4-timer lane. But Lewis has drawn the Z now, so
Yeah.
yeah,
Things continuing to look very good for Lewis. I mean, that play
yeah,
did make, of course, it blocks the board, but it makes sense if you're Ed to try to score at least something as opposed to exchanging, although you can see the lead is getting more and more dire. But I guess the nice thing about it is that it somewhat limits the damage of plays like this for Lewis. Lewis might otherwise have had a little bit easier access through this eye to get words that are 5-letter words in length, 6-letter words. I guess some of those might still play if he could fit an M in that spot, which is incredibly unlikely. But in most cases, you've limited the damage to just a 4-letter word, and maybe that compels Lewis to not play there, and you can play this as a bingo with ED or something like that, ES. Either way, very grim scenario here for Ed, who at least it remains to be seen how it feels like there's a lot of game left to play, and Lewis is way low on his clock. I don't think that's likely to matter too much, but maybe Ed can get a bingo together and start putting Lewis in a bit of a bind with his clock running low.
Yep, I think that's really a potential way back into this game. He's going to play 0 here. Kind of blocking off bingo lanes in the second and fourth column. Obviously, you can still put 2, and you can still, as a hook for the T there, and you can also parallel play with 0 to the right of it also. And Ed doesn't have the T and doesn't have an E to parallel with the R anyway, so he can't do any of those things. It doesn't even have a vowel to go next to the Z. So this board is shutting down very quickly in Ed's face, and looking very, very likely that this is going to be Ed's first loss of this tournament, coming game 14 of out of 25.
Yeah, true. A nice play here by Ed to grab as many points as he can get and put a U out in space. Maybe, just maybe, he gets super lucky and draws something there. But that's the most points that he likely had on offer. So that's a solid play by him. But you can see, based on the way that Lewis aligned his tiles there, I'm sure he was hoping for an M in order to play this incredibly improbable 8-letter bingo of Shekalim. Didn't work out that way, but Lewis is still in the driver's seat. But yeah, on YouTube, we had a comment that Ed can't rest easy because starting 13-0 is not ironclad. Will started 13-0 at the Worlds, and how did that end for me? Not the best. Yeah. So there's no guarantee. That being said, had the Worlds ended after 25 rounds instead of whatever it was, 30 something, I think I would have still been a finalist at that point. So Ed only has to get through to 25 rounds instead of whatever it was, 30 something. So he's pretty far along.
Yep, definitely. Yeah, even if he takes a game loss here, then it's not going to be the end of the world. Very nice play from Lewis here, playing La, which actually sets up QI or QIS next to it for 40-odd points.
And Ed Ed manages to draw the N. He didn't have an N. I was thinking that the U would become much more useful if Ed was able to draw that last N, which he did, and he actually put a bingo together here. And I think it's too little too late. I think that actually emptied the bag, so there's no opportunity for Ed to play a second bingo here and narrow the gap any further. But nice to save a little bit of spread, because what we're talking about is, can he be caught with that plus 1345? And the answer is definitely yes. There's other players like Harshan that have over 1,000 right now. So he wants to limit the damage, and it looks like he's gone a long way to doing that.
Yeah, I think so. And he's got the blank as well, which was still lurking in the bag. So he might be able to score a little bit in between Winthrop and Inian, maybe like many or something like that. But Lewis is going to pick his highest scoring play of Cheese for 46. Very strong play there. And then now it's really a matter of, can Ed actually go out, or would he give Lewis another turn?
Yeah, that was definitely, it's hard to imagine that play, scoring 46 points and getting rid of the Q now while he can. I'm sure that was Lewis's optimal play here. Yep. Ed is going to have a little bit of a trickier choice on his hands, just because I don't think it's going to be tight. Maybe he does somewhere. I don't actually think he does have a place to play all 5 of his letters at once. So he's going to be looking for an opportunity to do that. Let me just save it so
Yeah.
you can see his POV, and maybe he doesn't even care that much because you can see Lewis has EGPV left on his rack. That is certainly not going to all play out at the end for
Well, yeah,
him. So,
because the thing is that he actually, Lewis has Evo and Veg to go down in that same spot, so it actually becomes more
oh,
important for Ed to play something down in that spot as well to block that spot because there's nothing really much else that Lewis can do otherwise. So I think Ed does need to at least see that spot and play something there, and that will at least save some spread points as well.
yeah, something any of these plays in this spot here will block it and do the trick. I'm actually seeing that the computer engine does like plays like that, but it slightly prefers him to play this, leaving AM. The reason for that is that after that blocks by far Lewis's best play, he doesn't really have a great place to do much. And I'm wondering, let's just try this. Where would Ed play his AM?
Oh,
Oh,
no.
very nice. Okay, so that would be what the computer engine wants him to do, is to play Guy in that spot, saving MA over for a 27-point play here. That's very, very tricky. I think most players, myself included, would be
Yeah.
very happy to just play something like Many in this spot for him. And then I guess the issue there is you allow Lewis to play both his G and V off at once, getting rid of most of his letters, and then Ed would go out by just playing his U. So that's what we're looking at here at the very end of the
Yeah.
game. So yeah,
There we go.
and there you see this is a very human move here and a
Yep.
very good move as well.
Yep, definitely. And in the end, the difference between this move that you just seen play and something like Guy is literally like 1 point of spread. So it's not even.
Yeah, it's
I mean,
totally.
technically, it would be an error, but it's like literally the smallest error possible, which is 1 point, spread point difference. But yeah, Many here is definitely, well, it could really be any of those. It could be a T or a Z as well. It could be any of those things. But yeah, he's just gonna find the most human play here, and Lewis will most likely play Jive, GYVE onto the Y, and then Ed's gonna play out with the U with UG, and then that should be it.
Yeah, Ed's first loss. So that goes a long way. If you are one of the other players in the standings, hoping for an Ed Martin loss, you have gotten your wish, but he is still very much in the driver's seat here. 3 games up currently. He'll soon to be 2 games up, at least, to Lewis Mackay, his opponent in this game, and we'll just have to see. Oh, it says my audio is clipping. I can turn that down. Hopefully that helps a little bit. Thank you for letting me know. Definitely everybody should feel free to let me know. I think I should have fixed it there slightly. And there is
There it is.
Jive, as we see. That seems like a nice, it is actually the mathematically best play for Lewis.
Yep. And then Ed's just going to play off the U. Just going to make sure that he finds the highest scoring play possible. Every single point counts. So he also has UR and UT as well, which scores the same number of points. The 6.
2 spots for
And
the
yep,
6, and there it goes.
yep, there it is.
So a final of 426 for Lewis to 341 for Ed. Ed's first loss, and yeah, we caught it on stream. It was an interesting game. I feel like there were, I guess, from Lewis's perspective, he's gonna be disappointed that he did not see Pachadum early in the game. I actually want to call something out. Evil Budgie on Twitch noticed this, that earlier in the game, when Lewis had this rack at the very beginning when he played Fado, the rest of his letters when he played this ACH blank, and that would have allowed him to play Pachadum. But had he done this, in fact, if you remember, Ed's rack was AE, it was like AEOORSS. And had he done that, it would have given a bingo back to Ed of Oropesas. So
Yeah,
that would have been a huge swing in the game. It actually somewhat benefited Lewis
yeah,
not to play this bingo because it denied Ed his ability to respond with this play. So I feel like it's sometimes you get kind of lucky Um, where the mistakes you make can actually help you in Scrabble from time to time. Calling this a mistake is a bit of a I mean, yeah, obviously it is a mistake, but calling it some kind of horrible blunder on Lewis's part is definitely a bit of a stretch.
Yeah, and actually playing Fado is, even though it does score 51 points less than Patridum, in terms of valuation, it's only about 10 points worse, or so. I mean, it's not that much worse because your leave is so conducive to bingos on the next turn. It values what you leave behind and that you're going to score well with the CHA blank that you have. And you saw that Lewis scored 94 with charged. Um, so it actually doesn't work out too badly whatsoever in this occasion. It's just if you potentially didn't have a blank and you had um, the P instead of the blank, and then you just kept all those kind of tiles, it would be a bigger mistake for sure. But it ended up working very well for Lewis, because Ed only managed to bingo once, and that was with underlit right at the end. So he actually stopped Ed from bingoing on what it move two, and ended up bingoing on move 11. So it took a long time for him to kind of get going, and by then the damage was already done.
Absolutely true. So, yeah, I mean, if that's the biggest mistake early on, I think both players played very, very well in this game. I feel like Ed had some pretty rough draws, and again, that's going to happen. It's there is nobody alive. Even Nigel Richards cannot simply steamroll his way to every tournament without sustaining a loss from time to time. So no cause for major concern for Ed, but that is of quite a bit of help. If we just look at the standings, you could see that Harshan also won his previous round game.
And look at
So
his spread too.
his spread is already ahead of Ed's, which is no
Yeah.
surprise. We know Harshan, what a player he is. Sorry for the little countdown timer. We don't have to worry about that. But yeah, there's no question that the tiebreakers are still very much in play. It looks like Ed and Harshan are kind of a cut above the rest of the players right now in their tiebreaker, though, Austin.
Yeah, for sure. And if you just look down the list, like even 12th place Natalie Zolti is probably the next one in terms of spread, who's a fair bit further behind on wins and on spread also. So that spread also almost pretty much counts as an extra win, on everyone else. But again, we're only halfway through the tournament. There's plenty of time for everyone else to rack up big wins as well, and maybe big wins against Ed or Harshan to knock their spread down. So there's still plenty of time for them to catch up. And yeah, we're going to see how that affects Ed, with that loss. But I think that if anyone was told that they're going to win the first 13 games of this tournament, anybody in this division, I think they'll take that with two hands and everyone else's hands in there too. So I think Ed's pretty happy with how things are going anyway, despite that last
Yeah,
one.
no question. The recency bias of, yeah, he did just lose a game, but of course you would take 13-1 in a heartbeat. Sorry for that scene transition there. I am getting some word, folks. Josh Watt on YouTube says Sokol with the charge up the standings. And in fact, we are going to see Josh Sokol and Kevin McMahon do battle
Ooh,
on the
nice.
stream next. That's going to be a very fun matchup. Hopefully, we have some Axer Typo fans out there on YouTube and Twitch who are excited to see their guy do some battle. Josh Sokol, really one of the most entertaining people to watch play Scrabble. Of course, we know that he is a great streamer as well, but his brand of Scrabble is also incredibly fun to watch.
Yep, he's a very highly creative player. He comes up with lots of options that are not within the box that is what the Quackle would, or the engine would come up with, and they're all very clever ideas that he has, up his sleeve. Lots of tricks. But yeah, it's always a treat to watch Josh play Scrabble. I've actually, in our careers, we've actually never played each other because he's only recently switched to playing Collins full time. So I do look forward to playing Josh on a more regular basis very soon. But for now, we're going to be watching him take on, one of Ireland's finest, Kevin McMahon.
Yeah, I'm just getting those standings and records all set. I'm just trying to see. So Kevin is also actually 8-5 in the standings. So a pivotal game for both of these players. I would definitely emphasize that nobody is out of it yet. There are any of these players that are 8-5 or even lower. You can go on a run. We just saw Ed We didn't see every one of those games, but we saw that he won his first 13 games. And Ed is a phenomenal player, but there are absolutely other players at that level. So any of these people could go on a run, and if you're 8-5 and you just win 12 straight games, you have a really good
Yeah,
chance of
probably
winning
going to
the
win the
tournament.
tournament.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
all of these games are pretty impactful. So just like I said, just getting the standings correct. I'm sure that these two players will be along relatively soon. I don't know if we even need to cut to a break, but yeah, we're headed into round 15, so it's barely past the halfway point. We still have a huge slew of games to go, and I do feel, Austin, like this is where in this latter half of the afternoon where stamina might start to play a role for some players.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they've now, I mean, at this moment in time, they would have played 14 games in the space of just over 24 hours. So it definitely will take its toll on everybody to some degree. But yeah, this is kind of like getting towards the, if you're talking about like a track and field race, you're kind of starting to go around the bend after the back straight and setting yourself up in a good position to make that final charge to the finish line. And it is very important to get yourself in this position, in a good position before you get to that home straight, because if you're not in a good position on the home straight, you've got a chance to win. So they've got to try and start making their charge now, especially playing other players who are going to be very strong. And every time you can beat another strong player and push them further down, you're pushing yourself even further up. So yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see closer towards the end of the day who's still in contention. But we still have, in the grand scheme of things, still got a fair way to go.
Yeah, no question. I would say we have some really good both Twitch and YouTube questions.
Yep.
A bunch on your Twitch. I'll take one of them, which is the rating change next to players' names. Nope, that is the cumulative margin of victory. So that is what is used as our tiebreaker between players that have the same record. And then
Maybe you
another
should
quick
maybe you should show that thing again so people can see.
show the standings.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so they can see what. There we go. Okay.
Yep, so you can see it there. Okay, so that actually does show you the rating. So the standings are, let me just make sure my thing is not going to
Yeah,
switch.
the arrows of the ratings changes in
Okay,
the
yeah,
middle.
it's not going to switch off here. So right, the records on the far left, well, ranking in the standings, then your record, and then your margin of victory, and then how has your rating been affected. So basically, you see the ratings are not like they are in chess. Magnus Carlsen routinely in the 2,800 rating level. Really, the top ratings that you will ever see in Scrabble are basically 2,200 is like the absolute tippy top of what a player like a Nigel Richards would ever achieve, or anybody playing at the absolute top of their game for an extremely long period of time. 2,100 is very difficult to achieve, especially in the worldwide ranking system. I myself have never done it. Maybe you have, Austin, or
I think I've briefly made it over. Yeah,
nice.
once or twice, but yeah, I'm not anywhere near that right now.
It's tough. It's incredible. The
Yeah.
amount of games that you have to win to remain at that level is absolutely insane. The level of play that you have to consistently maintain. There's no threshold for error, and you probably have to win some games through means that are outside. I mean, Nigel does that routinely, right? Like he wins these games because he knows tens and 11s and 12 letter words that very few other people can conjure up. If you're not Nigel, you might have to win some games through trickery, right? We saw Ed Martin win a game against Phil Robertshaw that he probably would not have done had he not tried the phony word pillar with an E, Piller. I don't think he wins that game if he doesn't try that word. So you have to sort of manufacture it. But yeah, that's what those numbers are. I had another good question. Maybe I'll throw to you, Austin. Is question
Yep.
from an outsider: what is the range of player abilities at tournaments like this? Do any beginners or casual players show up?
So from time to time, you do get some new players. This is one of the bigger events in the UK. I'm actually putting out a little little command here, which is you can put exclamation point standings, and it gives you a link to the Division A standings, which we're watching right now, which is the top division. And there's also two other divisions, B and C, with basically different rating categories, essentially. I think there's 28 players in Division B and 20 in Division C. It could be the other way around, but there's many fewer players playing in those divisions. They're much lower rated. We're not going to be, I don't think we're going to be showing any of those games, but they're also in the room playing in their own divisions. But in terms of like ratings, they're probably like maybe 1,300 to 1,000, and then maybe below 1,000 or something like that. But yeah, very rarely you'll get some new players playing in major tournaments like right now, but because they'll probably play in like maybe smaller events before they kind of work up to this one. Especially a tournament that's 25 games long and within like 2.5 days, it's very intense. But yeah, there probably are some players here, I think, that have been playing for maybe a couple of years in tournaments, just in general, and of maybe playing here. So in terms of how new they are, they're not going to be complete noobs, so to speak, playing in this tournament as their first tournament, but they will be people who are probably a little bit more inexperienced, who will start thinking, okay, well, there's a major tournament not far from where I live. Let's just go play and play against people who are of my similar ability in Division B and C. And there are actually quite a number of international players who live in the European continent, from France, from Hungary, from all those other places, who are playing in this event in Division B, because they're not quite as high rated as these people that you're seeing now. But yeah, this is a game for all abilities, especially if you play in tournaments.
Yeah, it is a point worth emphasizing too, because it tends to be the case that I guess it's similar to other games like this. Like I watch every now and then, I'll watch GeoGuessr live streaming. And I've played GeoGuessr a few times, and when I watch GeoGuessr live streaming, it's like crazy. They it's like the way we memorize the dictionary, they've memorized the world essentially, and they know exactly where every location is at a moment's notice, or they're incredibly like honed into where it is in the world. And I just see that and I'm like, damn, there's no way I could ever do this or would ever even try to do this. And I understand that we're kind of very predisposed in our Scrabble world to showcasing the absolute elite level play. In part, that's because people do like watching the champion level players compete. People like watching the highest level of expertise, but it does give you a very, very skewed understanding
Oh, yeah.
of what the level of abilities are at these events. There are people of all different abilities playing in these tournaments, and you are not thrown to the wolves typically unless you really want to be. You can opt into those super high level divisions, but there are many, many lower level divisions where you can get your feet wet, learn how to use the clock and use the scoreboard and all these basic steps that are, that first step on the ladder on your Scrabble journey. Really
Yep,
mixing
definitely.
mixing metaphors there, big time. Ladder on, stepping on the ladder on your journey, but whatever.
Yeah, definitely, especially with the say the newer age apps that we have now. So especially like the Scrabble Go app that Will is very familiar with. He works with Scopely, who are the makers of the official Scrabble Go app. A lot of players now start playing online on the app against either playing against the bots or playing against random people, or you're playing other places online just to kind of get more game time in and just practicing, honing your skills in your own time. And then you start seeing some people just start playing in tournaments like straight away, and they're already very good. They're already above the lower division category, and they're already going straight into either Division B or Division A straight away. So sometimes you do get that kind of stuff too. And the people who have already been playing and are just very keen to learn things all the time and just become obsessed with the game in that kind of sense, and you just get very good very quickly. But again, I would just kind of like make the comparison to like any kind of sport. Like we're watching like the very best players in the world play. So like if you're watching like soccer or football, or I guess if you're watching like the best teams in Europe playing against each other in the Champions League, playing each other, those are the best players, the highest paid players. I mean, no one's getting paid here, but I mean, in terms of the best players that are playing with each other, you're not going to be like, oh, I could be on one of the people on the pitch there, playing along with them. It's like it's not going to be like that. or playing for like your best your favorite basketball team or whatever. You're not going to be one of the five people starting on that field, on the court, So it's kind of like showing how good that you can really be at Scrabble. Um, and yeah, that's what we're kind of showcasing here right now.
Yeah, I mean that's definitely, as anybody that's seen my YouTube over the last year probably has gathered, I just feel like that is it's a huge disconnect about Scrabble. I think a lot of people lump it in with like shoots and ladders and stuff like that you pull out on a rainy day and don't take that seriously. I think the best comment I've ever seen about Scrabble is that its complexity is almost a secret. As you can see, Josh and Kevin sitting down, we're ready for them. They can start at any time.
Yep.
But Scrabble, I do feel it's almost like it's buried under the surface of this casual game that you play on a rainy day with your family, that it has this incredible complexity to it that once you come in contact with it a little bit, you start to realize that, wow, this is actually a really cool rabbit hole to go down. There's so much to it, and I feel like that's basically every piece of content I make is trying to make that argument, whether I'm doing it overtly or not. But I think that we're making some inroads there where I think of it a lot on YouTube and other platforms that are very discovery based. You can learn about any subculture, but I do feel like the content creators that are really good at making content about their subculture do it in a way that makes you kind of want to play it yourself, even a little bit. Like it makes the thing seem so cool that you almost have to try it at some level, and that's kind of what I'm aspiring to. So
Yeah, Scrabble's a very fun game to watch, and also to play. So like definitely get involved if you have the opportunity to do so. Quick shout out to Muffin with Tentacle in the Twitch chat. Thank you so much for the five
ooh,
subs as well. Thank you so much for that.
very
I hope
nice.
you five people out there are going to enjoy some gifts that I have on my on my Twitch channel. And also, as another place that you can go and play Scrabble, talking about that, is that actually Josh is wearing a Woogles t-shirt. So if you're on Twitch right now, I'm going to put out a little command that Woogles.io is a place you can play Scrabble online, and it's a very cool place to dip your feet into the water in terms of playing, getting closer towards playing in real life tournaments. And I'm also going to put out another prediction as well, just so we're at it. I'm going to put the betting line at Kevin to win by 20 points. So if you're going to use your A9 coins, you've got 5 minutes to predict. Option one is for Kevin to win by at least 20 points, and any other result, so Kevin to win by less than 20 or Josh to win, that is option two. So go use your coins wisely, get predicting.
And we're underway with our first play. So you got to get those
Here we go.
predictions in, or I guess if you really want to game the system, you can wait until the very last second that the
You could.
prediction is running to get the maximum information. But come on, just put it out there on the line. Predict some A9 coins over on Austin's Twitch. You can see our little nameplates right here under our. Yep, there you go. Oh, it's messed up. It just did. It slid from one to the other. Okay, maybe it's been doing that and nobody told me. It's supposed to go to show Austin's handle, so you can head on over to his Twitch. But anyway, Josh opening with all those vowels. He plays, again, we love our cries of Bacchic Frenzy and all of our other weird, archaic things that you would shout hundreds of years ago. And this is one of them. And I think this is a pretty nice way for Josh to dump some vowels here, Austin.
Yep, I think that's the best play. You're trying to get rid of two E's, O, and the V, and they all make a word. So you might as well just play that, keeping AES. And looks like Josh has actually drawn a bingo on his next rack, which so if Evo doesn't actually take an S, so the only play that he can, I think the only place he can play that is either side of the E of Evo on the first E on either side. So I don't think Kevin is really going to play there from what I see. So yeah, with that V in that spot, there's no two-letter words with a V, so that kind of builds a little buffer in between that Kevin will probably play something on either side of the O and the E instead.
Yeah, it's tricky to know exactly where he's going to play. It certainly feels like overlapping in this area or just simply playing through this E if he can find a play that he likes through there. Either one of those will leave Elysian totally unblocked alongside this E. You just notice that the V of Evo is doing some serious work here to prevent those overlaps that might make Josh's life more difficult. Because of that V, there's no way for Kevin to go all the way down through here. So, yeah, I think we're very likely to see Josh landing the first bingo, but Kevin has some good tiles to work with if he can get rid of certainly the U. I would be very surprised if he doesn't play the U. Maybe he'll play something like Homie to this E of Evo. I guess that's on the table as a possible play. That would keep the U, but it would also score decently well and get the 2 high scorers off of his rack. So tricky move for Kevin here to start things off.
Yeah, he's got some kind of a few ugly tiles that don't go well together. So he's looking to try and get rid of some of those, like just like what you said with Homie. He doesn't quite get rid of the U, which arguably is one of his worst tiles that he has. Another option is playing Mohua, Mohua, which is that. Yeah, it looks like what he's doing, which does
Yeah.
take an Asuk, so
Uh,
that improves Josh's position of playing Elysian underneath that onto the triple.
so this is absolutely warranted aggression on Kevin's part. We see the truth, which is that Josh has an S and he is going to pluralize this word and score way more than he would have in this spot right here. And there's going to be very little hesitation from Josh to play this. But in the cases where Josh doesn't have an S, that is a great way by Kevin to set up his S. You can see he has
Yeah.
one. He doesn't know that Josh also has one. He does know that he has one. So I think that was a pretty good calculated aggression. It didn't work out for him here as Josh is going to hammer him with a 94-point bingo and instead of his 64-point version that he would have had. So a swing of 30 points here, but there are going to be just as many times, if not many more times, that this play works out very well for Kevin to set his S up in such an aggressive manner.
Yeah, very much so. And I don't think Elysian takes an S hook, so it's the S is not really worth that much now on the board as it stands. But yeah, I mean, it looks like he can play something like what can he play? Something like Oki, but it kind of is a
Yeah,
little bit weird. We just put the K there or
just
something,
the
AKA.
K. Yeah, I mean, the K on its own is a very high scoring spot right here. So maybe you would
Yeah.
just play AKA there or something like that. Austin suggesting maybe playing Oki through this spot is still, I think, a pretty high scoring play. It doesn't land one of the high scoring letters on that triple letter score, but it still scores well and probably keeps the best leave that you can get. Austin just mentioned that this word is an adjective. You cannot hook this with an S, but there is still pretty easy S hook right here if you get a 7-letter word. So keeping a good leave makes a fair bit of sense for Kevin. So there are a number of ways that he could go here. He definitely has a few options to get his way back into the game. As we see, Josh also has an X. I'm not sure exactly where he's going to make great use of that X, but typically is a nice tile to have.
Yep, I think he has Toxoid that would actually play above the A and the N of Elysian. So that would stay open if uh, Kevin plays Akka. So we'll see about that. And but Toxoid would give the S hook, which Kevin would have. So we're kind of looking almost 2, 3 moves ahead here, if that's the route that Kevin wants to go. But it really depends on I feel that Oki is probably slightly more superior because it's going to bingo more often on the next turn. Um, but if he doesn't see that, then Akka's a pretty good second best move, which would then give Toxoid.
Yeah, for sure. It's totally agree with that analysis. I definitely feel like there is no absolutely obvious best play
Oh,
here,
he's done
but
it.
if I
Nice.
had to favor one, I think this would be the one. So Oki like this play. The leave of AITS is going to mature into a bingo a lot of the time, and that is going to really help as Kevin tries to get back in this.
Yeah, and with topside now blocked, there's now the question of what does Josh do? He could play something like Oxide onto the E of Elysian. Again, it kind of gives away a lot of points with those vowels next to the doubles and the X in between. So you can hit that hard, pretty hard if Kevin draws some big tiles. But it does leave Josh's rack pretty conducive to bingos on the next turn. Although we just see Kevin just drew UWB from the rack from the bag, so he actually could
Mm.
play Wob next to it if that gets played. So yeah, I mean we could see that come down. But there's no real great play for the X right now without opening something up. So it's really going to be a matter of what does Josh kind of weigh up in terms of his best moves here. He could even play something like Ox and X, just keep it relatively blocked if he wants. Something like that. We'll have to wait and see what he decides on here.
It's tough. I mean, I'm actually just trying to look at any of these plays that
They're
use
not
the
great.
X, and maybe the best thing to do is to just look at his POV for a second, and you can see that in all of these cases, like Oxid here would needlessly open up the triple
Yeah.
lane here. As I mean, Austin went through all of these, but just visually, you can really see how dangerous they are. This is an enormous lane that you would this is so easy. Pretty much any good suffix will play
Yep.
here. S, R, D, E, all the good letters would fit here. Really not that much better with Doxy. This is still a very scary opening to make, ending in an E or an A. Even stuff like Oxo, you're just giving such easy overlaps across. I can't really work out how to spend my X here and not just get walloped.
Yeah.
This one gives
Zed.
up the triple and overlaps in the same spot.
Yeah.
This is just a really, really tough situation in terms of you want to use your X for sure, but how do you do it without giving more opportunities to Kevin?
Yeah, I think really the only thing you can do is to play Ox and X, which would really give away the least, but again scores the least also. But you can see that Josh is going for it here.
Gung ho.
Um, he's going and doing the I think the high one of the highest scoring players that the engine is suggesting is to play Oxid and DE, which is 27 points. Again, I can't really fault it. There's not really I don't think that Ox and X is actually any better than Oxid, so you might just play this and just hope that Kevin can't really hit it too hard. And it does look like that is probably the case here. Although he could play Wob, WAB above it.
It's gonna score
Making
well. Yeah,
yeah,
Wob
and
will be strong. So
yeah, it's not really much you can do going down to the through the O from what I can see. So
the
um
computer engine
yeah,
likes his choice. The only other
yeah,
play that might be the answer to the question of how do you play your X without getting hammered is possibly Docs right here. This doesn't
yeah.
really do too much. It's going to be difficult to play a 6 letter word ending in a vowel a lot of the time. You can see Josh's rack
Mm,
is nowhere close to such a play, nor was Kevin's, in fact. And
yeah,
Docs in that spot might have had the defensive merit to be close, but the engine likes Josh's play of Oxid.
yeah,
I think it likes it because, again, as you said, it scores the most of almost any play using the X there, and it leaves him with that ROT leave, which is often, if you draw an E, a couple other good tiles, Josh could easily find himself bingoing again in this spot. I can predict, Austin. I don't know if you agree with me. I think a bingo eventually is going to get played here or through the E.
yes, I think so. I think both players are kind of working towards that. Um, Josh has the O to make OB above the B and the I in the bottom left corner, and maybe get rid of some of his kind of worst tiles here. I guess he can play something like Warp or something, or Word if you make a longer word there. Something like that, which would oh, actually, you could do something T. Maybe I can make. I just read the two hook is also there. He could play Trow, which
Oh,
would
yeah.
score a lot more.
That's
Um,
beautiful. All these
yeah,
overlaps.
I didn't even notice the T hook. Sometimes Woe is a bit hard to see. But yeah, that scores a lot of points there and keeps at least some decent-ish. That is, if you can pick out some vowels.
Yeah, that is definitely a hook that can be missed. The T hook on woe is just there are some times where you'll see that quickly, but in this situation it's not as easy just because I think your brain is sort of hardwired to put a W here. I feel like the wax hook and playing something with WO, as like you suggested, of word, that
Yeah.
is the very meta situation of a Scrabble player playing word when it is actually that's the word they're playing, and I think
There you
that's
go.
what we're likely to see. So this play is not appreciably worse than Trow. The leave is not great in both cases. It's probably a little bit better to keep CDP as opposed to CPT, but Trow is slightly better. I think the biggest reason that Trow is better is that at this score, Josh really would prefer
Yeah.
not to have a D in this position. The D is one of the best ending letters in longer words. And if Kevin had an E or something like this, he would have been able to really hammer that spot in a way that Trow, you can just see how it would play on the board. There's just no access. Even a 7-letter word hooking Trows would only reach this high. It wouldn't reach the other double word score. So, yeah, maybe just I'm gonna assume that that's a slight miss, but really that is a hair splitter compared to some of the other situations that can happen in Scrabble.
Yep, definitely. Yeah, that's I think that really is like the real difference here, giving away the four timer lane, with that D and Trout not giving anything away. And fortunately for Josh, Kevin doesn't have an E. He can maybe play
We
something
saw
like
that
Guild.
yesterday too. We saw
Yeah.
that yesterday too. Pugilist came up as an
Pugilist, yeah,
almost
almost.
yesterday, which is crazy.
Yeah, and Josh did have a P in his rack, so he could, in theory, he could have opened it up for him, but very unlikely in this case. I think Guild or Gwyd looks pretty good here, so that actually blocks Josh's bingo of speciate, but he also has ectopies on going the other way.
Wouldn't he also have
So
had? He has to
yeah,
have had something into that D too, right? Like I feel the
um,
spicated or
hmm,
something. Is that
yeah, I think that's also good. So
yeah? So
yeah,
that
scripted things like
blocked
that. Yeah,
that was scripted, yeah, of course. So that blocked some very good options, but oh boy, this is oh my
oh
god.
wow,
Hold on a second. Hold on a
okay,
second. So yeah, Austin pointed out, I think the word ectopies. Let's just zoom in on Josh's POV. So this is not the easiest word to spot. Of course, he has the P on his rack, and players at Josh's level, he is going to be looking for this spot to play a 7-letter word. Paya is a valid word, and any 7 starting with P will play there quite nicely. But there actually is one better option here, and it is cuspiest. I know that's a
yes.
weird looking word, but things can have a cusp more than others, apparently. And this would score 104 points. So first of all, I think that this is a Collins only
Yep.
word. I think cuspy
Yep,
does
it
not
is.
compare. So Josh is only a recent convert into the Collins lexicon. So I could easily imagine him just settling for something like, paciest or something here. But cuspiest would be a phenomenal play on his part. And I know that I would actually argue he's probably very likely to see it. I think the biggest thing is knowing whether it's valid and not being willing to risk it.
Correct. I agree with that as well. And again, the slight factor in this unique factor is that Josh is a relatively recent CSW player. And as you said, cuspious is a Collins only word. And also, as Benji Scrabble in the Twitch chat is saying, that ectopies is also a CSW only word.
Oh,
So it really depends how far Josh has got with his CSW studying. And if he misses ectopies and cuspious, then I guess something like paciest going across for 87 point. Any of the like billion bingos that go through start with a P there. Scored 87 and still scores a lot, but there are a few, yeah, as we said, just that there's a few moves that are slightly more superior than what that is, and also doesn't give away opening up a triple as well.
yeah. So I do definitely think, and there we
Okay,
are
here
going
it
to
is.
see.
Pickets.
Interesting. So that's a
Okay,
surprising choice just because you're
the
placing
S
the
is
S
there.
out there when you maybe don't have to. Paciest seems like a reasonable way to do that. There were also plays like peck ties that put an E there, which is certainly no better than an S.
And this, yeah,
So
also this gives away sweatiest as well.
whoa, that's a big swing, isn't it? So that would
Yeah,
have gone down no matter what he played in this spot, and it would have gone down after cuspiest as well, but it would have been
a
significantly
lot less.
weaker. Yeah, it would have hit a lot less hard. So, all right. So the play looks like for sure that's going to be Pickett's for Josh, who takes a huge lead, but there is a little lifeline in the form of a comeback bingo here by Kevin.
Yep, I think this is the only Collins. I want this is the only bingo available. And this is a Collins word too. So I wonder if Josh will challenge it potentially. Who knows? But it's a relatively high probable word if you know Suetia. So
Yeah, which
he might
is
have got that far.
these
He's looking at this. You can
words.
see he's looking around.
Yeah, he's thinking about
He's thinking.
this. And I
He's like,
think this
okay,
word has some kind of a tortured history. I think it was once in the North American list, but was then purged because things can be suety, like the food you would give to a bird, but do we really ever actually use this to compare or, it's comparative or superlative? But it made its way into the Collins Dictionary regardless, so I think it's a unique word in that respect. But I think
yeah.
Josh has opted not to challenge it, and that is the correct choice as it is in the dictionary.
Yep, and that word can be spelled with two T's as well, and they are also Collins only. So in terms of trying to remember those words, at least it's easy because they're both good. All the comparatives in Collins are also good. So as long as you've touched upon that word at some point, you would recognize it, and I think that Josh has. So I guess good job for not challenging that. But he is still ahead right now. I guess he could be slightly further ahead after that kind of those two moves, based on other players that could have been played. But still in a commanding position, 79 points ahead and on turn, and he is not a million miles off a bingo right now either. So he's in very good shape to try and add to that lead. Although
Ooh,
Kevin has drawn favorably here too.
just what he wanted. Yeah. So Kevin is very likely to strike back quickly and get a second bingo down immediately. So this is kind of an inflection point of the game of Josh doesn't quite have a bingo now. He's going to have to play for not so great of a score. And then Kevin is going to bingo almost certainly. It's hard to see how he won't on his next turn. He has advisor on his rack. He's probably got other stuff re-advised into the E of Pickett's. It seems very, very, very likely that Kevin is going to bingo. So Josh's next draw is actually really important. If Josh draws poorly again, for example, the Q is still in the bag. Maybe it's good to just quickly show from his POV what he's looking at. I see that that's slightly cut off there. I'll see if I can fix that, but it's pretty close to accurate. You can see the Q is still lurking. Maybe he draws that without a U or an I or anything to go with it. This is potentially, we could look back at this and say, oh man, this is where Kevin's comeback trail started here.
Yes, very much so. I'm looking at maybe playing Blog just to the right of Guild, making Go and Ugg. At the moment, Kevin cannot actually really bingo for that much. So as you said, Advisor can play, and also Vardy's, which really only play to the left or right of Evo. So yeah, we can see that Josh is playing Bog here, which doesn't give away anything. It kind of actually blocks re-advise, if anything.
It's a reasonable
But
choice, I think.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I was just going to mention that Blog would have given Vardy's and Ego and Sug a much bigger spot for Kevin's bingo, but he didn't play there. So yeah, Kevin's going to have to settle for probably Vardy's and ES here, I think.
Yeah, which it's certainly good for Kevin that he has a playable bingo here. It does only score 66 points, so he's going to need a lot more help. I think he really is going to need Josh to draw poorly. Josh, after his previous play, he left LENT. If he gets some help from some of the vowels and maybe one more consonant, we could easily see him bingo back, but it looks like instead he's drawn FF. Oh, he drew off out of the bag, which this could be still good with those Fs to score some points, but it does invite Kevin to potentially draw the second blank or bingo for a third time and continue driving his way back into this game.
Yep, that's it. Yeah, just hoping for the J or the Z to play next to the A. I think that's really what he's hoping for here. And the question is Josh ever really going to play in that spot? Based on what he has. I mean, the
Yeah.
nearest thing he can do is something like just playing OF in that spot potentially, but he's not leaving himself great letters to play or to use for the next time. Something like Flong onto the G of Guild might be slightly better. But yeah, I'm struggling to kind of come up with any real great plays here. What does the engine say?
Well, the engine just wants him to dump one of his Fs in the
Oh,
lower corner with Waff,
okay.
which is a very, very passive play on Josh's part. It does nothing to address any of this, openness of the board. It does nothing, active. But then again, Flong kind of is away from the action as well. And look at Kevin's draw.
Ooh,
The comeback is going to continue. He's drawn the
yep.
second blank. He's for
Got
sure going
bingos.
to find a bingo
Yep, for
somewhere on
sure.
his next turn. And this is just a rough one for Josh. He still is in pretty solid condition. If he is going to play something like Flong, and maybe we'll look at it from his POV. If he plays something like Flong here, his leave is going to be decent. He does keep his other F, which could be problematic, but maybe we know that Kevin has the other blank. He doesn't have the Z. Maybe Josh draws the Z and he gets a play here if that spot stays open. So Josh is by no means, even though he's kind of on the verge of giving up 3 straight bingos here, he's still, his winning chances are still pretty much, they're not, it's not helping him that Kevin bingoed 3 straight times as he's
Sure.
about to do, but he still has very real chances.
Yeah. And he's going to play offline, which is actually
Ooh.
yeah, it's a nice play actually. He's trying to take up space on the board to block some things and maybe turn over tiles to get that J or Z on his rack, which we know that Kevin doesn't have. This also has a double whammy that Kevin has two 8-letter words through the I of advisor, which would have both been 4-timers, would have both hit both double word squares, which would be trimeric, which was mentioned in the chat, and also crimpier. So he ended up saving a lot of points there by blocking that I. So yeah, that could have been a very painful set of events coming down there. But Kevin still does have available bingos available on this turn. But yeah, which is the highest scoring one, and will he find it?
So there, I'm seeing a bunch of them being suggested. So yeah, I mean, it's just, I really
Oh,
just,
look at Josh's rack. Off the charm.
wow. Oh my gosh. So Josh's draw, this is going to be huge. So, all right, from Kevin's perspective, there's actually a lot going on here. Hold on. I'm trying to get the unseen tiles to look a
There we
little
go.
bit better. Hopefully that's viewable
Yep,
for everybody.
yep, that's good.
But yeah, so Josh, of course, drawing both of those high scoring letters that will play in this spot. And a couple ideas being suggested for Kevin. He could play Mercuric to this C pertaining to Mercury. That would be a great, great play. 76 points. There actually is a slightly better play here, and that play is Maricarp right here. And this play
Wow.
would be the highest scoring bingo available. It would require Kevin to play through this A, making his blank a P. Again, we saw with Pachadum and Lewis Mikhail last game. This would be an 84-point bingo, his highest scoring play, and it would block this really, really good play here. Of course, it would still give back a lot of counterplay to Josh, but let's see what he ends up doing.
Morris.
Okay, Morris. We have Morris Greenberg in the chat to see Morris be played. But this is among the stronger bingos that Kevin has available. This is far from some kind of disastrous mistake, but it is
Yep.
going to allow Josh to play in that spot.
Yes, Merricup would have scored 8 more points and blocked the Janes and Zed play there. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely, I would say definitely, it's not definitely findable, but if he made that, oh, it looks like it's a challenge because Morris is a Collins only bingo.
Okay.
But yeah, but if Kevin was looking through the eye originally and made that like a P for Crimpier, he might have tried to make that P, and might have seen Crampier and then might have remembered the anagram and seen Merricup, which again is a kind of a set of events that of a train of thought that you'd have to be very specific in to find Merricup because it's not something that you would instantly see. But again, Morris, very, very strong play here and also gets an extra 5 points for it. So, and the scores are including the 5 point challenge. Is that
Yeah, I
correct?
did add the five.
Okay, cool. So yeah, we're expecting to see, should we be playing JA or ZA here?
So the crazy thing is, if Josh wants to chance it, he
He can play Jade.
could play something like Jade right here. So Jade
Wow.
here would score
Yeah.
53 points. Of course, it gives the J back to Kevin in the triple lane, but that's almost not the worst thing in the world. If he plays a J play here, maybe it only scores 30 odd points and it leaves the spot wide open and he would be keeping ZA, right? Jade. He would be
Yep.
using up these 4 letters. That means ZA would remain on his rack to play in that spot. So it's not the craziest idea. Of course, it's also on the table to just play his J in that spot now. But ultimately, the 1-2 punch in these two spots of Jade and Za, he can really figure out what order he wants to do those in. But wow, look at Kevin's rack is
Ooh, it's
pretty
close.
good. He's really close to having some excellent plays on his own next move.
Yeah, I mean, he has at least quiet or coif. Well, quiet on the right side through the E or coif onto the F of offline, which would stay open if Josh decides to just cash in that J right now. Um, and yeah, they both would score around the same number of points. So that wouldn't really change anything. But yeah, I guess something like Jade would be potentially be good here because he won't be met with. I mean, I'm assuming that Kevin will probably just play off the Q and not use that J spot that would be open. So yeah, it's really it's kind of finely balanced here in terms of what order these words are going to come down. And I think he's going to go for Jade. I really do like this play here. Especially if he picks out any more of those vowels like the maybe like an I, he can play Zati above it as well. So there are other different ways you can get score well with the Z as well.
Yeah, it's so interesting. There's so many different permutations. So, yeah, as you suggested, Austin, this play does block probably the play that Kevin really
Yeah.
wanted to play, which is the weird spelling of quaff into this F. So, without that, he may have to fall back on quiet in this spot because he really doesn't have anything great here. Another idea, maybe for Kevin, is would he consider playing joint, leaving QU on his rack and hoping
Ooh.
to draw something there. And whoa, look at that draw for Josh. Peasant. That's a nice, I think that is not spellable that way in Collins. I
No.
think you can spell it without this A.
Yeah.
That is a valid word. So yeah, it's still
Wow.
doesn't really matter. Like the draw, I think the key part of that draw is a nice mix of vowels and consonants so that when he gets his Z play, he's likely to follow up with something good on his next turn as well.
Yeah, I mean, Josh also has Zanja as well available, so he's definitely guaranteed in this spot. I think pretty much near enough guaranteed a 60 odd point play, no matter what happens here. So he must be feeling great about himself now, already 28 ahead. And then knowing that a 60 odd point play is coming down no matter what happens, you're just literally just waiting for your opponent to just make a move. But yeah, if Kevin plays something like Quiet here, which I feel like is a pretty strong play, is going to leave some really good tiles for him and maybe potentially bingo somewhere kind of through the R's of Morris or into the C of Pickett's, or even the A of Advisor at this rate. So he's definitely thinking about those kind of things at this moment in time. But yeah, what does the quack say?
Well, certainly quiet is a very strong option here. I'm going to try. I see hopefully my audio doesn't peak. I got a couple comments that it's getting low. But yeah, so essentially, the crazy thing is that what the engine likes seems to be a response to blocking the Z here. And I think the engine wants Kevin to play Kintar through this A, which scores a little bit worse than Quiet. This would score 36 points compared to 42 here. But even though it opens this triple lane, that's not nearly as damaging as a simple Z play right here. So the thing that I'm curious about, if I'm Kevin, what do you make of Jade with Ya available right here, right? Like, why not just play this if you're Josh?
Hmm.
I'm thinking about that if I'm Kevin. Why would he do this and place the J out in space when he absolutely did not have to do that and could have kept better, potentially better letters for
Yeah.
bingoing, right? He decided to use two good bingo tiles still with a lot of space to bingo on the board. Why? Why did he do that? And I might be able to come up with the idea, which is he doesn't want to use this spot because he has the Z. I don't know, Austin. Do you think there's any merit to that?
Yeah, I definitely think that that's what Kevin is kind of mulling over right now. I mean, I think that Kevin has probably seen like the one or two good moves that he's coming up with, but he's going to play quiet anyway. And yeah, I would be thinking the same thing because from Kevin's point of view, there's no more D's left on scene, and there's only two other E's left. So he might be, well, potentially Josh might be holding a lot of vowels. He might be holding another E or something. Maybe that's why he wants to do that. But other than that, then it kind of points towards that Josh probably has the Z and is going to, when they're going to play their next turn, and also block off the bingo lanes. So I think you can go maybe two ways with that. But yeah, maybe blocking Quinta with Quinta is maybe best here, but it's really hard to tell. But looking at Josh's point of view now, you can see the tiles left are actually looking pretty nice.
Yeah, that's I was just waiting to see Kevin's draw because it's so
Oh, not
pivotal
good.
and it looks like it's not what he wants. Was that ZE? Did Josh really keep both A's? I wonder
Uh,
if he gunning for he's saving Japan.
yes,
That's
I
got to
think
be
so.
it. So that's an
Yes.
interesting idea to save a guaranteed play from the J just to keep the scoring pressure on. Maybe a play like that will actually help Josh outrun bingos when Kevin has them. So that could be a very savvy play on his part. That being said, I feel like he was still going to draw into a lot of plays from the J, even if he played his A instead. So I'm not 100% sure he had to do that, but he has
Yeah.
drawn another E in any case.
Yeah. Yeah, he could have obviously upped his percentages um of of getting a bingo by playing off an A, but worked out okay in the end. And Kevin has Trojan here, I believe. He could play that for 39. At least that will keep the scoreboard pressure on, and Josh can't just sit back and just block things. But there's still a good number of vowels left unseen. There's no L's or R's left unseen to Kevin, so there's no chance of duplicating those. Lots of N's left, so he would like to get rid of that N. So I feel like Trojan kind of does a good job. But there might be other players that I'm not seeing right now.
Yeah, I guess the only issue with Trojan is that it's somewhat contingent on. I think there are actually five tiles in the bag, and Trojan uses five tiles. So if you're not drawing a bingo that plays in two spots, you are giving Josh an opportunity to potentially just block. I'm not sure what does any better than that, though. I don't have a great. Oh yeah, where did Josh's second A go? That's a good
Oh,
point. Maybe the
maybe he didn't
rack
have an A.
is
Maybe, yeah.
maybe
Possibly
that
didn't have
rack
one.
was incorrect. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, so Trojan is just tough. You kind of have to draw into things that play all over the place. on the resulting board, which doesn't feel likely. I just don't have a great backup option. One option that the engine seems to like is Larned,
Yeah.
Larned, which scores 30 points. Trojan scores 39. But I think the best thing you can say about Larned is that it leaves one tile in the bag, which creates some uncertainty for Josh in terms of, do I block these letters? Well, I guess you don't have to worry about the E. There isn't any space to play a bingo here, but do I block these letters or do I block these letters? Um, that's about
Yeah.
that's about all I see. Kevin's in a bind. Really nicely done by Josh to kind of hold on to this game despite getting bingoed on many times in a row
Yep,
there.
three in a row. Yeah. Yeah. I kind of take back my option of Trojan now, and now realizing that there's actually 5,000 in the bag. Just so yeah, you can't play 5,000 and play Trojan there. So land looks very strong here. Um, and yeah, I mean, I don't know if there's any merit to even maybe trying to play off another R because there's two R floaters on the board with Morris. Um, that's kind of like a more of a left field idea here. Maybe you're gonna looking to play through those R's, so maybe just get rid of both R's and play like Tard or something in that same spot. Um, but again, you're kind of reducing your percentages of bingoing on the next turn. So yeah, I mean it's tough here. We're gonna have to wait and see what Kevin does here. I would imagine that he would know land. But Josh is probably going to have to play something long down from the R of Morris, and just try and disrupt all that space in between. So any bingos that could potentially fit between Morris and Pickett's will not really be able to fit anymore. So like something like repaint, even something like that. Knowing that there's no more S's left, would just take up all the space. But I don't know if it's
Um,
quite enough, though. That's the thing. If it's going to be enough to stay ahead.
For sure. I just want to interject that
Yeah.
while we pick our next round game, I'm going to throw some options to you guys in the YouTube chat, and people can say which game you want. I think those are the three that stand out to me in terms of, do you want to watch content creator battle David Webb versus Josh Sokol, or the top game in the standings, Ed Martin versus Toke Aka, who we haven't seen, the president of the Nigerian Scrabble Federation? Or do you want to see Terry Kang clinging to a very high spot on the standings against world's runner-up Harshan? So let me know what you guys want to see in the chat as we see. And there's Tard.
Yeah, there we go.
That seems like a slightly worse variation of Larned, but maybe not that much worse.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was just mentioning about maybe playing two R's here because there are two R's on Morris. Maybe that's what he is thinking about here. But yeah, really goes down to what his last draw is going to be. He's going to leave one in the bag, and yeah, let's wait and see. I'm actually putting out those three options into the Twitch chat as well.
For
So if there's
sure.
anyone out there who wants to decide as well, then feel free. Otherwise, forever hold your silence, I guess.
Yeah, it's currently quite the split right now between, I don't know. There's nothing emerging as the top. You guys are pretty even. So we'll have to make a choice there. A lot of good options, of course. As we watch the tail end of this game, we don't want to get too sidetracked because this game's still absolutely hanging in the balance.
Mhm.
Josh, I wonder if he has to think about any particular. I'm sure now with only one tile in the bag, he's going to be looking all around. I think the R's of Morris are definitely where he is looking to make sure whether Kevin could possibly have any bingos there. It doesn't look to me like anything's jumping out, Austin, that he
No,
even needs to worry about anything.
definitely not. And the A is in the bag still. So even with those eight unseen tiles, I don't see anything that really well anything it even doesn't even matter if it fits or not. I don't even see anything that actually even makes an eight-letter word. So yeah, I don't think that Josh has too much to worry about here. He doesn't, and he obviously doesn't think he needs to either. I mean, he's going to play Ginny with an E on the end of it,
Yeah,
um, and he'll draw an A to have Tapper or a tap as his four tiles going into this endgame.
I think it's a perfectly good play, and I frankly
Yep.
don't really see. Maybe there's something I'm not seeing or that you're not seeing along with me. But this looks like there really isn't any threat that Josh has
Yeah.
to worry about. And probably the biggest threat, which Josh just avoided, is spending too few points to block a phantom bingo that isn't even there. So instead, Josh correctly avoids that pitfall and scores to the J for a very high number of points. And yeah, that for those asking where did Japan go on the rack, that has to have been a transcription error. Something maybe the way Josh was orienting his tiles. It seems like maybe he didn't have the two A's that we thought he did after all. He probably had two E's, and that's why he played Zay to undouble the E's and keep an A instead.
Yeah, I think so. It's just an error on that part. So yeah, that actually makes ZE a lot more understandable now in hindsight. But yeah, I don't think Kevin has any winning plays here. He's 57 points behind. Josh is going to be going out on the next turn, I'm sure. And these letters are just not good or conducive to bingoing whatsoever. The only thing I can see is playing Noah above Morris there, making no or R and high. 29 points. That's about as much as I can see, but that is not 57 points. So looks like Josh is going to hold on here, despite a three bingos in a row from Kevin, and take this win.
I don't know how to do polls on YouTube, but I'm about to add these options here. So it's going to be Toke Aka. I figured it out versus Ed Martin, and then David Webb versus Josh Sokol, and then Terry Kang, who we haven't seen. I'm kind of partial to that choice versus Harshan, who I know a lot of players like to see. So I don't know
Yeah,
how to control how long this poll will run. I just tried to run it. Hopefully you guys see it. It's the
yeah, we
first
can
time
see it.
I've done that on YouTube. So Noah is the play by Kevin. That actually is his best endgame move according to the engine. So good job to him to spot that one. And back over to Josh, who
Yeah.
makes the play of a tap. That is his second best move here, and easily enough for him to win. Slightly better would have been, I think, the Collins only version with two T's down in this lower corner. Either way, it's totally academic. Nicely done by Josh to fend off quite the charge there at the end of the game from Kevin, who bingoed three straight times. Advisor, Suetiest, and Morris, one after the other, to make this a close game. But it's Josh's win. Pretty impressive performance, Austin.
Yeah, very much so. Yeah, definitely not easy to withstand three bingos in a row. But Josh played very solidly, getting out to an early lead, and very coolly plays the J and the Z for huge scores towards the end of the game to stay in front. So yeah, very impressive play from Josh. And he improves to a 9-6 record, and he continues to go up the standings.
Yeah, that's a big one for him as he is fighting his way back up there. I said it before that anybody with 5 or 6 losses at this point can still go on a huge run in a 25 game tournament. You could easily see somebody at 19-6 in a field like this. That's pretty likely to be enough. So yeah, I do feel like these players are still very much alive. So it's we can definitely, and the poll is incredibly close. A lot of Harshan fans out there, but the David Webb versus Josh Sokol is closing the gap very quickly, 35% to 36. It's still not sure who's going to win this one. But yeah, we have a few minutes in between games to let that run a little bit longer. And I think maybe at this point, until the very, very end, when we pretty much have to show the games that matter the most in the standings, maybe what we'll do is try to give you guys the option of picking the matchup you want to see. We definitely want to keep you guys happy out there in the audience. I don't know how to do this between the two platforms, Austin. Maybe
I'm going to put one. I'm going to put a poll right now. How long do you think we should put the poll out for?
mine's been going for 2 minutes.
Okay, I'll put mine up for maybe for 2 minutes or so, and
Yeah.
we'll start the poll right now. between those three options. So if you're watching on Twitch, you can cast your vote for what you want to see next or who you want to see next. And yeah, go decide.
So right now it's absolutely neck and neck in my poll. So I don't even know how to interpret this. But yeah, lots of great options. So anyway, while we wait for those polls to resolve, let me make sure I save this game here for posterity. That was Josh versus Kevin. But we can look at the standings and see if any of these are rolling in. And you can see Ed got right back on the winning track in his previous game, up to 14-1. So now a lot is riding on Harshan's previous game and Lewis's previous game in the round that we just witnessed. But Terry is just hanging strong right there. Look at her rating gain, 1536. That is a real underdog situation, hanging with the top dogs and gaining 160 points of rating, Austin. That's really, really impressive by Terry Kang.
Very much so, and not just that, but look at her spread as well. Almost 900. She just beat Tobias Alti by 257 points. Catapults her spread pretty much on this list right now, as you can see, easily the third best spread amongst the top front runners right now. So she's really putting in a great performance so far.
Yeah, so it feels like if she keeps this up, it does feel a little bit like we'll probably be able to feature Terry in a game sometime soon, just because she's so high at the top of the standings that she's going to stay in the thick of it. Whereas I don't know necessarily whether Josh and David Webb are likely to be matched up. They are right back to back in the standings right now. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know if I'm supposed, if I, do I, am I allowed to be biased as the commentator to argue in favor of a game and see how strong my influence goes with my audience, Austin? What do you think?
I don't know. I mean, I guess that's up to you if you want to. I'm honestly happy to see anybody play. And I'm sure we'll see. I mean, a lot of these players are pretty much near the top anyway. So, if they're up there, then I would be fine with it. I personally, I mean, if I had to choose anything, I would like to see Terry play on the stream. Would like to see more ladies on the stream, and she's doing really well right now. So um, I think it's good to have some female representation on the stream, and she's earning it. She's in fourth position and well in the hunt for a top prize.
That's true. And even though the poll is very slightly in favor of Webb versus Sokol, Terry and Harshan are right behind. And it looks like your poll on Twitch was pretty decisively in favor of
Yes.
Terry versus Harshan. So I'm going to go ahead and prove to you all. And oh, it just stopped. I stopped the poll at 38-38. And I'm going to prove to you that this is not a democracy. I am the dictator here on YouTube, even though you have the illusion of democracy. And perhaps you believe that by right you deserve to watch David Webb versus Josh Sokol. I think, let's make the executive decision to have Terry and Harshan right there. So with a
Yes.
strong arm, I'm going to let them know Harshan Terry chosen.
Yes, and I think that because even though it was pretty much even, dead even on your stream, we have a 64% in favor of Terry and Harshan on us on the stream here, compared to 29%, which is David Webb and Josh. So maybe if you combine the two votes together, you can argue that
That's
this was
true.
actually the correct answer overall. But yeah, I would be happy to see how Terry's playing in this tournament.
Yeah, it'll be cool to see her. She has had a phenomenal tournament. She is going first in this game, so we'll get that set up. I do know that Terry has been studying hard for the first time in a while. I think she's sort of been candid that she's taking it a little more seriously. And Austin, there really is no substitute for that extra preparation and familiarity with the dictionary.
Yeah, I think so. And yeah, I mean, she's kind of like, she's about 1600 rated player at the moment. So if anyone that's around that level who brushes up on the words or kind of digs a little bit deeper into the dictionary in terms of your studying, you can actually improve quite a lot. And maybe you're witnessing that right now. So Terry is putting on a good run here. Currently sitting in fourth position, and playing Harshan, who is currently in second, although not all the results are in yet. But
Yeah, we'll
Harshan is
see.
playing Lewis right now, who's just behind.
We
So
will see where
Harshan's
he's
gonna, yeah.
at after
Okay,
this
so
round.
look, Harshan has beaten Lewis by 8 points, so that actually puts Terry into third position now.
Wow. Incredible. And that's late. This is late on for her to still be right in the thick of it. Oh, wow. He
Yeah.
only won by 8 points. That must have been a banger as well. I do feel like the next frontier here, if we're someday, I would love it to do, more tournaments where we can actually check in with more of the games in progress as they're being played. I do feel like there's so many great games that are happening all the time, kind of totally closed off that we don't even know what's going on. We only get to show you the one game right now, but maybe someday we'll be able to bring you the action from multiple games at once. But I think I'm ready now. Round 16, we got everything up to date. Oh, Kevin McMahon is not, and here would be the real. Let's everybody do a spell check with me. Did I spell Harshan's name correctly this time? I
Yes.
sounded it out. I think I did, but please let me know
That
if I
looks
did.
right to me.
So
Yes.
yeah, I think we should be ready. I think we just saw Harshan's result get added to
Yeah.
the standings there. Again, we might as well cut back to that and just keep looking as we see that result come in. This is after round 15. It looks like most of these games, yeah, all of these games are complete, updated through round 15. So this is where we stand. Ed Martin's still in excellent shape right here, and Harshan just paired up with Lewis Mackay. That seems like a pretty huge matchup, where Harshan narrowly came out on top, which really helps his chances. And Austin, they have the exact same tiebreaker right now.
Wait, who has this? Oh, yes, they do. I
And
didn't realize that they
Harshan.
had exactly the same, but yes. Both very high in spread, and obviously one is trying to outdo the other, but they're currently exactly the same. So, yeah, I assume that Titanic battle and spread is still going to continue, and see who can get the important tiebreaker over the other, because again, whoever has the highest one, it effectively is like another win. So, if you can get ahead. But those two are clearly a little bit further ahead of the rest of the pack. So we'll soon see if they stay far ahead or not.
Yeah, we're very, very likely to see a lot more of those players at the top. But yeah, I'm really excited to have Terry on the stream for the first time so far in the broadcast. And looking further down the standings, plenty of people that you could see make a run at this. Sammy Okasaga in there in 8th place. He has been a strong player on the world scene for decades. Brett Smitheram, 2016 World Scrabble Champion, has worked his way back up into contention. He could easily go on a run. Of course, you see the Josh Sokol and David Webb in 12th and 14th, a little bit further down in the standings, which I strong armed the broadcast into not accepting. Or technically, actually, you could frame it that I care so much about democracy that we added Austin's poll into my own. And we came to this result, and I'm sure it's going to be a great matchup to see. So Terry is seated and ready. Harshan might have take. Oh, is that no?
No,
That's definitely not the hair of Harshan. No
could
offense,
be,
Harshan has
could
a good
be.
head of hair, but it's not that good. So
uh,
yeah, should be a great matchup. Again, if we just cut to the schedule, so you can see how far along we are. That's not the schedule. This is the schedule. Um, so we had our lunch break. We just finished round 15. We're into the home stretch on day 2. We're about to have round 16 here, which means we have 3 more games today before we finish the stream off. I don't know if Austin and I really have it in us to wake up at 4 a.m. tomorrow morning, but I think we should be ready to go tomorrow at round 21 to bring you guys the last 5 rounds of the tournament. But for now, we are at round 16, a little bit more than halfway through. How are you feeling, Austin?
I'm feeling fine right now. It's not, and we both woke up pretty early this morning, but feeling pretty good because these games have been very exciting and a lot of action, a lot of great action to watch. But yeah, maybe I'll start crashing closer to the end of this day or maybe late afternoon here.
Yes.
Um, But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I think we're doing okay for now.
The late afternoon is when I crashed yesterday. I started feeling it right
Need
then
a
where I
siesta
was
or something.
I was
Yeah.
actually playing word I was playing Boggle on my phone and I started falling asleep during the round, and that's how you know maybe a nap is a good idea.
Exactly.
So yeah, but I'm feeling good. These games have been great. I'm sure we're going to get a couple more excellent ones. Of course, the tail end of yesterday we had some blowouts. That is what happens sometimes in Scrabble, but I think at this point even the blowouts are interesting because they kind of fit within a larger narrative of the tournament. We're seeing some players for repeat as players on the stream, and there's a little more history to draw on to see a bunch of games by all of these players. So I am, for that reason, I'm excited to have Terry in the mix because with a win against Harshan right here, she could really start to make some noise at the top of the standings, which would be a phenomenal performance by her. She is the number 47 seed in this division, which I believe has 66 players in the
Yeah.
top division. So this is a really, really great story here in progress. And, I'm never surprised when I see Terry play some kind of crazy word. It's, to me, I feel like it's just a matter of discipline to hammer down those more, everyday bingos and get more consistent with those higher probability bingos. And if she's done that, she could be a real force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Yeah, she knows some very obscure words. So again, no surprise about that. And again, she's number 47 on 66 in terms of Wesper rating in this division. So it's a true underdog story, I guess we could say. But yeah, she's still got a little bit way to go. She's in very good position right now, and I'm sure that Ed Martin is definitely hoping that Terry's going to win this game, and so he
Oh,
can pull even further in front in the standings because Ed is still 2 games ahead of Harshan and 3 games ahead of Terry. So I'm sure Ed is hoping for a favorable result with Terry here.
Ed is matched up with Toke Aka, who I have to say, as impressive as Toke's run up the standings has been, another underdog, the 37 seed in fifth
Yep.
place. Again, still no. Oh, there's Harshan sitting down. I was gonna maybe still we can sneak in a quick cut to the standings and show that number 1 Ed Martin is going up against number 5 Toke Aka, who we noticed Austin earlier. He was winning a huge number of games with almost no point spread, and that's really not changed too much.
Yep, doesn't look like he hasn't changed much. He's still winning games and he's not winning by too much. But at the end of the day, the wins is what matters most. And that's why he's in the top five. And in terms of yeah, the sixth, seventh, and eighth are all Nigerian players as well. So again, showing how strong the Nigerian contingent really are at this game.
Yeah, so just a question in the chat of why is there a gap? The gap is kind of difficult to control. It's essentially the fact of the matter. You see the clocks right now on screen. They are always set to 25 minutes per player, and we're only showing you the one game. So if Harshan, which he did just have what seemed to be one of the slowest results to update, it's very likely that his game was one of the last to finish in the previous round. So he had to get up, take a short walk, go use the restroom, and now get back to the table. So that's probably part of it. When one of the games we show is fast and the next players we want to show go long, that's why there's a gap.
Yep.
So sorry we had to riff this much, but we're ready to rock. There's no need to delay. Um, and I'm just giving the go ahead to our producers on site. And in we go to round 16. And I think it's Terry going first here. Very excited to see what happens in this game. The underdog story for Terry Kang.
Yeah, very much so. We've already seen Hashem play a number of times, not only just on this weekend, but in the past. He's not necessarily the fastest player in the world. So we do kind of expect that he will be taking a bit of time in between games to kind of compose himself and get himself ready for the next game. I think he has some kind of ritual because you saw that he was listening to things on his headphones. He likes to listen to music whilst he's like in between games to keep himself in the zone. So the last thing he does when he sits down is to put his earphones back in to his little pouch. So yeah, he's trying to stay in the zone and stay focused every single time that he has. But yeah, we've got Terry to go first. We just want to waiting for confirmation of what the racks are for both players, and then we can. Oh, there we go. Okay,
And wow, what a nice start. So the a
60.
60 point opener here. Whoop, I flipped it too soon there. Ziffs, excuse me, for 60 points. What a nice way to start for Terry, leaving the D and the Y. Not the best, but not the worst set of tiles. It's just great that she was able to see that and play it so quickly. Nicely done.
Yep. Harshan's got the Q, so um, is he going to play QI next to the I and the F? Maybe so. It's probably one of his highest scoring plays. Um, so maybe that is something he would do. But he doesn't have many good vowels on his rack or ready to do anything. I mean, it kind of sets up a counter parallel play on the other side of it with making ZE and QIN on the other side for himself, but which would also score a lot of points. So maybe that's the route that he might take. A much worse option, I think. Well, it's not much worse, but maybe playing QIN across the I, keeping Weiner might be the option, but it scores 15 points fewer. Um, but yeah, I think you take the 15 points here.
Yeah, it makes sense. You made a very compelling argument there of why this is good. You have two N's on your rack, and the N is going to play in that spot. If Terry doesn't have an N, it's going to, or an S, I suppose, but certainly an N is the bigger consideration. If she doesn't have one, this spot is not as likely to be taken by a parallel play. You might still see a play going across from the
Yeah.
Z. That's certainly a possibility. But a lot of the time, if Terry has a letter that plays here productively, like a K or a D, which we know she does have a D, you would see a play in this spot go down, which would free Harshan up to play something like Wen and Chin for a good score, balancing his rack. So that makes sense, to say nothing of the fact that this just scores way better. So I would
Oh, look
certainly.
at that.
Wow. Oh my gosh. Great draw for Terry. Both blanks at once
Ooh,
on her rack. Of course, the rest of her letters are not
what
what
you can
she
do.
wants here. She must have exchanged.
Yeah, I think
I think
so.
that makes sense. Technically, in that situation, it might have been on the table for her to burn one of her blanks with something like giddy,
Yeah.
burning the blank as an I, leaving the other blank left over. That would have scored 33 points, which is roughly what you expect to get extra from your play if you're going to use the blank, maybe a little bit more. So I don't know. That's a tough one, but I don't falter too
Yeah.
much for exchanging Austin.
Yeah, definitely not. It's definitely an unconventional thing to do in terms of um, burning a blank this early on for 30 odd points, as we see when comes down onto the board. But yeah, I actually would consider. Yeah, I think I really like playing Giddy in this spot because having a second blank kind of so basically the value of a blank is around 25 points or so. But when you have a second blank on your rack, also the value of that second blank is significantly less. Maybe I think it's around 10 points or something. So you're actually worth just playing the blank off here. And because whatever bingo you play with two blanks is generally not going to score very much. So you're better off getting the 30 points now, and you're still leaving yourself in great shape with C blank on your rack. I mean, the only other problem that it might have is that you're kind of telegraphing that you probably have another blank on your rack by doing that, but at the same time, you go up 93 points. Well, you go up 93 points on your score, and then you're still up by a lot.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, the other factor there, I think that a computer can't necessarily quantify is if you're playing if you're playing Giddy with a blank eye in this spot going down here, there uses a neon flashing sign to your
Yep.
opponent that you have
So,
the other blank. You would never ever do that at this level of play. Maybe when you're just starting out, a play like that, you do see newer players using their blanks for plays like that. But at this level, you just don't see that ever. So I do feel like your opponent can certainly use that information to sort of play accordingly. So you might not get as open of a board as you would want. As Terry plays Deb, I'm wondering maybe there was a possibility of playing something like Dep right here for a slightly higher score. Either way, it's just tough. Terry has that J combined with the two blanks. She's going to hope to get some vowels here. I still think even with a good draw, there might, even with two blanks, the J is so difficult to bingo with that it might take her one more turn.
Yep, I have a feeling that this move has a lot of defense in mind here because there doesn't seem to be any real reason why you would play Deb in that spot and not Deb up top for an extra, what I think it's extra 8 points. It might not be that bad now because Ionia comes down and sets up a big J spot as a comeback, but
True.
Ionia does go in between B and the S and is a maximum score here for 64 points in terms of scoring plays for Harshan's bingo. But I think Deb is kind of to kind of restrict any bingos ending with an S hitting the triple. I feel like that's probably what she is thinking, and just getting her nose in front early on. She wants to kind of block things up a little bit, but now Harshan has managed to break out with that. And yeah, Terry has bingos here, things like Japonica, but she might be better off actually just playing off like JO or something like that.
Yeah, that J spot, unless she has something really big like through this N, the J spot here is going to give her 50 odd points. And the board is open. I mean, it doesn't, the board is not open, but it's not so shut down that with two blanks on her rack, she is so likely to be able to find a bingo somewhere on her next turn that I do think with almost 100% certainty that just playing her J in this spot and holding on to her two blanks is a great option for her here. So the score is very close. She's gonna temporarily vault into the lead. And then she's got two blanks for next turn, so her odds of bingoing are really good. But as you said, Austin, earlier, having the second blank, not that she should burn it now, but having the second blank is not that much better. Like the difference between 0 and 1 blank is enormous compared to the difference between 1 and 2. In fact, having two blanks often will reduce the value of your eventual bingo because, as we know, the blank is worth 0 points. So unless you're bingoing way, way more often with that second blank, your scores are actually going to be slightly lower than they would be when you have one blank and all those tiles that actually have points associated with them. So she put something on the board and then picked it up there. I think maybe she was about to play JAP there, and is
Yep, she's
she
putting
going
it
for
back
that
down.
again? Yep. There.
But
So that's
yeah, with two blanks also, she should be relatively easy to bingo from chin and making one of the blanks an ass and still have another blank to make something else. Um, I think they're just recounting the score. But yeah, with two blanks, in theory, that four timer lane through the A and the N is still very much a possibility if Terry has the capacity to find something through there. So that's definitely not really blocked whatsoever, especially holding both of those blanks.
yeah, definitely true. And oh, a good point that actually I didn't see this until it was mentioned in chat, but Harshan actually had a bingo through this O of
Oh,
dovecots. Maybe
yes.
I guess this would probably be the place you would play it, but either way, a very obscure bingo. He was hoping that would stay open, and actually, there's a decent chance if Terry doesn't have the J there. There are many situations where she'll play something overlapping here and leave this O open, and Harshan would be bingoing for a second straight turn, but it's not to be. He's going to have to come up with something else.
Yeah, it's an interesting situation we're in here. I mean, it really depends on what Harshan wants to do. Um, and the scores are still very close as well. Don't think that because Harshan just bingoed, he's still ahead. Um, Terry got Ziffs for 60 and Jap for 59, so she's still well ahead right now. But Harshan has options like playing pivoted through the P and the I, opening up the board a little bit more, keeping CS. So that is an option as well, putting the E in the double lane for that kind of spot there. Um, but yeah, I'm also trying to think of what Terry can really do here. I don't know if there are any bingos available. but she really needs some help in terms of other floating tiles that might be put on the board.
Yeah, the play that she made there used up both of her consonants. It left her IO blank blank, which isn't inherently that bad or imbalanced. But if you don't draw, like if this happens where you only draw one consonant, you can be, I guess, pretty much any other consonant than the X. She would probably be
Yeah.
fine. But drawing the X is going to set her back a little bit. I don't think it's going to be that easy for her to find bingos here. There are 8 letter words that you could form with this, but the board is now pretty constricted. So I guess we kind of have to see what Harshan plays. It's been suggested that maybe he's going to play pivoted, which would be a nice idea off of the PI to get rid of his V and score well. That seems like a reasonable play. If he were to do that, there are some decent letters out in space. I don't actually know for sure if Terry would have anything good there. Maybe I can just spoil the surprise for you all here and
Yeah,
see if
another
that's the
option
case.
also is for Harshan to play Vos, VOES next to when. I mean, it's a bit more of an aggressive play, getting more points. But that would also leave AX open next to Ionia making picks, so she can cash in her X in that spot. Again, leaving IIO blank blank, which is not exactly ideal, but Harshan is definitely, I would have him down a bit more of a defensive player. He might play something like Vos, just to kind of maybe just add a little bit of board control. As so far, every move has been vertical so far. He might continue with that, and
Wow, very
yeah, we'll see
true.
how long that continues for.
Yeah, how long? And you guys are pointing out that if we do see pivoted played by Harshan, fixation through the T of
Ah,
pivoted would be playable as a bingo.
yeah,
Again, that would score quite well. That would score 81 points, but there would be competitive options still to play the X and still keep both blanks. The thing about deferring your bingo forever is you just you got to get your bingo at some point. So
yeah.
yeah, so
And you're
there's
basically playing with 5 tiles instead of 7 the whole
yeah,
time.
yeah, you can't defer indefinitely. You have to eventually pull the trigger on that bingo if you see it. Um,
Yeah.
so
Also, fixation plays onto the F of Ziffs anyway as
Oh
it stands.
yeah,
So
that's not as appeal. Well, certainly,
yeah,
certainly, if this spot stays open, if we see Harshan play Vose right
yeah,
here, I do feel like,
X.
playing something just AX, I guess. Even though again it leaves IIO blank, but that feels much safer than fixation, throwing the board totally
Yeah.
open, including a triple. But yeah, I don't know. It's
Yeah.
tough.
I mean, for
Harshan's still
sure. Yeah.
thinking.
Yeah. I mean, also like IIO blank blank actually doesn't well, it pairs up with the R of iron, not that bad if you pick out a vowel consonant or something. Again, those two blanks really give you a lot of flexibility to make words down there. So again, you could still draw into something with IIO blank blank anyway.
Yeah, it's true. So Harshan's having a good long think on this one, and I'll be curious to see what he goes with here. And he goes totally off of what we suspected. He just
Uh,
plays tech,
hmm.
and he
No,
picks it
he's not
up,
sure. He's not sure.
and he picks it up. I that would be surprising just because he has such solid options that use the V here. I feel like the issue with Vose is clear. It scores great, but it uses both of his two vowels. So it leaves him with 3 consonants for next turn. That could go south in a hurry. So I could understand why he would be leery of that play. Pivoted looks quite nice. I don't know how scared I would be if I'm Harshan. Am I worried after Terry's last few plays? And
Okay,
we
here we
are going
go.
to see, okay, so
Yeah.
he has pivoted to Vose. You like that pun? Never mind. Because he was going to play pivoted. So Vose for 45. That is a lot of points. It is definitely more than enough points to live with the 3 consonant leave, in my opinion. Um, I think that was really a stylistic choice between that and pivoted, Austin.
Yeah, I think so. And I felt like that, as I said, Harshan is a bit more of a defensive player, so he might go for the points and block that S hook. And as I said, we're still continuing with these vertical plays, Vose, and then Axe comes down very quickly. So Terry is very thankful that Tech got taken back off the board and Harshan decided to play somewhere else. And yeah, we're gonna see. Well, they actually both of those moves scored around the same, so not much difference in terms of the gap between the two players right now. But let's see if Harshan drew some vowels, and we'll see if Terry drew some consonants.
Yeah, it's big. I mean, Terry needs so little help from her draw to get a bingo
Yeah.
down, but it is worth noting
Oh,
that, oh, jeez. So it's crazy that she just can't connect. I'm very curious if she's got all these vowels. Are we going to see Harshan having just played his two vowels? And there you see a very opposite problem, and he is in a bit of a bind as well. If you look at his tiles, the board is not so great for him to be able to do much here. He actually has one really cool
oh,
play
yeah,
which stands out as a phenomenal option here. I guess actually there are a couple of variations of this play,
yeah,
but he has, so normally this looks almost like a forced exchange here. However, he's got plays that are definitely good to play, and I see on Twitch Muffin with Tentacle has spotted it, and you could see that the play in question is playing through ANA on the board and playing the obscure word of Tanadar, which would be absolutely tremendous if we define that. I'm pretty sure this is another one of these like offices of something. Yeah, it is the
yeah.
officer in charge of a police station based from Hindi.
Oh,
So
okay.
that
Well,
would be crazy. Apart from that, Austin, it's going to be tough to make a play on this board that makes you feel very good.
yeah, yeah. If you don't see that, I think an exchange is maybe on the cards here, especially with the board kind of pretty blocked. You don't want to be giving your opponent basically first dibs at anything you open up. Um, And yeah, we can see Terry has not drawn too favorably, but she does have a very obscure eight-letter word that plays.
Really, I haven't spotted it
Yeah,
yet. Um,
I don't think many people would actually find
oh
it.
my gosh, from the F, I wasn't even look. I was staring at
Yeah,
the R. Yeah, that's a crazy one. If she doesn't spot the one that you just described, it looks like
um,
Harshan just
20 points.
exchanged
No, he played
tiles.
he played Jot. He played Jot and Tax. 20 points.
Oh, okay. Just grabbing the easy
Yep,
20
easy spot.
points.
Yep.
Maybe he wants to try to draw into like a corded.
Oh, oh, whoa, whoa,
Oh,
whoa,
oh
whoa.
no.
Too many battle cries.
Yeah, this is immediate. Harshan caught it immediately. So this is the ultimate Bacchic Frenzy play. This is amazing. I've never seen this before. The two great cries of Bacchic Frenzy in one move, but unfortunately, it's not a valid play. So Uoi and Evo or whatever are, I think,
Yeah,
these are technically like similar words. I think they're almost synonyms, if I'm not mistaken.
yeah,
But yeah, you cannot actually. This is an interjection, so you can't put an S on here. So that's kind of a big swing. It sets Terry back a turn in that she can't groom these tiles a little bit more to try to get those vowels off. She's just spent a turn, and she's going to have the same decision facing her on her next move. So that's a tough one for her.
yeah.
It's still really close. It's far from like the game isn't over or anything, but we'll see if that play looms large going forward.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I could say is potentially a say saving grace or whatever, but the board is so blocked. Harshan has got nothing going for him in terms of the letters he has. He's probably going to exchange. He just picked an L.
L.
It doesn't really help. Um, he could play something like canal or something. I don't know, something like that, which doesn't really open too much. Um, and and if you're in Hashan's point of view here, you're not expecting Terry to be keeping two blanks on her rack. So it's kind of like, oh, you play UA, then it's like, well, she's probably not got anything good. But yeah, Cal here is good, 23 points, but probably his one of his highest scoring players available and keeps things very blocked. Oh, it's actually taking it back off the
Taking it
board.
back.
But it actually looks again kind of looks pretty good for him, I think, in terms of how I think he really wants to play this game, play it, keeping it tight. He'll go up by like a tempo, I guess, a little bit, by 30 odd points on this board, which is going to be very difficult to get any points from. But
Also, if he
yeah,
draws an E, he's setting up canaled double double.
yes, that is true. That is true.
All he needs is an E, and there are very few of them on the board. Well, there are a few.
Oh yeah,
There are still a bunch unseen to him. From Harshan's
yes,
perspective, there are 8 E's awaiting, and if he draws even one of them, he'll be able to play
gonna
CED here for a
yeah,
very good score. So
40
I really like
points.
that choice for him.
Yeah, it was a very clever play. Again, and even after Canal, it still leaves things very tight. So there's not, it really doesn't give anything away. And especially if you know that Terry is holding on to Yui, there's not really much that she can do. I think that she's actually exchanged. In terms of other moves
Yeah,
that were not bingos, maybe Auri on the bottom row there through the R, scores 7 points.
it's very
Before Cow was
aggressive.
played,
It's
yeah, she
very
could have played the
aggressive
Pixie or
too.
something. Yeah, but there's just really very few options available. But you don't really want to be opening the board up, I think, like that and this time.
Yeah, that might have been with such poor options available other than exchanging. Maybe that is the time if she were to see this incredibly obscure word with a blank Q, filioque. I don't even know how you would say this. Of course, putting an E in this spot, this is literally the worst spot to put an E. There are so many words that
Yeah.
end in ED, ER, ES. You're going to get hammered through that a lot. And in fact, Harshan probably would have had a very strong play through that E. So it's not the worst time for Terry to not play that. But Harshan hasn't drawn the E that he would need to play Canaled. So he's going to have to continue to slog through his excess of consonants. And
Place to be.
he just plays the B. Now, if he draws an E, he would have the word cheddar on his
Yep.
rack. I don't think that fits anywhere, but it's nice to
Nope.
have it, I guess.
Nothing fits anywhere right now.
And
Um,
Chador? Oh, wait. You also have a bingo with an O, too, right?
well, look at what Terry just drew.
Oh, my God. That's insane. This
Oh
is
man.
crazy. This game. This game has been bonkers. And,
EE.
oh, my God. That leave is actually shockingly good. ACDDRH would have 7 letter bingos with A, O, E, and U. Every
Wow.
vowel but an I. So that is one of the most. That's an amazing play by Harshan. Of course, the board was not very good for playing 7 letter words, but I'm amazed at how good. Like if Terry were to play a bingo somewhere that opens the board up a little more, that would have accomplished it. But oh wow, did she just miss a couple bingos there?
She had eateries, I think, at least. I don't
Yeah,
know if there was anything better than that.
earpiece, emerite. So there were a few bingos there. Not that they're that much better again than what she played, but I think there was some opportunity for her to play bingos through the R.
Yes. Instead, she has taken up that floating tile, and Harshan continues to play very cagey here. And there are literally no bingo lands available right now.
Look at this
But
board.
Perry does have like families through that F, and which is at least a more like regular word that she could find.
Look at the
Uh,
shape of this board. Now is the time for like this part of the board to be cut off.
it's a 15 by 6 rectangle.
Who would support just like buzz sawing the board to remove the bot, or maybe we'll give the 4 rows on either side. That's what we should do. Like, you know how in, I don't know, like Fall Guys and stuff, there are games where like the board gets smaller and smaller.
You just start standing on thing and it just falls apart. And
Exactly. That's what we should be doing here with this board. So anyway, it's back over to Terry. Let's just try to see what she has. I wonder if she's gonna.
she's
Okay.
finally seen the eye hook for Biss, which now provides a very useful, very conducive bingo lane ending with an A, E, or U. And of course, she's keeping hold of an A and E, which is good for her. I don't know if she would have seen families. I mean, I don't know if you would have played it in that spot. It doesn't score enough, but it's way more than any of the other possible plays that you can think of, like me, like what was played. Um, but yeah, I mean, she can't hang around for too much longer because Arshan is slowly putting further and further into the lead.
Yeah, he's done a really good job of keeping things really, really tight and difficult. Of course, Terry has had a couple of bingos, and you can just see again she used her lone
Oh wow.
consonant, and I think part of this I just want to call out. Terry has done this to me before when we played. I think she's sensing a little bit of, and I think she exchanged
Wait, there's a
again.
bingo here, isn't there?
Oh,
Equinia
oh yeah, there is another. Oh, Aquinia would have played making
game.
QN as the blanks. So anyway, World was played. So what I was about to say though, and that I think might be part of what's happening here, is that Terry senses this huge time disparity that Harshan's at 8 minutes and she's at 16, and I think she's rushing a little bit. Maybe she
Yeah.
should be slowing down and looking a little bit harder, but I think part of it is that she's trying to push Harshan into a very awkward situation with his clock. She might be taking it a little too far. Some of these, Equinia seems like it would have made sense to play. So yeah, that might be part of it here as we see Waj come down.
Yeah. And again, we're just looking at how much Terry has been struggling slash not finding the bingos available like Equinia. There's also Silique through that L of world as well. Again, making the blank a Q. But you can see right now that after this move, Terry was actually leading with Ziffs and Jap early on for 60 points each, but she's now 86 points behind on a board where I mean I know Hashan bingoed, but even after that he wasn't even ahead at that point. And Terry also cashed in the X. So like after all those three moves, she pretty much hadn't really scored many points aside from those. And yeah, like even if you just look at her last five plays, she got a move challenged off, she exchanged, she got EE for 8 points, me for 14 points, and then exchanged again. So that's a total of 22 points in the last five moves for Terry, and her score has kind of like stayed still for this entire time.
Yeah, it's a great point. Um, I don't think this rack has been updated. I'm so curious because
Yeah,
she
we're
really,
yeah.
really needs to draw a bingo now. Typically, this is one of the longer. She had both blanks on turn two. Okay, I feel like for
Okay.
sure we're going to see a bingo now. There's enough openness here on both sides of the board that we'll see something. But even then, Harshan's still going to be in relatively firm command because her bingo, the most that she can score is in the low 70s here, which isn't even going to be enough to catch Harshan, and then he'll get a turn. So a lot will hinge on Harshan's and Terry's next draws. Terry's going to need some help, and that's for exactly the reasons you stated, Austin, that she's really hit a slog of vowels in this mid game, has had some playable bingos on most of these turns, but has either wanted to pressure Harshan and not spend that much time looking, or maybe missed a couple of them. But either way, the tides have definitely turned.
Yep, and this is really not the time to be pressuring Harshan on time. You really need to find this bingo. If you hadn't found the bingos this whole time, this is the time you have to find it now because if you fall even further behind here, you're going to need a second bingo to catch up. And Terry does have many high probable bingos that she can find. So in terms of like high probability bingos, even though they're not necessarily the most normal words or most common words, T room, making R and M a blank. So I'm talking about the hook to eam. You can put a T on the end of it, or the start of it, sorry. Or Tohoroa, so Thoheroa, which is again a very high probable bingo that you would only really ever know if you studied. And also osteoma as well, hooking onto world, making worlds, although there's a bit more dangerous, but it scores the most in terms of all the options available. So those are all words that Terry 100%, 200% know. Like it's just a matter of now, can she spot them with two blanks on her rack? Because it's very easy to kind of go blank blind because you're just kind of like spinning your wheels in terms of trying to come up with all the different combinations of what those blanks could be. But there are many options that are available for in this case.
Yeah, it's a bunch of comments that I've seen that I totally agree with is that oddly the two blanks feels great to draw them, but it's kind of a blessing and a curse. It makes
Yeah,
finding those words even more difficult than usual. Usually with the aid of an extra real letter on your rack, it helps you limit the possibility space quite a bit. When you have those two blanks, it just expands to a huge number of, possible combinations. But I feel like a big factor here is, does she know that she can put a T here? That's not the most obvious. This is an obscure four-letter word. This really opens up a ton of options for her to play bingos in this spot. I'm not sure. I mean, maybe it's a word that she's not 100% sure of. That's possible. A bunch of you guys shouting out some other great options, including co-locate through this L of world,
oof.
date book from the D. It's tough.
Yeah, that's
When you're there,
yeah.
you're also, keep in mind her gears have been spinning with these two blanks for
Yes.
the by far the vast majority of the game. So there's some fatigue that comes into play here as well.
Yeah, very much so. And if she's not sure of team, I know there aren't that many words that start with different letters, but sea boot, making seam would also play there. Or I guess the more normal word of footage and theme would also fit there. So at least something, there are multiple options that it doesn't have to be a T. It could be other letters that would fit in that same spot. And it looks like she's finding something.
Oh
Wait, what is
no, I
this?
think she's
Look, a lootable?
lootable, which this is, I
That is
don't
not a
think, a
word.
valid word. So
Ooh.
this looks like this is where it might be slipping away here because I don't think this is a valid word. I'm pretty sure Harshan, yeah, you can see
Yeah,
he
he's going to
challenges
challenge
it
it.
immediately. Terry almost immediately got
Yeah,
up.
Terry's already like halfway off a seat before even.
Oof.
Yeah,
So that's a tough one. I mean, this is just a classic scenario that I really think this is the human element coming into play.
yeah,
We know that
sure.
there are a lot of valid words, but Terry's been struggling with these two blanks for a while. There's some fatigue that comes into play, probably some frustration that comes into play, and she just went for it here, not seeing anything or maybe believing that word to be good, but Harshan challenges it off, which is in and of itself, that is, that's definitely not good, but it will confirm Harshan's probable suspicion at this point that not only does she have one blank, she's got both. And now I mean, let's see what he even goes for here. He just goes for molt. I think he's
Yeah.
quickly realized there's no way for him to block everything here.
Yeah, he's not going to block everything. He's just going to take or do what's best for his rack and also block the space where most of her bingos are going to play. If she so happens to kind of look a bit longer and find something, at least that now is taken care of. It's going to be a lot more difficult to play something through the L of world, or perhaps now that that spot is taken, Terry might start honing in on pluralizing world to make one of the blanks an S and see osteoma potentially. Um, but now that adds more to Terry's woes because there's now four of the last six moves where she has not scored any points. And Harshan is now 107 points up. He kept PST, which is a very good
Pretty good
lead
leave too.
for getting a bingo. And I don't think he has one right now, but he's getting closer. But yeah, this really puts the onus on Terry to play something here, and she's going to play OO, which, yeah, I mean, if you can't find a bingo, then I think that's what you would have to do. And with ATE blank blank, I think Harshan's like, well, she's going to bingo at some point.
Yeah,
It's
I
going to have
think
to happen.
he's just gonna continue to. I mean, he has to know. Well, I mean, frankly, after that play of just ooh in the top part of the board, um, that's actually, while it does get rid of those, and Terry does draw a little bit better. I feel like she's likely to play a bingo. However, this did block a little bit, right? After this, You can play a 7 here, but no more 8s at the top of the board. So really, it's just this. Sorry, it's about to spin, maybe.
Oh,
Never mind. Okay, now
okay.
there we go. So the places to bingo here are really like alongside Molt
Yeah.
or alongside or hooking Ooh, and either of those give back a pretty solid counterplay to Harshan. So he's got to be feeling pretty good right now that even if Terry bingos, it's going to have 2 blanks, which will limit its score and it will give a triple back to him.
Yep, definitely. She's not going to score very much. It's going to be around 60 points. She could play something like Tyria. But in this spot, what is she going to make the blank?
Maybe
Again,
P tier, which makes
well,
sense if she's
yeah,
playing P tier because PO does give her some chance of drawing a follow up play
yeah.
here. Of course, now we see that Harshan is going to bingo somewhere on the
Yeah.
resulting board. We'll try to figure out what the blanks are
Oh, I
here.
think he's looking at the thing. Okay. Yeah, we need some
Oh,
confirmation on what that could be.
could be Meteor as well, which either way,
Yeah,
same principle, which is you're hoping, well, Meteor would be very bad because you're going to get hit with Natures pretty
yeah.
quickly after that. So we'll see what Terry chose. But either way, it makes sense that you're down by enough points from Terry's POV. As I update the score, we'll wait for the blank confirmation because it is kind of important. I guess we'll know from what Harshan plays here, probably.
Yeah, I think so. And yeah. Yeah, I was just thinking about this because I actually forgot to put out a prediction in my
Oh,
for this game. But
we
yeah,
can
I
do a
don't know
poll
if I
for
would.
next round. Why don't we do a poll for next
Yeah,
round?
we should put a ball for the next round.
Oh man,
Yeah, let's have a look
Sammy
in the meantime.
Sammy versus Ed Martin
Ooh,
is a pretty good one. Here, hold on. How do I do this? Start a poll. I'll add an option. So Sammy, I guess Josh versus Jason Carney. I don't feel like maybe Lewis versus Toke could be good. I don't really know if there's too many other ones that stand out. Do you have the link to the standings, Austin? Are you seeing?
let me see. Yeah, I have the standings up.
I feel like Sammy and Ed. Well, we might as well do the poll and let the people choose, I
Yeah,
suppose.
yeah. You just tell me which ones you want to put in the poll. I can replicate it
I'll
on
do
Twitch.
Sammy versus Ed, Lewis versus Toke, and Noble versus Harshan.
Okay, and Noble versus Harshan.
Yeah.
Okay, I will put that out in the poll right now. But we've still got this around 16 game going, so I'm going to put this poll and maybe run it for about 5 minutes. Got plenty of time. So I think on both on Will's channel, you can put out your result there if you want. As we can see, that Saunter is going to be played. Any of his, well, I guess only Natures and Saunter can really play here, but he's choosing this one. There's no real right or wrong answer, I think, in this case.
Yeah, I think that tells us that the it's probably a P. What else could it be? That blank. Let's see. Does that make sense? If it
Who
were an
knows?
M, he would certainly be playing. Yeah, he would be playing natures in that
Yeah.
spot. So I'm gonna assume it's a P, and that Terry was going for a more specific hook. And yeah, she did draw a U to play in that spot, but instead she just drops OU at the base of the board, probably leaving it open, hoping for
Do you
an
think it could
A.
be do you think it could be B tier?
Oh, that's true. Could
But then she's
be.
keeping an O.
Could be. Let me make sure
I
this is
don't
flipped.
know. Yeah. Your
Just
guess is as
trying to
good as
get
mine.
this. Yeah, it's tough, but either way, it's gonna very likely be too little, too late. So this is a
Mhm.
really interesting game to watch unfold. I think it's gonna be slightly painful for Terry thinking about having such an advantage in the early going, but I have to say, very impressive job by Harshan to grind out a win here.
Yep. Rating has just come down for Harshan, so he's just drawn another
Wow,
bingo
I
and
see
adding
that.
to his huge spread. And just as you know, just then you guys know, Ed Martin has just beaten Toke Aka by 246 points. So starting this game, both Ed and Harshan start on the same spread. So Harshan is doing a very good job in this game, keeping up, unbeknownst to him right now, and keeping up with what Ed has just done in round 16.
So Terry challenging rating because she would have had rousing in that
Yeah.
same spot. So she needs this to not be a word, excuse me, so that she can play in the same spot with her 7 letter bingo.
Hmm.
It's not to be. So I guess we can cut now to the unseen tiles. We're getting to that point. It's crazy, actually. It feels like we've been watching this game for quite a while, and yet we still have a bunch of tiles in the bag.
This game was very cagey early on, and we played a lot of turns without playing too many tiles. So this game has, normally at this level, the games probably last maybe somewhere between 10 and 13 moves each, but I don't know how many moves we've had so far in this game. But I feel like it's going to be significantly more than that in this one specifically. But yeah, Harshan's winning by 181, so he's not going to be too far behind Ed on spread still, as these two players are going to be touching around 1600 on spread. Terry is actually the nearest one on spread right now, so she'll probably go down to about 600 and something, or maybe 700 herself. So Harshan and Ed will have like a 900-point spread differential on everyone else in the division, which is staggering.
Yeah, that's very very impressive in such a difficult field. Um, I think it seems like the poll result, by the way, is very very strongly in favor of Sammy versus Ed,
Yep.
which is hard to turn that matchup down. Sammy is not going to be intimidated by Ed's record or spread. Sammy has been on the biggest stages in Scrabble for decades, so he's not worried, and yeah, he'll be trying to make a late charge and bring Ed back to the pack. But as you said, Austin, Ed just beat Toke by a massive amount. So it seems like Harshan is he's about to put some distance between himself and the currently in third place Terry Kang. And Harshan is really the one who's the closest in pursuit to Ed Martin right now.
Yep, that's right. And if it continues like this going into tomorrow's action towards the end of the day, it could end up being a repeat, three-peat, four-peat between
Yeah,
Ed and Harshan if they can if Harshan can win a bunch of games to start with. So it's looking like a two-horse race at this moment in time. But again, players go on a winning streak and they very easily can go on a two, three, four-game losing streak at the same time, and things can fall apart right in front of your eyes very quickly. So we'll have to see if Ed and Harshan can win their final couple of games into today, and see if they can stay far enough ahead of everyone else in the pack.
yeah, for sure. These wins are, I mean, now it's time. I was saying it a few times earlier. Too early to look at the standings, too early to look at the scoreboard. Now it's starting to be time where I think it's okay to look at the scoreboard if you're certainly anybody other than Edward Martin, who should be looking at the scoreboard and just trying to ignore it and just take each game at a time. Nice
Yeah,
play by Harshan, by the
yeah,
way.
very
I was
nice.
curious if he would spot this Y hook on ooze to make Uzi, which I think is kind of like a synonym of Uzi. But Levy scoring 53 points there. Shout out to Gotham Chess, who many people have compared me to
Levy,
the Gotham Chess of Scrabble, which is very high praise. I mean, a lot of people, I don't know, have said otherwise, but I think it's very high praise.
definitely.
Um, Terry plays NOH. The plays are coming so fast. Let me just
Yeah,
try to stay on top of it here. But yeah, just headed to the end of the game. The outcome is certainly not in doubt.
yeah. Harshan has Kai next to Wadge now. Kye scores 48 points. Also making use of his other Y.
Oh,
It's quite possible that he played Saunter with the Y in mind because I guess it's quite possible that Terry might miss the Y hook based on what's happening in this game. Maybe she's on slight tilt or whatever, and Harshan's just looking for other opportunities to increase his spread. But yeah, Harshan is going to probably I guess he's going to win this game by over 200 points.
yeah. It seems like he's headed there, especially if he spots the play that you just pointed out that really really big overlap of Hauk. So we'll see if he spots it. Nobody would be surprised for him to spot pretty much any play. That's the level Harshawn is at. So I think he is likely to see it at some point. The one thing, though, there are a lot of. So, by the way, this bingo is P tier. We have confirmation that the bingo
Okay.
is P tier. So, Harshawn has a U and an A that would fit in this spot. He's going to look here. He's going to be looking here. He's going to be looking here. This is kind of off the beaten path, actually. There's so many triples open. Just look at all of them. But there it is, Austin.
There it is. Yeah. I was actually just looking to see if Terry can even go out. I'm not even sure she can. Um, oh yeah, she's got one place to go out through the F for
This is
ferns.
her only way right here to
Yeah.
play RINS. Oops, spinning it on me. But
So
yeah, that's
Asha did
it.
not play the best play.
Oh, he's supposed to
Asha, what's going
block.
on? Come
He's
on.
supposed to block that. And yeah.
But
Well, my engine says that was fine. Maybe there's no way to block it and also
yeah,
score.
Kai just scored so many points. I think that you'd need to
Right.
do anything.
So yeah, this game, I think if you were a betting man and you were in the early going and
There
you
it is.
told me that she spots the outplay, nicely done. If you told me that Terry was had Ziffs for 60 to open the game, Harshawn had a Q and a bad rack, and Terry would draw both blanks on the next play, I don't think you would have guessed that the game score at the end would be what it is here.
Definitely not. Yeah, it took a sharp turn after picking out so many vowels and with Harshan kind of playing very, very defensive to the point where Terry actually was kind of frustrated with not being able to play easy bingos at opportune moments. But yeah, and also it didn't help playing two phonies in this game, trying to push the ball out a little bit more there because of that additional pressure that Hashem was applying, and it really took its toll in the end. Unfortunately, yeah. So it was just I would say it's a tale of two halves. It was barely a half of a game where Terry was slightly, it would start off really well, and then it kind of like the wheels kind of fell off a little bit after the first phony. But yeah, it was a very tough game, a very tactical game, played by Hashem, which again I have grown to expect from him now. Very cagey affair, and I think he really relishes those kind of games and really likes to pull his opponent through the ringer and grind these results out
Yeah.
the difficult way for his
Yeah.
opponents at least.
Yeah. Very challenging to play on boards like this. If we just go back in time real quick. So this is the completed board, but there were points of the game where the entire board was constrained. Let's see how far back. It was really only Harshan's play of World that actually started to get
Yeah,
this board even into the edges at all. Just look at that shape.
yeah,
How difficult of, I mean, maybe we'll take this off because it's actually Terry's attempt to open the board there with the ibis hook made it a little easier to play in this spot. But look at how challenging this board is. And this is almost entirely due to Harshan's active effort to keep things this closed. So pretty unique board shape here. I don't even know what this looks like. Kind of a little stick figure with like a headdress or something like that. You know, we have the something like that here. I don't even know what shape this is. Let me know what shape you think that is in the chat. I very creative answers. But yeah, this was certainly Scrabble games really do unfold in all these different types of ways. I can't remember one unfolding in exactly this type of way.
yeah. I mean, it's not definitely not the conventional way that we would see these kind of games pan out. But again, this is Scrabble. It can go that way. It's not always just finding bingos all the time. It's sometimes kind of waiting and coaxing your opponent to open the board up for you to make a better play. And sometimes you have two blanks on your rack for 8 turns and you can't do anything, or you just couldn't find anything. So
Yeah.
um, it can happen. it can happen. And again, playing on the stream is never an easy thing. And yeah, it's a tough position to be in.
It is nerve wracking for sure, and you know that's it's easy for us to sit here, look at all the options, but somebody commented this in YouTube. Anybody that's ever played Scrabble seriously knows the feeling that Terry just endured, where your brain just starts to slow down. You've been looking at these stupid blanks forever, and it just gets harder. Where if you could just close your eyes and go take a nap for an hour and come back, you would probably find all of these bingos in short order, but you don't have that luxury. When you're sitting over the board, your clock is ticking and you're going down to, to zero from 25 minutes. And that is definitely a challenge. So a tough one for Terry, but she is still very, very much in the hunt. A couple of you guys are saying that shape that we showed before looks like the little glitched Pokemon that gives you the infinite items. I feel like do I have that right? I feel like I remember abusing that glitch when I was a little tot. Actually, probably a middle schooler. But yeah, the poll for next game was a total blowout on YouTube, such that no Twitch poll could possibly influence it. I think the best game on offer by far is Sammy Okasaga versus the front runner right now, Ed Martin. So maybe we look at the standings and just see what's shaking out here. We know Harshan just won a big game here to sort of continue not losing any more ground. Again, oh, it's missing no. That's right. Sorry. Thanks
Yeah,
everybody. I forgot. I
it's not
thought
on there yet.
thought that was unknown. But
Yeah.
yeah, Harshan's gonna win. Terry's gonna lose. Any other results that you see, Austin?
Rashid beat Tobias Alti by 40 points. So he is into fifth position. Brett has just beaten Gary Oliver by 25. So Gary Oliver is also a former UK national champion.
Mm.
So Brett is now into sixth position. Um, and yeah, we already know that Ed beat Toki Aka by around 200 points. Kevin McMahon has beaten Sami Okasaga by 171. So they're both in the 11th and 12th. And then Terry Kirk has just been Natalie Zolti to move into the top 15 now. So that's the kind of results that have come through concerning the players that are in the top 15 as you see it. But still, plenty more games still and more results to come through for this round 16.
So yeah, we're almost at the tail end here. Here you see our schedule. We are moving into round 17, so we got two more games. I'm feeling pretty good, Austin. You'll let me know how your stamina is doing. We're gonna see
I'm good.
Sammy and Ed, but yeah, I wonder how the players are feeling at this point, almost 18 rounds deep here.
Yep, exactly. We played 17 games. Well, I say we've played 17 games. They have played 17 games. I
It
haven't done
feels
any.
like we've kind of been along for it, haven't we? I mean, a little bit.
Yeah, I feel like I'm thinking along here
Yes.
for both sides. So maybe it's arguably more difficult to think on both sides. We actually think double the thinking of different racks, but well, we're not under the pressure of any competition at least. But yeah, they've played 17 games, and you can see with the times that in just over like 31, 32 hours. And that's a lot of games to play in that kind of stretch of time. So no doubt, stamina will be coming into play here. And yeah, we'll see who is still got the wind in their sails to continue and mount a charge to the top.
Yeah, it's gonna take a little more stamina yet. It is
Yeah,
just day two, day three. Everything ratchets up even more. We're gonna be seeing those pivotal games that decide the whole thing. So I'm just getting everything started so that as soon as the players sit down, there doesn't need to be any kind of a break. I probably need to do some hydrating at some point. I don't feel like I was about to say drinking. I would challenge that word if somebody played it against me. I don't think I've drinking enough water. But there's Sammy with his just gorgeous graying beard. It gives him this elder statesman look. Maybe he doesn't like that because I feel like he's still, pretty youthful guy on the whole. But that beard looks pretty good to me, Austin.
yeah. I wish I could grow a beard like that, but yeah, I
Yeah, I
cannot.
can't.
So
We're not working with
we're not
that
gonna try.
ability. So yeah, I think we should be pretty much ready. Although, of course, we just saw Sammy put his stuff down and then hop away. Ed is nowhere to be found yet. But again, I think they'll probably be along shortly. As we
Yep.
discussed earlier, the difference in like timings in each round, that was a pretty slow game to complete. You could see the timer for Harshan, just 35 seconds to Terry's 5. That maybe that was a part. I feel like maybe that was a sort of a gambit on Terry's part that went wrong, just to really try to push Harshan into time pressure by playing really fast. And it
Yeah.
doesn't look like that was the right decision for her there.
Maybe so, maybe so. She might have just been ready to play and get things started. You can just see that Ed Martin is just approaching. He put his cup down, and he's going around the other side to the right side of the of as we see it. Sammy is also ready to play. Um, but yeah, I mean, we're expecting again another very high quality game. Ed has only lost one game so far.
Incredible.
So again, there's not really you can't really fault anything that's really going on here. Sammy, you probably would have to think that he has to win this game in order to stay in contention to win this tournament. Again, you kind of have to hope that Ed kind of loses a bunch more as well. But if he falls 6 games behind at this stage after this, I don't think there's any chance of him coming back. And bear in mind that Sammy is actually in 12th position right now. So in terms of the number of people that are probably have a shot or at least have a good shot or any like more than 3% shot of winning, you probably are in the top 10 or top 15 right now. Well, maybe top 13 because there's only one person who's on 10-6, 10-6 record that's below Sammy on spread. So maybe 10-6 is probably the line that we're drawing at right now in terms of players that can still win. But again, a lot of players are in front of them with much higher spreads. So, still a little way to go. There's still a way to go, but we'll see.
Yeah, there is definitely room for a player like Sammy to just go on an absolute tear and work his way back up into this. If you think about it, a lot of these tournaments do end with repeats among the same handful of players. So if Sammy works himself into a position where in the last few rounds, again, there's 25 rounds in this tournament, so there's still a little ways to go. But if Sammy were to work himself into a position where he just has to win 3 games in a row directly against Ed,
Yeah.
that's how things could shake out in his favor, because every win you get brings Ed closer back to you. You have that direct influence on the result. So he just has to stay in that hunt long enough so that at the very, very end he can go on one of those late winning streaks and close this thing out. But of course, Ed is still in the driver's seat here, and we'll see what Sammy draws to kick off this game.
Yep, definitely. And I'm actually gonna, I didn't do it in the last game, but I'm
Yeah,
going to
get that
start a
prediction up
prediction right now.
for sure.
Again, because Ed is on a hot streak, we're gonna put the betting line on Ed to win by at least 20 points. So if you're watching on Twitch right now, you can go ahead, use your channel points to go predict what you think the result will be. Option 1 is for Ed to win by at least 20 points. And then option 2 is Ed to not win by 20 points, maybe win by slightly less, or for Sammy to win. So go ahead and use your channel points wisely, get predicting. And as always, you've got about 5 minutes to do it.
So Sammy has a Z and an S to start things off. And he should definitely be able to. I think the board is probably flipped. Yeah. He should definitely be able to use his Z in a good spot. He's got a couple options to do it. Whether he goes with either of them, I'm not so sure, but he can play one of Zori's in the center, leaving GR, or he can play another
There it
word which
goes.
he's getting set to play. Yes, I'm not 100% sure how to say this. Maybe like grosh or something like that. The thing about this to know, I think it's a currency word, but it takes hooks, including an E, which is extremely, you can easily imagine an E going in this spot. And I would assume both of these players are well aware of that hook, Austin.
Yep, definitely. And as well as the E, you can actually put the Y on the end of it as well. So there's definitely some plays that will go there. But Ed has drawn the first blank and I guess now the second S. There aren't many high scoring plays here. The only ones that I saw were like Anurus through the O of Gross, which actually doesn't really score much more than Gross anyways.
True.
61 points compared to Sammy's 50. So it's really not really much of an advantage so far after this exchange. But there are very kind of high, it's kind of very low, sorry, low probable bingos. There were two U's and two O's, making the other blank and O. So that is ANOUROUS. And yeah, the other playable bingo is unguards to the G, which doesn't score quite as much, but maybe you could potentially be more sure about if Ed sees that.
That seems like a word that he would have less doubt in if he spots it. I mean, that being said, these bingos do feel a little bit uninspiring. They only score 58 and 61 points respectively, but that's the value of the blank is that yeah, that feels uninspiring, but you also just scored 60 points holding two U's, right? So that's like,
Yeah,
you can look at it
definitely.
as, oh, well, I only got 60 points for my bingo, but actually that was a well above expectation result given the weak tiles that you had on your rack there. So if he's able to spot one of these, it's going to be very helpful.
Yep, and I think Ed is just doing his due diligence now. He's just seeing if there are any higher scoring bingos from using that S of Grosh. Maybe hit, if there's something that's a four timer potentially, or maybe any bingos starting or ending with the G, hitting the triple word square. But as a position in the commentary booth, we have the engine working right now, so there are no really high play, high scoring bingos. And Norris for 61
Oh,
is the one, and he's grabbed the blank slip
he
and he is
spotted
playing
it.
a Norris.
Nicely
Yeah,
spotted.
very, very nice.
So he probably feels a little bit unsure because this isn't, I mean, it's only a 61 point bingo, and that doesn't feel very inspiring. But what we know is that he's taking his time to do his best and find any kind of bingo available. Maybe he thinks, damn, I must be missing something. The actual answer is no, he's not at all. And over to Sammy, who has drawn three eyes after his play of Grosh here, and not a single E. So this could be a huge swing right away if Ed draws something good. It doesn't even have to be a bingo necessarily. Something with an E, and also this takes a Y hook as well. So if you draw a nice, heavy six-letter word hooking there, it's going to score a boatload. We know Sammy just exchanged tiles. I think his clock is still running.
Yeah, but he's going to change four tiles if I may put in that
Look
weird
at
sign.
Ed. Look at Ed's rack. Oh my
Oh,
God.
wow. So lots of options here with bingos. I'm sure he has bingos maybe through the O if he has something potentially. Definitely bingos with the G. Um, and he has the
Yeah.
E as well. He has the E,
He's
like
got the
three
E.
E's.
That's what I saw. He can either he will play something ending in ing, which he easily could do, but it's
Yeah.
probably going to be even better if he has a way of. I'm sure he. I mean, there. I see a couple already. If he were to play like Moranti or something like that, but maybe there's an even safer way to do it to play something in that spot that scores really really well. It's worth noting that I'm not 100% sure that exchanging tiles was necessarily the best idea for Sammy. I feel like he had some ideas for putting words on the board that might have been okay. Like Cilia here would have been all right.
Yeah.
Sigil here.
Yeah.
So
I
maybe
think
a
those are
slight
better.
overreaction, but either way,
Yeah.
um, I assume he kept something
I think
like,
at RIC, yeah.
okay, got it. So exchanging that. Yeah, that would make sense
Yeah.
given the tiles that he has in his rack there. Thanks.
Is there anything through the S of Grosh? I don't know. I'm just
Oh,
thinking
going
there's
all the
some,
way down.
yeah, I don't know if there are. I don't think there are, but there's words that are very close, like almost minister, for example, but you have NI, so there's maybe some things there. So we could end up seeing Ed taking a little bit more time to kind of go through all the bingos with the S potentially. Um, But yeah, I think the E hook for Grosh looks best. Again, when I said about remint, doubling that M. You also don't give away any floating tiles by playing that as well. So it looks pretty good, I think,
What
so
about this
far.
suggestion from Darren Koo? What about this bingo? Ed Martin. He
Oh
has
yes,
that.
that
Just has
would
to
be
make his
nice.
blank a D, and there you go. He's playing Ed Martin.
You should play
That
that
would
first
be
and then pick it up.
power move. Yeah, that would be an ultimate power move. But yeah, I don't think with there's a fair amount at stake here. Oh, what?
Oh, Sammy just hit the clock. He just realized his time was still running.
Oh, okay. Sammy plays pretty fast. I don't really
Yeah,
think
he
that's
does.
likely to matter too much, but for a slow player, a few seconds off the clock that you didn't notice you hit the clock right could actually loom large. I don't think that matters much to Sammy. I think Sammy's used to playing way faster. So, ooh, very interesting. Okay.
Intercom?
So, intercom. Um, do you think this
Hmm.
could mean that there so this scores 82 points.
Yeah, he just didn't see Grosha.
Well, I mean, that my question is it a didn't see it or doesn't know it? What if I'm Sammy, what do I
Um,
make of this? He had a
yeah,
90 point plays here. Instead, he played an 82 pointer. But Sammy's just going to go ahead and,
he's
well, it doesn't block. Okay, this play doesn't really conclusively block this. There's definitely still words that can play here. Anything with
yeah.
like DE, TE, all of that stuff would still fit. I just wondered if he would try to leave it open, wondering if he really needs it to make his comeback and maybe banking that Ed doesn't know it.
Maybe so. I'm almost certain that Ed knows the E hook to it, but maybe it's just one of those things where you kind of just assume that anything that's a four timer is going to score more than anything else. But if you actually count it up and be like, okay, I'm going to double the M, I'm going to get a double word square, and I'm going to get an extra 16 points from making Grosha, only then you're like, oh, actually, it does score more than Intercom, and it actually scores like eight points more, I think. So it's quite possible that Ed just didn't necessarily generate those moves and went quite far enough with working those out.
That's true. I've definitely done that
Yeah,
before,
I have too.
where I just don't add the points up or realize
Right now,
that
it's not gonna be more.
yeah, you just think, all right, well, I have a double double. That would give me
Yeah, great.
4x. That gives me
Four times as
4x.
good.
So
Yeah.
that's got to be better than anything 3x and certainly better than anything 2x. How could it be
Yeah.
better? Well, of course, the answer is you get all these good points. In particular, the Z is a big 10-point boost. So, but we'll see. We're going to find out whether he sees it. I mean, even next turn, he could play something
Yeah.
like FEU,
Looks
which
very strong.
would that will confirm what he sees or doesn't see.
Yeah, I would expect him to see this because there's not really that many other particularly inspiring options available aside from if you just kind of take out that E hook, complete any move that takes that E hook, there's really not that much else available. Maybe playing UFO underneath intercom,
Hmm.
which he's playing. What's he playing? Far. He's keeping things blocked. Maybe he's just blocking the floating INT and disrupting that S of Anorus as well. So a bit of defense in mind. Again, that means we don't really know if Ed is sure about Grosha, or maybe he just didn't see it yet.
Yeah, can't know for sure yet.
Jury's still out on that one.
I certainly give Sammy. I'm like 100% sure that Sammy is the one that played this word. He probably knows full well that it takes the E hook, and
Yeah.
we'll just find out. We'll just find out. I would be surprised now. It feels like there's no way there won't eventually be a good play here. I mean, there already was with FEU. So let's see Sammy playing Omovs. This makes a good deal of sense to get rid of his weaker bingo tiles. He's trying to
Yeah.
bingo as fast as he can. Maybe a couple other possibilities he could have done there, Austin, but I like that choice.
Yep, I think that's a good choice. There's a kind of obscure word through the R of Dromoy, which scores a little bit more, opens up a little bit more as well, which maybe you could make a case for since he's a little bit behind. But Omov is very good here. But you can see with the last two moves of Far and Omov, that it kind of like completely blocks up the board at the bottom of this board here, and there's actually not that many places to bingo now. If you're looking at the floating C of Capiz, you've got the E hook for Grosses that's still open, and then you've got the A and the G that's still kind of there, but not in hugely favorable spots. So it's quite possible that Ed is just trying to control this board a little bit first, and then might make a move soon. But again, we still need to see if he actually does find that E hook. But I think his best play here might not even involve that.
Yeah, I think we'll know for sure if ever he actually plays an E. So it would have been much more telling to me on the previous turn if instead of FAA, if he were to have played like FAE in that
Yeah,
spot. Now I feel like, oh boy,
yeah,
he's
he doesn't.
using this E when he could score way more with it. Even though I totally agree, the board blocking elements of this play, blocking the I, N, and T, all three of which are very good bingo tiles. There is a huge amount of value in that, but I do feel like playing in this spot has some defensive value as well. This could easily be a bingo lane, probably not as good as the three of these letters combined for 8-letter words. But, I feel like not only could this be a bingo lane now, but later on, if you were to see a play like FEU go down, this doesn't take any hooks. This already is a plural. So any play like this would have a really nasty effect on the board by making 2 sevens lanes here. So you got to be careful
Hmm.
of, just leaving that open. I guess if you're playing there, you're also doing that yourself, but at the very least, you're getting all those good points by doing it. So
Yeah,
you come out ahead on that exchange. So Ed
very
plays
much so.
D here.
Yeah, interesting choice here. I don't know if I would have chosen that myself. It does open up another bingo lane to the right of that. Um, and yeah, I'm just wondering what he's trying to achieve by playing this because the C is already blocking that top corner anyway, so he doesn't have to play there. Other options were maybe like Sow and Intercoms, Sough for 35 points. That would have scored very well and keeping EI. But again, you're putting the H out in triple. It's not really a big problem, and you're kind of blocking the E hook for Grosha as well. But Sammy plays Dow pretty quickly. I think it's one of his high scoring plays.
Yeah, it's a good play.
34 points. Yeah, looks like a very solid play here. And again, that wouldn't have really been possible if Ed didn't play the H there, because when you put the H there, there's a lot of vowels that go before it. And Ed has now drawn a bunch of vowels. So interesting to see what he would do here. If he's going to continue to block up the board, maybe like Euro through the R of Grosha. That will block up the A and the G and anything that goes underneath the G. That could kill the board off a lot more.
Yeah, that's
But yeah,
nice.
we'll see. We'll see.
Like that idea. Euro seems good. It's not that easy to play a 6-letter word hooking EA, so you're not giving a ton back. But by playing Euro right here, you definitely are cutting off this G, which is a very, very good letter to end words in.
There it
And
is.
there it is, very quickly.
Defense.
Nicely spotted by you, Austin. And I think we like the defensive nature of that move.
Yep, I think so too. And again, we still don't really know if he is sure about the E hook. And Sammy, could he play something down there? Maybe? Or is there something better than that?
I don't know if he has a good, so he could play Equid here or some.
Yeah, it
Oops.
could equid potentially, but
So
it's
that's good.
dangerous.
He actually has a really cool overlap. Unfortunately for him, it would use up his E, but he could play Quern with all of
Ooh.
these overlaps right here.
And he keeps the eye.
And keeping the I to reparallel with G. His leave after this would be ID. So you could definitely see a DI and then something. Maybe he draws
Yep.
a V or something. That looks pretty good. So definitely some possibilities for him. As Ed's drawn those good low point bingo tiles, but he has the lead, and I feel like here is going to be he
Okay, here it
has to
comes.
play like OE here. If he knows this word, he's going to play
Yeah,
that. I
I
feel.
think so. I think you're right. Juan actually racks up a whopping 51 points, moving him 15 points behind, and he's holding the eye for to play next to the Q, which Ed does not have. So the lead could actually dwindle even further after a couple of more plays. But yeah, really nice find from Sammy here. Keeping ID on his rack again, kind of conducive to bingos, although there's no real space for it to come down as of right now. But maybe Sammy's hoping for an E to maybe play onto Grosha, which is possible. He just played 5 tiles. Could happen. But we'll soon find out. But yeah, in terms of options for Ed, this is the moment where we'll see if he actually
Yeah,
does see the hook.
this is just
It's the best play.
so strong
Yeah.
here. He's got one too many vowels compared to consonants, so this play would leave him that perfect balance with a 5 tile leave, 3 consonants, 2 vowels. That's just what you want, including the S. And look at Sammy's rack. He's got good tiles here. Now this game is knotted up pretty nicely. And I just wonder now, Sammy has. Oh, this looks like a clear sign that Ed is
Yeah.
not thinking about this E, which I'm taking full note of that if I'm Sammy, um, because this play isn't even that good defensively on Ed's part because it gives like there was already a bingo lane on this side of the board. Sorry that it's cut off a little bit, but this gives back a better bingo lane than existed before. So definitely this is an attempt to ditch vowels by Ed, not so much to control the board. But Austin, Sammy's going to have good overlaps up here.
Yeah, I think Liar is the play here. He's going to score a lot of points if he can get that next to Oki to make Oka. That's going to score a lot of points and actually will put him into the lead. He keep DNS on his rack, which again, pretty good leave here. And Ed has actually drawn into some bigger consonants, so he's not going to be bingoing on the next turn either. But still, again, no I for Ed either. So even if Sammy decides not to play up there, then he will have another shot. But I can't see any other move that rivals Liar here. I think he's going to play that. Yeah,
Yeah, the odd thing about it is that the engine actually likes just on the basis of so with Liar, if you just look at Sammy's rack, he's going to be leaving, he's going to be playing these letters, and he's leaving 3 consonants. Now, we normally like the S a lot, but actually on this board, the S isn't quite as useful as usual. You have a couple of
yeah,
places to play it here, but none of them can end bingos in 7 letter words. You really just have this lane. And oddly, the engine wants him to play something like dins or nils, actually, is even
Oh,
better. And the
right.
reason why is if you see those letters go off his rack, the RED combination is actually very strong and lets you play those 7 letter bingos here as well. The S not quite as good as usual, and also DE is even more powerful than usual, keeping those letters, because any bingo you draw starting with DE is going to score 90 odd points in that spot. But Sammy has drawn a tens here, so the game is kind of hanging in the balance a little bit.
Yep. And the thing is, the question is really, is Ed going to play something parallel next to Odia? He could play something like Bike or Biked, making
Oh,
E
it's the
and
Y
YA.
hook. It's the Y hook.
Oh, it's the Y hook. Oh yeah, so it's Dyke,
Yeah.
EYKE.
Oh
Um,
man.
so he's actually got both of those hooks now, and he has not seen any
Oh
of them playing
no. So
riots.
this is a big swing here.
Yep.
Just the word knowledge of knowing this, I'm pretty sure that Sammy is not bingoing after this, after that
Yep, he won't
play.
be. He
So
won't be.
that's an enormous swing. Let me just confirm that and see after Dyke. Yeah, no bingos playable for Sammy. So that would be a huge swing. And instead, if I can flip the board in time, Sammy is about to hit that bingo and take sort of tentative command of the game. But Austin, now there's a big S in the lower middle of the board.
Yes, again, hugely fortunate for Sammy here because, like, generally speaking, the chances of your opponent playing next to Odia or Grosha or Groshi, very high. And it just so happens that Ed is going to play somewhere else and leaves the spot open for Sammy to play a bingo. And it's also very difficult to parallel play next to the ND and the S together to hit that triple. Ed has really got nothing that would go there. Maybe like Ike or something, but it's not really very good. Maybe like Bink would be the best play there. But the S on the bottom row is now the biggest threat in terms of uh, any comeback play for Ed. So he's going to have to leave that open, or maybe he's going to have to open something up like with on the left side, like Kif, and open on the triple on the other side and try and engineer some kind of opening that way. Or maybe at the top of the board, maybe Kia, Kea, and do something like Beck. I don't know. I'm just kind of throwing some kind of ideas out to in ways to kind of open up the board a little bit because if Ed doesn't open up and play Bink, and then Sammy plays just any word that ends with an S at that bottom part, then Ed is stuck. He's basically can't do anything.
He does have this D
Yeah,
as
he
one
does.
possibility. I feel like, my issue with this S, I 100% agree with you in every way. It's actually just really hard to block it and score any number of points just because
Yeah.
of Tau here. It makes it, there's nothing that can go here except an S as well, which is a very precious commodity. There actually are no S's left. You can see one, two, three, four, and both blanks. So there is really no way to do anything here. And you see Bink is the play for 30
Yep.
points. I do like that play for Ed to just score well with the K. But yeah,
Oh, he
it's,
has yeah, Sammy has Kith, Kith onto the triple now,
oh, wow.
which
Yeah.
is 38.
And we know
And
he's
that
going to
will,
see
yeah,
that.
I'm sure he'll see that. He's very good at these kind of very intricate plays. So he'll see that for sure. And I think once he sees it, he's going to play it. But that kind of restores his 50-ish point lead. And at least if Ed does bingo, then at least it's not going to be too far behind after that. But yeah, we'll have to see if Ed can kind of shed those kind of ugly tiles that he has on his rack, because he's not really going to be scoring anything with that X. It really doesn't go anywhere on this board. Um, and yeah, I mean, it's not looking great as it stands for Ed, but there's still a little way to go yet in this game.
Yeah. So I've asked our producer if maybe we can move the board cam like 1 inch to the side to get that outer edge of the board. I see that it is a little bit cut off, so we'll see if we can get that done. So you can see a little bit better. There's like that full word cut off in the corner, but yeah, it's tough. So Kith looks great right here. I do really like that play just because it scores so many points. But I do feel like the T is kind of nice here too
Yep,
because you
it
could play
is.
Toker. So he's using it. I have no issue with this play, but we'll just see if Sammy doing nothing to address either of the two big spots on the board ends up biting him at some point. I think for 38 points, you cannot turn this down. The score is so close. You can't turn down a nice score like that in such an even game.
Yep, I think so too. And if you're kind of thinking about an average score on this board in terms of what you can play, if you just take out any kind of bingo possibility, the average score here is very low. There's really nothing you can really do, especially with Ed having the C, the V, and the X. They're not really going on places on this board too easily without giving other things away. So the main things that he can really do at this stage is to play something like X and diff, which is really dangerous. It hooks with the A and the E onto the triple. As well. So that's really a dangerous play. And you can see that Sammy has the A as A's and E's. There's plenty of those left on the scene. So it looks very dangerous. Another option is to maybe to play something like Davy or KV and yeah, hooking the EA. But that kind of obscures or the D floating tile of Dow. So um, yeah, he's gonna have to prioritize either getting rid of something here. Maybe he can play something like Dexy even. At least the D and the E are a bit easier to bingo through. Um, but he's still keeping the C and the V. So it's now kind of like a prioritizing which tiles you want to get rid of first, or which letters you want floating to at least create some kind of threat that Sammy cannot block too easily, especially with the D and the E at the top of the board and the S at the bottom of the board. He's at least got a shot to bingo if he can draw well on the next turn.
Yeah, all tricky options. You went through them all. I'll just show a couple of the ones you were talking about: Davy, KV, Dexy. This feels a little bit too crazy
Yeah, I
right
think so
now.
too.
This is a play that looks decent at first glance because it scores 34 points, but of course, the gigantic hooks that you're giving back with look at all of these letters that Sammy
Yeah,
could have.
7 of those
It's
tiles.
basically a lock that he's going to have one of those. You cannot expose yourself to something so heavy.
Hmm.
So it'll be interesting to see what Ed does here. This is a gut checker of a moment. He's come up with a couple of wins on stream that were sort of pulling victory out of a hat. He's going to have to do something like that here, and Sammy is going to be a really tough opponent to do that against.
Yep, Sammy's a hugely astute opponent, and he's not gonna let that one go, let that space go just by doing nothing. He's gonna punish Ed with, I think he has Jeep on his rack, so he could play Jeep and Xed, which will score way more than Xed and block that spot off again. So yeah, I mean Ed does need to consider that he is 55 points behind. He cannot um, keep shedding or falling further behind on the scoreboard. But I think he's going to go with Axed here. At least that way, he's not going to give away the points that gives you. So you can only have to make one play or one word through that A and not rack up more points with the X. So something like Japan or Jaga, Ganja, something like that would be pretty good here.
Yeah, all of those are good. It just from Sammy's POV, it's a little bit nerve wracking as we see he's got very little to worry about. Ed's tiles are awful,
Oh yeah, not good.
but certainly the
Oh, he has
place.
Wait, he has Vilify and yeah.
Oh, good point. That's huge. Vilify, which I really feel like Ed is going to see.
Yeah, he has to see that.
That's huge because that is going to open the board back again and
Yeah.
create all these lanes in addition to the S. The thing that I was going to say about the plays you mentioned through this A, Austin, if Sammy could, he doesn't have a play that does this, but if
Yeah.
he could, he would love to go down with this
Yeah,
play
definitely.
from the A and obstruct this S a little bit. Um, so yeah, it's that's gonna lead to. I mean, Ed, I really think is gonna see. He didn't see the hooks on Grosh, however you are saying that, but I do think that he is gonna see vilify. I think that was just a word knowledge issue of an obscure word. I think Ed's anagramming ability has been on point for the entire tournament, so I do definitely think he's gonna spot this, which is a big deal here. To see a 54-point play that opens
Oh,
the board again and clears
54, yeah.
all of his clunk off.
Yeah, 54 points, and that would pretty much put him almost even again out of nowhere. But yeah, I think he's gonna see it.
Cha-ching.
There you go. And Sammy has drawn a lot of the E's.
But
So
he's
he doesn't
drawn
have a
but
bingo.
he's
No
drawn the
bingos.
P and the W, which are the two weakest bingo tiles in the set. I
Oh,
feel like Ed is a really big favorite to
oh wow.
draw
Yeah.
very good bingo tiles out of the bag. This could be huge, this draw.
Oh
So,
wow.
first of all, let's give Ed his 54 points. You can
Yeah.
see he's right next to Sammy on the scoreboard.
Five
This
points.
draw, look at those bingo tiles. They're pretty good. Oh, they're also wrong on my. I gotta get Sammy's rack in. Okay, it's even better than that. Look at those
Oh
nice
yeah.
tiles. There's so many bingos that Ed could have down low, and I wonder Sammy is not in a luxurious position here to be able to spend a very low score to block that S because Ed can probably surge ahead with a big enough scoring play somewhere.
Yeah, and this is a problem now because maybe 3 moves ago the board was so blocked you couldn't do anything, but now there's the ass. There's also, don't forget, there's an E or axe on the left side as well. You can play something ending with an E. And now there's the space next to Ganja, and then there's the floating tiles of Vilify. It does look like Ed has actually not drawn anything. That's a bingo, I don't think.
Oh,
But yeah, I have a feeling that Sammy has to play 3 tiles here and leave one in the bag. It's imperative that he does that. Otherwise, he will give Ed a good and easy way to kind of fish off one tile or multiple tiles on the next turn. Okay, again, seeing that the board is being shifted over
Yeah,
slightly
that
so
was
that you
at
guys can
my
see the board.
request. Yeah, it was
There we
at my
go.
request. I think now it's better. Perfect
Thank
me
you,
this time.
Lukeman. Thank you. Um, yeah, three tiles has to be played here, I think.
So yeah, um, we'll see. This is a brutal situation for Sammy. That S on the bottom has to be terrifying, but there's now some good stuff at the top of the board as well, and he is
Oh
going
wait,
for the block.
he's playing all four tiles.
Wow, he's just going all in. He's
But
saying
Sweep doesn't score very many points.
that's true. He could be setting himself up for a difficult endgame, given that he's going to have all low point tiles. But maybe he's going to draw into a bingo. Hold
Oh,
on,
that's it. Yeah.
let's see what he has here. So Ed has
Oh,
he has like relent with another E, so like relented
tree
with
line.
tree
Hi.
line. He
Yeah.
has tree line.
Yes.
Wow. So Sammy playing sweep to block down low and draws into tree line with his remaining letters up through this I. And the crazy thing is, it doesn't, whoop, as we get the board spinning. I don't really think there's a great way for Ed to block that and score points. Sammy was up by enough, and he played that fast too.
He
Sammy
did.
Sammy has 9 minutes on his clock. That's wow. That's a very confident play on his part.
Yeah, very much so. But the downside to playing sweep is that he emptied the bag, and Ed, as long as he has tile tracked accurately, he knows exactly what Sammy has, and he knows exactly what he needs to do. So he's 18 points behind. He needs to first of all block that eye or vilify the first eye or disrupt it so he cannot play tree line through there. And he needs to make up that number of points over two moves, while Sammy probably can't score too many points himself. But he can probably play like Jet or G onto the J of Ganja. So it's going to be very difficult for Ed to actually make up that difference. And doing all those things and checking all the boxes that needs to be done at the same time. Um, so yeah, I'll be interested to see if there's any way that this can actually fall into his favor here. I mean, he can also play like a five-letter word ending with the G, like Oboli. Is that wait, that's a word, right?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Yeah, that would also disrupt tree line and score some points. I don't know if that's going to be enough.
Oh
Um,
wait, there's something else. He has nervelet through the V of vilify
oh,
as well.
I would have lost this game then.
I didn't even see that until I put your. I really thought your suggestion of Oboli would be a winner, but actually, even after that, Sammy doesn't even need to find that. He can just play something like tree alongside it, and apparently, that's
Yeah.
going to outrun the outplays that Ed has. So
Yeah. After Oboli, it looks like Ed has at least four winning plays, which at least narrows down the options. But including Nervlet, there's only three other players that don't need to be played as a bingo to win the game. But yeah, this is actually very difficult now because Ed really need to have that T to hook onto Oka, and then could play upwards from there, and then get a lot of points and block Tree Line and Nervlet at the same time. But I don't think he has anything that would hook onto Oka on his rack. So he needs to play something parallel to Vilify to really rack up some points, but he's not going to be able to get rid of the tiles that he wants in order to score a lot of points on the last turn. So it's kind of difficult for him to really catch up here because the 18 point difference is actually might be slightly too much.
wow, that's insane. I can't believe that. So Ed could easily also have had a bingo as well, but he happened to draw. What did Ed have after vilify? A C. I feel
See,
like the
yeah.
the B is what doomed him there. If he somehow avoided that, maybe draw one of those. I guess Sammy had two E's on his rack when he played sweep, and he drew a third. If Ed were to have
Yeah.
drawn that E instead and not draw the B, maybe he's bingoing out and winning this game. But hey, over a long tournament, you cannot get every break. And really nicely played by Sammy here to hold on in a very tight situation. I'm just amazed how fast he played sweep. I would have been agonized over
Yeah,
the.
I would have died having to play that and delved my hand into the bag and was like, I just have to hope that this is gonna be the right tiles here. But again, Ed just picked out six random tiles, so this would maybe Sammy just didn't want to give Ed another shot at fishing for a bingo. He's like, you're just gonna lose to a bingo anyway, and then just take a chance. Maybe that's kind of the thinking that Sammy was having with when playing sweep. That's just empty the bag and then don't let Ed have time to breathe and try to work towards a bingo for the final move. And Sammy probably realized that he would and go up by probably just enough that he can outrun whatever Ed does if he doesn't bingo.
Yeah, that's damn. That's complicated. There were definitely a lot of permutations that you could go through, but you can also play positions like that a little bit by instinct as well. Um, I feel like that's how most of us
Yeah.
do it some of the time. Certainly, the clock is also a factor, but it wasn't a factor for Sammy here. When you have really low amount of time left on your clock, you kind of have to do things by instinct in situations like that and pick somewhere to block. Um, so yeah. Um, I'm very curious to see what Ed does to try to steal this. In the meantime, I've been trying to get a poll for our final game of the day with some good options from the top boards. And I think I have them, Austin. It's going to be, do we want to see Ed continue to defend his top position against Kevin McMahon or Phil Robertshaw versus Harshawn, two UK champions? Or do we want to see Sammy versus Lewis Mackay, also a UK champion and former world finalist? I think those are all three great games that I'm going to list as my poll for our next round.
Yes, I'm going to put that on my Twitch channel as well. So there's three. I'm going to give you 5 minutes to decide on that one.
Okay, so Bo is
Okay.
the play there by Ed. This makes sense just to buy himself one more turn and create a more challenging
He's setting up,
situation.
yeah, oxalic through that X.
Oh, that's yeah. I think a couple of you
But it's going to get
commenters,
blocked though.
well, if Sammy doesn't see it, he
I
might
mean,
be tempted to play somewhere else.
he
Like
might just play JEE and then
I
just
know
be,
that that's
yeah,
true. That just a simple play that's even if Sammy doesn't see, this is so clever by Ed though to give
yeah, it
himself a
is.
chance. If Sammy doesn't block this X, it will let Ed play Oxalic, and
Yeah.
Sammy, like a boss, just plays his top play
Not going to waste any time.
instantly. Instantly.
He just bats it away.
That's
No chance right
that's
now. No chance.
baller. God, that's baller. That's the top play. It's better than Jet in the same spot for reasons that are, I think, just by not guaranteeing him, but by threatening that he's going to have some kind of an out possibility like Antler
There's
that
X turn as
and
well.
and oh X turn it sets up for him going
Yeah, he's got
forward.
other things he can
Which
do.
so if he played Jet in the same spot, he would
Yeah, doesn't
not
have the
threaten
T.
X turn to follow up because he would have used up his T. Very impressive by Sammy the speed with which he
Yeah.
made that play.
Yep, there's no outplays for Ed otherwise now, so Sammy will get another shot at playing another move. But yeah, again, I think what really surprised me or really impressed me really with Sammy's play was how fast he played. He has 8 minutes on his clock. I think a lot of people would have taken a bit more, a few more minutes on the clock just to have a look over, do another look over, once go through and make sure I'm not missing anything. But I think he realized he saw Oxalic and was like, well, this is always also the same place that I was going to play anyway for a lot of points. So let's just move forward with it. And maybe he's also trying to put Ed on a bit of a time crunch too, because he's down to his last 42 seconds.
Yeah, and this is tough because he's not going to know this right now that with optimal play he was doomed in this end
Yeah,
game. He's probably still hoping and he plays
XO.
Exo to block X turn and
Yeah.
Sammy now can simply play. So that makes
And
sense from that standpoint of maybe does this force Sammy to find? No, I mean Sammy's winning by enough that he's going to be fine no matter what. But I think Ed is just thinking I'm going to block extern, which makes some sense. But Sammy can just end things now with Antler, or I suppose the more flashy Altern.
yeah, which does not take an S, but takes an E. Um, yeah, I mean, he's already taken more time to find Antler than G, so he's just chilling right now.
Yeah, amazing. This was a very, very fun game to watch. A ton of this game really revolved around these hooks right here, which Sammy never got to play.
Yeah,
The Grosh hooks. That would have been a big deal if Ed played OE in this situation instead of Odia. A few things would have happened. By random chance, Sammy would not have been able to play a tens when he did, but also Ed's own chances of playing a bingo on this next turn would have been pretty good, given that his own leave would be much better by playing just the O and E. So there are a lot of ways that the game could have unfolded differently, and I'm just curious. I wonder if Sammy's just going to ask him, like, "Did you see that? Did you know? Did you notice that?" And maybe we'll be able to tell from. Will we see an Ed Martin face palm? Will we see something like that? You
maybe
know,
so. I don't know what Sammy is necessarily thinking about now. But I mean, just to make sure, so you guys watching, it's actually 401 to Ed. He just played a 10-point
oh, I'm
play,
sorry.
so it's a little bit closer right now. And he can threaten with an outplay of Caliph through the F or Vilify if Sammy decides not to go out. So
Looks like he
Sammy just needs to make
has,
a valid play here, and he'll actually be okay.
yeah,
But
surprising by him. I can't imagine the rack is wrong, but actually, this makes things a lot closer
close.
than they
Yeah,
need to be.
yep. With Lent and then Caliph, Sammy will win this game by 4 points, instead of what would be about a 30 point or 25 point victory after Antler.
Yeah, why? Question of why not outplaying? I don't have an answer for you. It's definitely better for him to play Antler.
Yep.
Just not seeing it. I mean, just the human element. Um,
Is he just blocking like Lake or something? He's not seeing Caliph? I don't really know. But you can just
oh,
play EN or something on Exxon if you really want
that's
4 points.
that. Well, also Clavi at the top of the board here. Maybe he
Oh
doesn't
yeah,
care. Maybe he doesn't care that he has
about that
Clavi.
one.
He knows he'll outrun it. Maybe I don't know. It doesn't make sense because Laic scores about the same.
Cilia as
So
well through the eye. Yeah.
yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. He's definitely looking over and trying to. Oh, that's also. I mean, I of all people should make clear that you never know for sure whether the players have done their tracking correctly. Like Sammy could
That's
think
true.
that Ed has different letters than he has. Made a video
Yeah.
about losing a very bad game at the World Championship when I miswrote the letters remaining. I just thought that my opponent, which was Harshan, who apparently we're going to see next, people want it. So yeah, it happens that you just don't do your bookkeeping correctly.
Yeah. This is interesting because he's actually spent I think that's like almost 4 minutes in this turn, which seemingly looks from our point of view watching a very straightforward play of Antler, but he might just not be looking at an A at all. He might just be too busy looking at what Ed does next and not focusing on what he's going to do. Um, so bot and Totcha is going to be more than enough anyway. There's no real way that Sammy can lose this game unless he plays a phony play. So again, I always tell the kids that I that I teach any winning play at the end of the game is the best play. So don't lose this game on playing a phony. That's like the worst thing you can do.
Yeah,
And this does the trick at least. So this will inflict Ed's second. What's happened here? Ed has
he's
5 seconds to stop the clock. Is he going to have enough time to play his last move?
so yeah. I think Sammy picked up the play that he was making and he put down just bot And oh, well, Sammy didn't start his clock again. It totally doesn't matter. Like either way, it's definitely Sammy. I have the score after all of this with no time penalties. Sammy 435 to Ed 429 after that
Oof.
play. So yeah, uh, very very close game down the stretch. Yeah, there we go. You can see Sammy's leftover letters. He's got four of them. So dang, what a game.
Oof.
Let's just see if
Yeah.
we get any points pointing at the board at the Grosh spot there. Of maybe Sammy is saying he didn't see Caliph to the F there, but either way, Ed is going to take on his second loss and a much needed win for Sammy as well if he's going to make a run at this. And every loss by Ed is going to be met with applause by the rest of the players in the standings, which we'll cut to that in a second. I saw somebody ask for it, but everybody's rooting for Ed to lose a couple more games to bring him back to the pack.
Yes, definitely. For the people who are catching him up, it's even better when it comes from a player who is actually further down in the pack, like not really in such close contention. Sammy's in 12th position. It obviously he's going to be moving a bit closer to the front. But Harshan, if he wins his game against Noble on a Chevway, will also overtake Ed on spread and will only be one game behind Ed as a result. So it's a big result for them. Lewis McKay has also beaten Tokei Aka by 148, which unfortunately puts Chief Tokei's spread back to minus again
Oh yeah,
with
let's
his
bring up
11-6
these.
record.
Let me bring up the standings as we go
Yeah,
through
go
this
ahead.
here. So there you see
Um,
him.
Yep, and then Kevin McMahon has just been Tobias Alti by, oh wow, 343 points, um,
Oof.
doubling Kevin's spread now to 680. So he's kind of rivaling those who are kind of in third to sixth position. And you can see Phil Robertshaw is kind of creeping back up again, and David Webb is still there. Sammy's going to be moving up. So yeah, some of the players are starting to creep back up the standings. And yeah, there's still a number of big players like Paul Allen, who's 17th. He's just outside this right now, still result to come through. And Josh Sokol, currently 19th position. So they're still kind of vying for those places. So who's just outside of the scoreboard that you're looking at now. So there's still a number of big players still in contention for the top 10 prizes.
The full standings for those on YouTube watching, I think the pinned message of the pinned message of on there. Hopefully you can see it. We'll bring you to full standings if you're looking for a player that's not represented on here. You can see it that way. So yeah. So anyway, I think the results of the poll are so neck and neck. I know on Twitch the poll winner I think was Phil versus Harshan by a hair, and on YouTube it's literally 44 to 44 right now, and it's seesawing back and forth one way and the other. So all right, I'm picking the poll. I just ended it because I think we've already told our directors to give us a match of UK champions, and that is Harshan and Phil Robertshaw, who are currently in second and 10th place on the standings right now. So I think the players are still doing some bookkeeping, but I'm going to get things ready for the next game, and I don't really think we have to go to break. We can just let these players decompress a little bit, and then we should get Harshan and Phil for our final game of the day. A game that every game from here on out, very, very important for Ed Martin, very important for Harshan, and any of these players lower down in the standings, if you have aspirations of breaking through to the top, you're going to have to win pretty much every game. But for those players at the top, there's a little more room for error, so we'll find out.
Oh, someone just hit the
Oh,
camera.
yeah. Looks like we'll need to get that camera sorted again, but that's okay.
Yeah,
So yeah,
yeah.
Phil versus Harshan, Austin,
All
two
right.
really, really strong players. I'm sure they're quite evenly matched.
Yep, very evenly matched. I mentioned this yesterday as well that both players live very close to each other, and they've been playing a lot of friendly games at each other's houses, and they always end very evenly too. So we should be expecting a very close game between both players. both very tactically astute, and deep word knowledges from both of them as well. So we shouldn't really be expecting many missteps in this matchup here. Um, and yeah, we should be expecting a great game.
I just saw, I think, a few results come in. It looks like Harshan won his previous round game. So, given
Yep,
that we know, maybe
he did.
we'll cut back to the standings and say we know that Ed just lost to Sammy here, so he's going to stay at 15-1. But Harshan winning this game, I'm having a little bit of PTSD. This is exactly what he did to me at the World Championship, where I was doing well, and then he just tracked me down in the standings. He wouldn't just give up like I needed him to, and unfortunately, that's what cost me. But in this tournament, there is no finals match. It's just who will be at the top of the pack at the end of 25 rounds here. So Harshan in good position, Lewis right behind. We know Ed's going to drop to 15-2. And we are now about to embark on round 18, our final game of the day. So yeah, it's been a marathon to this point, Austin, and I think we're just at the finish line. Though of course we have a whole other day tomorrow.
That's true. And we actually started this coverage from round 12 onwards, so we didn't even stream the first two games. So it's even longer for the players involved in the tournament right now. So again, they're going to be playing 18 games in a very short period of time. Again, kind of like what 32 hours and 18 games. So yeah, they must be kind of feeling it right now, and then they'll be coming back on Monday, was tomorrow, a bank holiday in the UK. Yeah, to finish off the last seven games and make a final run to the finish line. And don't forget that the top 10 players uh, get prizes in this division.
Yeah, you see
Top
it
eight
there,
prize, yeah,
the
and
cutoff.
the top eight are monetary prizes too. So that's the kind of what we're kind of looking at right now. And you can see, the main pretenders all at the top. Again, you can see by the number after their name, that is the Wesper rating seeding. So you can see that Brett and Kevin, fifth and sixth, are both number one and number two, and Harsh is number three. He's in second place. And you got Lewis, who's in seventh seed, who's in third place. So a lot of number of the top players are already at the top right now, and yeah, we're waiting to see Phil, who's seed number nine, maybe creep up there too. So we'll see.
How many of these players are former UK champions? I feel like it's Ed, Harshan, Lewis. Brett has climbed his way back, by the way. Never would count him out. It's not surprising at all to see him kind of rise from lower down in the standings to he's definitely has a chance with not even that many games out of the hunt to just win his way back into the thick of it. I don't know if Kevin's won, but I feel like he's been 2,000 rated and Westba for forever. It's a lot, and Phil. So I'm count. Has
Yeah,
has David Webb ever won a UK
I think yeah.
championship?
So I think I don't think Lewis has actually ever won the UK Nationals before,
Oh wow. Okay.
which is an outlier amongst the top players. But yeah, Ed has won, Harshan has won, Brett has won multiple times, Phil has won, I think, multiple times, and then we have people further down the list, like David Webb, who has won multiple times, and then actually who's just fallen out of the top 15 is Terry Kirk. He is also a former national champion, I think in 99 or 2000. And then obviously just outside that as well is Paul Allen, who's the current UK champion, who's in 20th position. So a lot of
That
former
says a
winners, and
lot.
Gary Oliver, who's 25th. So there's a lot of national champions in this tournament from the UK, and they're all kind of, there or thereabouts.
Yeah, it says a lot that Paul Allen, the reigning UK champion, is mired in 20th right now. That really is no slight to him. It's just more that there's enough good players that there truly are no guarantees of you could be a
Yeah.
great player. And this, if you just don't draw particularly well, or if you have an off game or two, you're going to be down lower in the standings than you're accustomed to. So I don't know. I feel like we should not go to break because the players are playing at a little bit of a faster pace today. So I'm sure that I just saw the result come in for Phil in his favor. So he won his previous round game to move up to seventh. So this will be, I don't think there are any other games yet to be decided that are going to affect this. So this is where things stand going into the final round of the day. We'll be watching Phil in seventh place against Harshan in second place. And with a win by Harshan and another loss by Ed, Harshan would be in first at the end of the day. So that would be quite the comeback on his part if he can make it all the way. But yeah, let me just see what's going on with the board camera.
Yeah,
Maybe
we
I
need
need
to
to.
get, well, whilst we're waiting, we should get the board camera kind of realigned.
Yeah, I think I can
Oh,
do
definitely you can do
that.
that from where you are. That's so
Yeah,
good.
I have it. So we can do this. Hopefully this will work. So yeah, I don't know if we ignoring any yeah, anytime I mention Paul Allen on my YouTube channel or anywhere else, we get the people who are big fans of the movie American Psycho, where there's a character named Paul Allen that Christian Bale's character is obsessed with. And I don't know, spoiler alert, I'm not going to say any more about what happens. Although, I mean, I like that movie, but I wouldn't necessarily recommend it to one of my friends, if that makes sense. It's kind of a grim movie. So,
Oh, I have
um,
not seen that movie myself, so
yeah.
maybe I should stay clear. Maybe I don't
It's
know.
I like it, but it's a little violent. If you're not into
Oh,
violence in your movies, you might have an issue with that one.
oof.
Um,
Okay, I don't mind
so
it myself, but yeah.
So yeah, I definitely I enjoy the Paul Allen memes of people mentioning that. So let me see. I think this board also needs to be tweaked, but then we should be good to go with the board cam, and it's just waiting for the players. Yeah, question of I guess I'm not even sure I see the question, but are there players from not the UK? Oh, is Nigel playing? Yeah, I mean, the issue there is just that I don't think Nigel has traveled very far out of his region to play in a long while. I'm sure that he's definitely active locally, so I have every expectation that he'll be back on the scene. And he is no stranger to playing these big events overseas. Austin, have you ever played Nigel on UK soil?
Yes, he does travel to the UK to play in the UK Open that used to, I guess it's still not really around anymore, but he frequently played in the UK Open almost every year that he was there because it had a decent prize money. But yeah, I played him I think most of my head-to-head games, at least a large percentage of them, came from that tournament. Actually, one of the times I think it was covered in your video where I'm one of few people to beat him three times in a row,
Oh, yes,
and
that's right.
that was at one of those times I was actually very close to being a fourth time in a row, but I think it was like a last minute bingo that he managed to put down, and I lost by like 20 points or something. But I needed to win 5 games in a row to overtake him at the end. So somehow I even got to three and a bit and was still ahead, and it was kind of dicey, but couldn't quite get it done. But yeah, Nigel does turn up to that event most of the time, and has won it most of the time also. But since that tournament is not really around anymore, I don't think he travels to the UK quite so much now.
Got it. Got it. Makes sense. So I am just about ready with my board stuff here. I think I'm all set. I thought I just saw maybe Phil put his clipboard down there.
Yep,
I'm
his
sure the
clipboard
players
is
are
he's
aware.
waiting.
Um, so yeah. Um, so yeah, we'll see. It looks like Harshan is making his way over, probably being explained who's going
Yep,
first in the game. And like you said, Austin, these are sparring partners. So
yep.
sometimes it's like, sometimes you got to ask yourself when you go to these tournaments and you see your sparring partner across the board, like, man, I came all this way to see you. Like,
Yeah,
you're trying to
still
go
here.
to these cool places that have lots of players from around the world, and instead you see the guy that lives down the street from you or whatever. But I'm sure these players are actually happy to see each other. It's nice to see a friendly face when things get tougher later on in these tournaments.
Yeah, definitely. And that would also mean that both these players will know each other's game very well. Again, I don't think there would be too many big holes to kind of to poke through with each other's game. They're both two of the best players in the world, so again, would expect some great moves and high quality play here. And you can see that Harshan's still listening to his music until the last possible moment with his earphones in. Um, but yeah, this should be a great game. And I'm going to put out a prediction very soon also. But I guess we might as well take the moment to just to say that if you've been enjoying the stream, if you've been watching on YouTube, go ahead and please subscribe to Will Anderson's channel, the on Wonder of 15. And if you're enjoying the stream on Twitch, please go ahead and follow my channel at Austinium9. It would be much appreciated if you could do all those things. And you can help our channels grow and spread the word of Scrabble.
Sounds good. I don't know how many people are coming from the video I posted today. I have another
Oh yes.
video that I don't even know how it's doing or what comments people are making, but I did drive some people here to the best of my ability. If you're popping by from seeing my video today, thank you very much. I appreciate that. And thanks for stopping by this live stream. But we are into the home stretch of our day 2 coverage here, and it should be a banger to finish things off. And then it's just how early we want to wake up tomorrow to bring you guys the coverage of the final day. Of course, all these games getting more and more pivotal. So yeah, I think we'll probably aim for like a 6 a.m. for me, 5 a.m. for Austin
Yep.
wake up time, and we'll have to skip out a couple games here. I'm not sure what's happening here. Yes, I don't know why our producer Lukeman is actually calling me. Hopefully there's not an emergency, but we're
No problem.
good to go.
Yeah, but yes, at the moment, so I've just put out the prediction in the Twitch chat. So if you want to get involved, I put the prediction out right now. You got 4 minutes to predict. I put the betting line in favor of Harshan by 10 points. So if you think Harshan will win by 10 or more points, go for option 1. If you think Harshan will win but by 9 or fewer, or if Phil will win the game, then go for option 2. So this will be the last prediction, last game of today that you'll be seeing. We've got plenty more tomorrow, but go ahead and get your channel points down, get predicting, and if you might be to put enough down, you might win a lot more back.
Yeah, I'm going to make a prediction right now, but I'm not sure who. I think just given I like when it's lopsided, I'm trying to get that value. So somebody plunked some money down on Phil, so I'll put some on Harshan here, even it out a little. Wow, somebody spent a lot on
Yeah,
Phil to
4,000
win. We got some
coins.
major Phil fans here.
I
All
think
right,
so.
so what's happening here? I don't see the clock started. Is
Um,
that on me? Maybe it is started, but my I'm not seeing it right.
maybe they just haven't pressed it.
Well, we'll find out soon enough, I'm sure. It could
Yeah.
be a display issue on my part that I have to try to fix, but either way, it looks like these racks are right. So the question now becomes, do you see an
Hyoid.
X? Yeah, I was going to say, would you see an X be played, or would you see a longer word like hoodie or hyoid? And I guess we have our answer.
Yep, so hoodie would generally be the better play here, but with hyoid, you're setting up the X next to XI. You have a ready-made play of Ox and XI there for 36. So you're guaranteeing yourself good play, a big play next time. So again, very good play from Phil.
And he plays it vertically. We've seen that a number of times as well.
Yep.
Why not with the horizontal?
Some people
So
these days.
yeah, we went through that yesterday a little bit. It's kind of our faux debate in the Scrabble community. Do you open this way? Of course, you can play in any of this as long as. Whoa, that was a really bad straight line. Let me try that again. There we go. I have motor skills. So you can play anywhere here as long as you touch that center square. And yeah, there's no real functional difference, but people like to debate it. So yeah, I don't know what's going on with the timer. Let me just see. I'm thinking that maybe I have to refresh it because I can't imagine that they wouldn't have hit the clock by now. So let me refresh. Of
Yeah.
course, that just killed it. So all right, no, No big deal. Maybe we'll be able to just get updates. I don't know why that happens sometimes, but in any case, Gauche, nice play by Harshan, and he leaves himself a D to potentially hook it if he draws a 7-letter word. Although maybe it's better to just keep the D because ED is a good combination, and it's not so much that this hook is going to be that useful. He's just likelier to draw bingos holding onto that combo.
Yes, exactly. And Phil actually has a bingo here, I
Oh,
think.
he sure does.
Just hoping that he sees it because it's very easy to kind of plonk down Cox and go and axe underneath Gauche for a good score. But if he just spends a little bit longer just to have a quick look, he will find unexotic through that eye of Highway. The only bingo playable from his point of view, and therefore also in this case, the best play, which will actually
Oh,
also blocks Harshan's move of Adroita through that A of Gauche.
so Harshan has to be. So Harshan has bingos. He has Dortier, which now plays all
Yeah.
over the place too. So you could play. He has a 7-letter word. Harshan does that plays in any number of places. Not all of which are going to be blocked by Phil's bingo of unexotic, which I absolutely expect him to see here. Actually, this is the classic scenario of if he is going to see it. I feel like with these letters, including an X, you're not that likely to have too many other bingos.
Yeah.
So if he sees it, I do expect it to go down quickly. Um, but yeah, he hasn't played it yet. So with every passing second, I worry a little bit, but we'll see. I do expect him to find this. If not, frankly, it's not the worst thing in the world to play Ox or Cox under there or something like that. Like, yeah, it's definitely better to bingo, but there are worse bingos to miss. And there we
Oh, I
have that
officially got it.
answer as well. Yeah, he's got it, Austin.
Yeah, 72 points for this bingo. And yeah, very well found. It's very, again, very easy to kind of not look at that spot and not even think about playing a bingo or even looking for one. But Phil finds a star play here, and he takes the, I say early lead, but Harshan has got some bingos coming down next. So Doughty, as you said, making DE scores 75, and the other bingo that actually was now created due to unexotic being played is Outrider through that U, which is much more dangerous, gives a lot more away, and creates a big S hook for the trip for the double word square at the bottom there.
Oh
So
yeah, true.
um, yeah, there's many reasons why you shouldn't play Outrider over Dortier if you see both of them. Um, but yeah, Dortier looks like the best play here, and also that D hook of Gauche has now been now been blocked, so we can't play downwards from there now.
Oh, I guess we're trying to. It's
Fix the
very,
clock, I
yeah,
think.
it's very nice of the players to sit through that. We really don't need to fix the clock. We could just get clock updates. So if we can't fix it in short order, okay, it looks like we have actually fixed it there. The nice thing is that because of the way our little system works here, we don't actually have to mess with the clock. You can just
Oh, there
stop
it
it
is.
and then fix it, so it doesn't disrupt them that much, I suppose.
Yeah,
But thankfully, we did get it back, and now we can
yeah,
see who's on turn and how much time they have.
yeah. Appreciate that from the players. Thank you to the players for just taking a quick moment to fix that clock so we can see you guys out there can see how much time is left. But yeah, I think Harshan's just kind of just doing his due diligence, making sure there's nothing through the E or the X or the O, an exotic, but he is, going to play Doughty. He's going to play the best move here, 75 points.
Definitely correct. That's the one spot that remained for the 7-letter word on his rack after Unexotic by Phil. So he had it in a bunch of spots. It's kind of scary to see several of them get blocked in one go by Phil's bingo, but he still gets a nice bingo score. And look at Phil's rack. Not so good, especially with that nice R out in space, but he should be able to play certainly something like Jerks through the E of Dortier. I mean, I say jerks. Well, I should lead to that question of would you play your S there just to try to balance your rack a little bit better, or would you leave it off and keep that S?
There's definitely a reason you could play something like that. You could also play Jor as well, Jor and Gosha. So that's another option that's playable. But again, you want to really try and get rid of more consonants here. Um, well, yeah, it's kind of difficult, really. You might want to keep that S for hyoids
Yeah.
potentially, but you're also there's only one Y left, and you shouldn't be worried about it. But jerky could give away a lot of points as well. So I think I would probably just play jaw here. But I don't know. I mean, jerk might also give away more points with parallel players to the triple. So
True.
it's yeah,
The thing
you
I
want to get rid of
worry,
that. Yeah,
I
you want to
just
get rid of that K, but
Yeah,
yeah,
I worry with Jor. It scores great to play it in this spot with Gosher, but it keeps the K and V together
yeah,
on the rack. It just feels like your upside is very capped after that. Whereas the nice thing about Jerk is if you play Jerk and somehow manage to draw, for example, two vowels, right? So you're crossing
yeah,
off these, you have a nice little nucleus here. If you're able to draw an E and one more vowel, you're probably bingoing a lot of the time next turn. So there is that going for it. At the same time, if you tack your S on, you get 6 more points and you have a likelier chance of balancing your rack and drawing more vowels. Every tile that you spend off of this is a new chance to get a vowel on your next turn. So there's a lot. I don't know. It's not so obvious. Which of those is the best? It seems like the computer engine wants just jerk, probably realizing that on this particular board, the S is fairly valuable, and there's a really good chance of any 7 letter word with an S playing. Although I guess you could see a lot of those get blocked by plays in this spot if Harshan has something like that.
yep. That's exactly right. And another thing to maybe consider, I mean, at least just think about, is that the O of unexotic, you can put the J or the K there. So you could draw into Raj or Rock or something, which would give you upwards of 40, maybe 60 points. So that's definitely something that Phil could be thinking about if he draws into another vowel. But at the same time, he would need to play off a lot of consonants that don't that keep the J or the K. And that's not going to be very easy to do. So something like vor might be an option, or core to keep the J potentially. But I don't know if you can really hedge your bets on picking out the correct letter with just by playing two tiles. So yeah, I think all that said, something like jerk or jaw would be good here, and I think that's probably what he's kind of weighing up right now.
Yeah, it's just and there we go. So he is playing Jor, grabbing a bunch more points, holding on to that S. It looks great. The only issues are you still got 5 consonants going into next turn, and you do know for a fact that 2 of those consonants will be the K and V together, which could be challenging. I guess the nice thing is if you could just draw one vowel, as you said, the K, Austin, plays here very well. It could play here for a lot of
Yeah.
points. If Harshan doesn't play there, your odds of having a good scoring play on your next turn are quite good, holding the K after this. And he has drawn an A, so that should
Yep.
help
Great.
him quite a bit.
Yeah, he's probably partly thinking, "Oh, I should have played core now and I have Raj in that spot." But yeah, he's got some options with Lark in the top right corner. But yeah, if Harshan has at the moment, Harshan has is he close to a bingo or does he have anything available here?
He appears to not have one. So flatted is a valid word. Doesn't fit anywhere on this board. So he's going to have a much trickier decision than if he could just, be able to dump a bingo here somewhere, which he would love, trailing on the scoreboard by a little bit, not so much. If he were to get a bingo, he would jump into the lead quickly. But I do feel like with those letters, he has to at least honor the possibility of maybe I've got something through an E, maybe I've got something through an I. So many consonants on his rack, he is going to be looking at, the O, the E, the he's got like every
Yeah,
vowel that he can at
pretty
least
much.
look at. But unfortunately, none of them are in really free and open position. They all kind of force the bingos, except for this U, which is the worst of the bunch. They all force any bingos that you would play to have those vowels in early position, which I don't think they want to be. For example, the E, if it were just a little bit lower, he could play Faldetta.
Yeah.
So yeah, not available for him here.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of options, like what do you really do? Do you play Fard in the top right just to kind of be a bit more defensive in terms of taking out the basically the most obvious spot to score points, or do you play something like Fad above Exotic, which I think scores a little bit more? Or does he play something like Delft, Delft through the E of Dortier, keeping AT blind, which actually is kind of the ideal leave here, but it scores a little bit less. So
Yeah.
all those options are very similar, I think, in terms of like how strong they are overall. So yeah, again, I think Harshan, again, stylistically, would he keep it blocked with Fad, or would he kind of go in between with Fad, or would he kind of make it more open with Delft? I think maybe a stylistic thing here with Harshan, we'll end up finding out what he really wants to do here.
Yeah, so one thing that could be a decider from all those options is just sussing out what to make of this play, JOR, right? A two tile play. In general, playing shorter signals strength of the other five tiles that you leave on your rack. In particular, though, in this situation, you can even glean a couple more things than that. You know he doesn't have an A, or else he would
Yep.
play Raj, right? You could potentially suss out that he's in consonant trouble, but I think I would be more inclined to think he likes his five leftover tiles, and I would be feeling like a play like Delft or Fard, one of those two plays that get in the way of this open spot. I don't want to let Phil get a crack at this open spot after he's only played two tiles on his previous turn, even knowing that maybe this is more of a symptom of consonant overload than really five perfectly balanced tiles. It easily could be five perfectly balanced tiles that don't contain an A. And I don't want to worry about that. So I do kind of like this choice here for Harshan for those reasons. But some players might play Fad and just take a few extra points and go for it that way. So I don't know. That's my thinking. It seems like we're not too far apart on that, Austin.
Yeah, definitely. And you can see that Harshan has drawn pretty well. I think he's going to bingo next turn. Um, and
Mm.
yeah, it really depends on what Phil's going to do. He needed an E for Claverns, which hasn't been played in at all, so doesn't can't really do that. Um, but yeah, he's got an option to play through the E of Unexotic and play Lekvars for 38 points, which is what it looks like he's about to do. That's a lot of points to not play, especially with considering all the other options available to him.
Yeah.
I think that is actually his highest scoring play. So
Getting the K and
um,
V off together too. It's
yeah,
definitely we
yeah,
like that.
yeah, and you keep the end, so it's still pretty good. And he goes up by a bingo. So um, again, if Harshan does bingo here, you're not going to feel too bad about it.
Right.
Um, but yeah,
Just want to shout out for anybody that threw out as a suggestion Kevlar's, which is the trade name for the bulletproof vest.
yeah,
Good spot. I feel like there are many trade names like that are valid, but for whatever reason, Kevlar's is not acceptable in the Scrabble dictionary, even though a few other brand names are. So a lot of us that have encountered this word would
yeah,
probably get it in your anagram. If you're practicing your anagrams, you would see it in your, come up like this on a quiz, and you would be like, oh, yeah, that's Kevlar's. And then it tells you you're wrong. So that's how we learned this word, trial by fire when you try to answer that. But in any case, very rational, thought to try to play Kevlar's here. But actually, Lekvar scores even better. This is a 5-point tile compared to the V that would go there otherwise. So it's even better, even if Kevlar's were good.
yep. I've made that mistake many times trying to initially when I was learning this word, guessing Kevlar's. But yeah, it's easy mistake to make. And yeah, we're back to Harshan now. He's 60 points behind. He's got playable bingos, but he's looking for a bingo that plays to the right of Delft to get that triple. And I think there's only one word that actually plays there from what he has, appetite. So,
See if he has the
um, yeah,
appetite.
yeah. I
Not that
don't know what
spelling.
it means, but
It's a raw. It's like an or. It's gonna come up with
oh,
like it's an or of something. I think,
okay.
if I'm not
And
mistaken.
that scores 79 points. So it puts him temporarily into the lead, but that is his highest scoring bingo available. Again, I'm sure that Harshan is just going through all the different options and now also going through the option of the R of Lekvaz and making sure that there's no four timer starting with the R that's playable. But from what we can see, Appetite is the highest scoring bingo, 79 points.
Yeah, note though, it does create a little bit of a risk here
Yeah,
in the I in this spot. There are
the
definitely,
Q unseen.
yeah, you could. So Harshan is probably thinking about that. He's probably looking for pretty much anything that would avoid making this really, really big spot here. It's probably better if I cut to the Quaggle analysis to show you here. It's much clearer than me, doing whatever chicken scratch I'm doing on screen. But you can see this is how it would look. And this would, all the right letters are in place for a Q play to go down
Yeah.
here for well over 100. So that's definitely, I'm sure that's on Harshan's mind. But I don't know. I feel like Lekvars is a play that, I it boggles. He certainly doesn't have the Q after this, or else he probably would play something like Quark instead, right? So he didn't keep the Q. And he would have to have drawn it with a U out of the bag, and it's not all that likely. So I feel like you just might have to go with this for the extra points. It's going to work out so much better. And really, that's just in the absence of anything any better. Like, this is the second highest scoring play. It scores 7 fewer points, and it has its own big problems to it, right? Like opening up the lane
Yeah.
that way. So I think you just got to hold your nose and play this, Austin.
I think so. And yeah, to couple the point of like any QUA words with appetite, simpler, even simpler still, you can just put QI or cat. So you don't even technically need the U. Already two of them have already been played to actually play something down there for 60 odd points. So it's definitely a danger that Harshan is kind of weighed up here in terms of like, should I play something here? But he probably already knows that Phil didn't have the Q, at least on that last turn. He'd have to at least pick up the Q and maybe pick up the I or the AT or something like that, or IN to go with it. But yeah, lucky for him, Phil does not have the Q right now. Um, but yeah, there's a pretty nice play available here. Um, and maybe I'll let you explain what that is.
So I think well, depending on where you're coming from an experience standpoint
Yeah.
here, there's a play that I think most players at this level would see that's a really, really good play, which is through the K of Enoki. This is a really, really nice play that I think Phil is very likely to see. It scores 40 points. And then there's a play that's absolutely bonkers available for him here of Myelon on top of Unexotic. This would score 49 points, an increase of 9 over Enoki. It does keep two eyes, not the best leave. You could easily draw another one and be very unhappy with three eyes. But those two plays certainly stand out. But I'm sure there's other ones that are a little bit simpler. Obviously Phil's eye is going to be drawn into this spot, trying to play something with an M going down. I don't think he quite has anything. Just
No.
for those that are wondering, like, what about eeny, meeny, miny, mo, right? Not a valid word, but there it is. A very, very
Okie
nice
dokie.
play, Austin. Hard to find any fault with that one.
Yeah, definitely. Myelon keeps both eyes as well. And unseen to Phil, there's actually four more eyes left. So there's always running the risk of kind of being stopped in your tracks by picking out even more eyes on this turn after playing what would be five tiles. And IMY, again, not the best leave ever, but you have the M and the I to play next to Appetite already. And if you can combine some other good tiles with that, you can probably play something down next to Appetite with the ITE there. and get maybe 40, 50 points on the next turn. And it does look like that Harshan hasn't drawn particularly great. Something like Faro or Fora at the top right corner is kind of what I'm kind of noticing right now, which would leave
He's
the spot open for Phil.
looks like he's
Um,
headed there with his hands.
yeah,
Yeah, there it
there
is.
it is.
So that's, I mean, that's definitely the most points that he has on offer. He doesn't have anything that plays here.
Uh,
I think both players are going to be sort of fretting about that spot until it gets used up once and for all, which is going to happen any moment now, I imagine. I actually don't know if Phil has a play there that is going to knock his socks off, that it's that good.
yeah,
But yeah, we'll see.
maybe Guy potentially,
Yeah,
Guy.
I mean, something like that. I mean, the reason why I say it's not going to knock his socks off is that it isn't a 5 letter word that goes all the way
Yeah,
down. Of course, you would love to hit your M here and find something that goes all the way. Nothing like that exists, unfortunately. So the suggestion that you just made of Guy does look pretty nice. It blocks that spot and it doesn't kill the S hook on Appetite. On the contrary, it just repositions it to guys instead of appetites. So that seems quite reasonable. There are other possibilities here, but at this point, the score of the game is so close that it's perfect, right? You can't be too defensive and you can't be too aggressive. You definitely don't want to just leave that spot willy-nilly, but nor is it an absolute smoking gun, red alert, I have to block this. So the players have to balance those competing instincts.
yes, very much so. This is an interesting play from Phil as well. He's played Yum, which is maybe a little bit more maybe more attacking here because he's setting up the A hook for me for Ami. He has the G as well, which would go with gut. So he's actually set up that spot for himself. But it looks like Harshan has drawn into liaison. And does that go anywhere?
It doesn't, which is painful.
Oh,
It almost fits parallel to appetite. It feels like it must go somewhere, right? But in fact,
no.
it doesn't fit. It's just a shame because any bingo ending in S would easily play here. And also liaison, by the way, almost
Oh, yeah, it does. I was
fits
thinking that.
here. It's
SE.
just SE is the fly in the ointment. Otherwise, it would have played parallel there. And not only that, you never know that, somebody could make a play here that lets liaison play parallel to it, but it didn't quite. I guess that somebody would have to be Phil. But your
Yeah.
opponent could make a play, let's say, from Harshan's POV. But instead of bingoing, he's going to have a much more tricky decision of what to do at these low point tiles. He surely is going to be thinking, how can I bingo quickly? And he makes
Hmm.
a nice play to really max out his chances of doing that.
Yeah, he's definitely fishing for the bingo here. 13 points, puts him just 8 behind. Keeping Slane on his rack, which will bingo fairly often with the floating tiles of the ARS on Lakvaz and the T of Dortia there. So he's definitely got that in mind now. But Phil, with that opening that he just carved out, should be able to play Gazed for 47 points, making Gut and Ami, which is exactly what just happened. He just drew the Z
Yeah.
and yeah, can hit that pretty hard. And with that, he'll end up going up by 55, which puts more pressure on Harshan to bingo very soon.
Yeah, that does a lot of good things. Maybe it's starting to be time to look at the unseen tiles here. This is from Phil Robert Shaw's perspective here, so he knows that even though he has an S, there are two S's unseen to him. So the really nice thing about this play is that it blocks off this hook very, very, not completely, but pretty close to completely. It scores really well, and it doesn't give a ton back. It's definitely possible to play a bingo ending in E and certainly ending in D, but it scores so well. And I just want to call out that this is definitely manufactured by
Yeah.
Phil. Phil played Yum holding this A, knowing that if he drew something like this, he would have a good overlapping play there. So this is something that Phil likely saw one turn in advance, and he's benefiting quite a bit from it.
Yep, definitely. And the main thing that it really does to the board is that it blocks the S hook for appetite. So there's no place on this board now for any bingos ending with an S. I think Harsha has a relatively straightforward play of cats here onto the tee of Dortier, scoring 46 points. So he just negated the last play from Phil, which now puts Harshan exactly 9 points behind, which is almost exactly what I had predicted in the prediction right now.
Wow.
The
Good
difference.
good
So
line setting.
it's going to be very close. I mean, it might come down to whoever bingos next potentially.
Yeah, I mean, certainly whoever bingo's next, I mean, the board is not so open. I feel like if there is a bingo, it's kind of likely to be here.
It's going to be through there,
The
and that's it.
if it does go down to the D, there is some chance of
Yeah.
another counter bingo being played, but anything that plays like through this R or maybe ending in E, it's going to require quite the precise fit to respond to that. So it definitely does feel like the next player to bingo might set up a really difficult situation for their opponent to come back from. And there is that blank still unseen. That feels like like so many games. It feels like it's looming pretty large in this one.
Yep, definitely. And yeah, it's just very close in terms of like they're both going to be trying to score well, but also not going to be like overly going too hard on fishing at the same time and fall behind. So you're kind of running that tightrope of just trying to find that balance between score and trying to go after the bingo potentially. But yeah, I mean they're both probably about as equally as far from the bingo as each other really. They both got about maybe four tiles that would be good for bingo, and the other three are not so good. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see if either one are gonna leave the spot open, or are they going to start blocking it and just be like, okay, I'm just gonna take it down to a close game here, and fancy my chances that way. I think Harshan is probably in a bit more of a better situation to do that because he can play Wiz onto the Z of Gazed, and it'd be a lot easier for him to block the board that way compared to what Phil has on his rack. He can't really play anything onto that Z there. So yeah, I mean, Phil's going to have a bit of trouble trying to get rid of these vowels, but he also needs to score well here.
Yeah, there's a ton to consider. That's always the case. Like I said, in these really close, even games, it's very difficult to know, do I need to be aggressive? Do I need to go for the plays in these big spots all around the board or try to play bingos, set up my S? Do I dare, try to set up my S knowing that Harshan could easily be sitting on another one after Cots, although he would play this with almost anything.
Yeah.
It's just it's very challenging. These are situations where the pathway forward is not that clear, and I do think that there is a stylistic element to it where players that like to be aggressive are going to apt to be aggressive in an even game, and players that are a little cagier are going to start playing defense earlier, even when the game score is kind of close. It's just it's sort of a philosophical difference. I think the very very best players are able to really perfectly calibrate when to put which strategy forth and what clues is my opponent
Ooh,
giving me. And a very interesting choice here by Phil of just EE for only 10.
it's aggressive. He's
He's
going for it. Bingo.
really,
He's
yeah,
going for it.
he's really going for it. I really think. And
Let me know.
Wiz coming down instantly for Harshan. No time wasted whatsoever, getting rid of that W, the worst of his letters. Um, so yeah, that was super super fast by Harshan, which is we've seen him take his time in a
Ooh,
couple of these games. So
yeah,
I think that was
yeah.
definitely a strong play by him just to get a bunch of points and partially obstruct some stuff and leave good bingo tiles. But Austin, what do you think Phil was thinking of here? Is he gunning for this R?
I think so. I think he's really going for any bingo that fits within the R or the S or the D mainly. I think. And yeah, with that whiz play, that now opens another different bingo lane with Swizz, potentially, if that gets
Oh
played
yeah,
there.
true.
So there's definitely some options on the board right now. I mean, it really depends if any of these players suddenly kind of feels the heat, so to speak, and then starts just completely shutting it down if they're starting to feel like they're in a bit of a bad spot. Phil is, yeah, very close to a bingo. He just drew the B and the N, I believe. So the N definitely helps him, but the B not so much. He does have a space to play bio and bow if he wants to just fish off one tile
Yeah,
with
it's a beautiful,
21.
beautiful spot to dump it.
Yeah, and the other tiles do combine pretty well with the R that's open with Lekvars
Well, I
and
got to
the
give
F and
Harshan
the
his
D.
points here. Sorry that I didn't give him his whiz points. So it's a
Oh,
very,
okay.
very different situation. Um,
Oh, okay. Here we go.
Ooh,
Bap.
BAP. Okay. So getting rid of both the B and the P in one go. So
Okay.
really trying to get rid of any tile that's not a one pointer. Probably hope to replenish draw with all one pointers and get that bingo down ASAP. That's likely what Phil is thinking here. I just wonder his bingo percentage was probably pretty good after just dumping the B by itself in this spot in the center of the board. So I'm not 100% sure what would have worked out the best. But all right, here we go. Harshan definitely
Yep. He's closing it down a bit now,
closing
but
things
Phil
down.
has got Eloinas on the left side of the board at the very least.
Oh, the blank looming
There
so
it
large,
is.
and there it is. Yeah, Amin. That's a very closed board. Well, I don't know how if it's that closed. It just undoubles some of his duplicates and scores
Yeah.
decently well, I think. So it's a solid play on that basis. Still leaves a few things open, but that is a huge draw for Phil of that second blank. He is going to win the
Yeah.
race to
Yeah.
bingo first.
And I think that he's going to play through that R of Lekvars and just block off any of the remaining bingo lanes available, and maybe not play something like Eloinas, which will keep some things open and open other bingo lanes at the bottom of the board. So I think he's going to play this in a way where counter bingos are not really going to be possible. And there are opportunities for him to play bingos elsewhere on the board too. Just seeing that Conseil can play above BAP,
That's
making
crazy.
OB, Nag, and Spa, which is the
Yeah.
highest scoring bingo that he has. Don't forget that he's also 13 points behind. So after a 79-point play of Conseil, and if Harshan does manage to come back with another bingo, it might be around even, or Phil might still be losing potentially by that point. So if Phil can find a way to bingo and not be bingoed on, then I think that is going to be his easiest route to victory here, and that's probably playing something through that A or R of Lekvars and just blocking everything off. So something like yeah, like Plerions through the R of Lekvars will kind of jam up the board enough that you can't play anything through the A, the R, or down from the E of Inokis. And but yeah, but there's still a sneaky spot underneath the AME of a mean. There's actually enough space if you can
Mm.
still slot something there. So you can't quite block everything, but you can block like three of the four lanes.
Yeah, you can get a lot with a play like this. You are sacrificing a lot of points off of Conseil here,
Oh,
but
what's he
I
doing here?
is he going for a loiners or S
Well, I don't think
loined?
you can play
Maybe
this.
S loined. Yeah, this is certainly a slight. This is a good
But
choice
either.
if he's gonna play in this spot. The choice that Phil just made of S loined for
Hmm.
74 is better than a loiners in the same
Yep,
spot, just because
true.
these are a little bit difficult. These two letters compared to the R and S are certainly the S. It's a lot easier to play in that spot. So good, good choice, savvy choice by Phil. He made a choice like that at some point where he played Egleteer instead of
Yeah, he did.
Egoist or something like that. So Phil, this is not the first time we've seen him make a very clever choice of that type. But wow, Harshan's got a good set of letters here, so he's definitely far from out of it.
Yeah, I mean, he's not a million miles away from something, but the question is now, what does he do? Because really, the most likely places to bingo, in my opinion, are probably at the bottom now with the E and the D on the board. There's still enough space again, as I said, underneath AME. There's still space there, and there's still just about enough space through that A of Lekvars if the A is in the second position. Um, so the question is, what Harshan's going to do next? Is he going to start is he going to open something else up on the board? Because there's only five tiles left in the bag. So can he play something at the top of the board that will kind of put Phil under enough pressure to to do something? So maybe something like Evo
Yeah,
and
I was
Pop.
thinking Evo. That's exactly what
Yeah,
I was thinking. Maybe the problem with this, of course, Harshan would need some huge luck from the bag because there is a bit of an imbalance, four vowels and eight consonants. And if he plays Evo, that sets him up for a sevens lane that will be
well, yeah, it's
totally
tough.
separate on the board. We have the bottom of the board and the top that both can't be blocked. But just look, he plays Evo, leaving himself with only one vowel, and he's going to need a lot of help from the bag. And we can see that Phil has two of those four. So Harshan's going to need a very, very nice draw if he makes a play like that. But I absolutely think that's a very natural play here to try to make something happen on the upper part of the board. That type of play, in my opinion, is very likely called for here, just with the rack that Harshan has. If Harshan tries to, I don't know, not open the board, like let's say he makes a play that doesn't really do anything to open. I'm not sure what that is. Let's just say like Vogue, right? This is not a good
Not going to
play,
help.
but let's just say he's considering this. It doesn't open anything at the top at all. And then Phil is going to have his pick of blocking plays, which potentially the only thing left after which would be a spot right here, which is not so easy to hit.
Yeah, I think so. And again, with the ing ending, you pretty much really just need one of those vowels, and then you can probably combine with other things to get a bingo down. So Evo might be okay here. It's how many is that? 16 points. So he's going to move to like 45 behind. Um, yeah, he's going to have to hope that nothing gets played up there. But I think at the same time, you're going to have to put a little bit of pressure on Phil here because he's also, again, it might become a factor. He's down on time as well. He's got about 3 minutes, 46 seconds. If you play something like Evo, he might end up burning more than half of that time, just wondering what to do. It will leave two tiles in the bag. So really, Phil can only do is just play like one tile above Bob or something, just to kind of neutralize that for the time being. But then Harshan could just bingo somewhere else. So and if he doesn't have anything, he can maybe open up something else at the bottom of the board. So it just kind of extends the game and makes things a lot more complicated for Phil to work out, which could induce an error potentially.
Yeah, no question. That clock is getting a little low. And at the later stages of Scrabble games is when decisions start to get really juicy and difficult to work through. So typically you're just trying to get through the game as fast as you can so that you have some time left to go through all of those permutations, but it's not always possible.
Oh,
And
here we are.
there we
There it
go.
is.
This feels like a very human move here to try to make
Yeah.
something happen. A lot is going to ride on what Harshan draws. In my opinion, the most critical tile for him to draw would be the A here. We know he can't draw the E, which he would love to get. If he draws the A, he might have some realistic chance.
Yeah, he's going to draw into something here. I mean, surely he's going to draw into a vowel because there's not that many tiles in the bag. He just played three, so he has nailing. Um, and can
Yeah,
he play anything else? So, is there any other bingo playable here?
nailing, aligning. So nailing is the
Uh,
play that he's trying to make in this spot. It's worth noting too that this is kind of an annoying play to block for Phil. He definitely can do it. Something like ruster. I mean, he probably knows this word that would block. But
yeah,
of course, if he makes a play like that, he's going to have to live with the possibility of possibly losing through plays here. And I should also mention, I don't feel like I'm giving enough credit. This is also possible. Like there are definitely plays through this A that could happen. So I don't know. It's tricky. You also have to realize that from Phil's POV, there are two tiles in the bag. So it's very possible that he can just dump his W somewhere, and after Harshan's next move, he might be able to win a lot of those games.
Yeah.
That's always a possibility. Um, yeah, not 100% sure which way he will go here, but it's definitely kudos to Harshan for putting a lot of pressure on Phil with this move, and you can see
Yeah.
that clock ticking.
He's already used half of his time already. He's looking at what's left at the top, and a lot of all those constants all go above ob. So hailing, bailing, nailing, all go there. That's just going to be the number one threat, and I think he has to play something there. He might just put the R there to neutralize it. At least Harshan will get one more shot at fishing for something. He could play something like An or something at the bottom. I don't know. I'm just kind of throwing out ideas or something like that, but something he gives him at least another shot to fish or something at least.
Yeah, so very, very sort of under pressure, good recognition by Phil. That might not have been sort of technically his optimal play, but I think it definitely blocking that spot and ensuring that Harshan will have to empty the bag with this next play. The worry that I have here is now technically Harshan could make a one tile play that gives him bingos in two spots. Maybe that's possible, but of course, Phil holding the W and B together is likely to be able to outscore those plays as long as he can find something good under a little bit of pressure. So I think Phil did well. I think the players are checking the clocks, checking their scores, I should say, right now.
Yep, it's a good time to check the score. I want to make sure that everyone knows exactly what's needed here. Um, but yeah, Phil does have some good scoring players like Be Wet on the top left or Webb underneath Amin. So Harshan does need to engineer an opening that doesn't give away too many points, but also can outrun anything that Phil potentially could score with. So the difference is now 50 points. Be Wet at the top corner, top left score, or Be Wet's even scores 36. So Harsha needs like a combined um, score with this and the next turn of like 80 odd points, which is already going to be very difficult to do. So yeah, he's going to have to be very clever with what he does here. And realistically, he actually needs to really bingo from that D at the bottom of the board to get as many points as possible.
Yeah, all true. Worth noting, I didn't notice this until I saw it pointed out. Phil is sitting on water bus through the
Oh,
A. So if Harshan tries to
oh,
fish
yeah,
and hope for the best, Phil
that
is just
works.
going to bingo out through this A. That's kind of anticlimactic. So great play by Phil, of course. I do think there were probably better plays. I'm seeing it pointed out that maybe from Phil's perspective, just conceding this spot to Harshan and playing the W. Had Phil played the W on his previous turn and you pretend this is an R instead, pretty much every single letter is going to give Phil
Uh,
bingos in multiple spots. So,
oh yeah,
like, he would have been able to play
Rustier, Hunters.
Rustier,
Yeah.
Burster, Herders,
It's
and
just a
all.
G, I think. Just a G.
Yeah, maybe the G gets you in trouble from
Problem.
Phil's standpoint. I don't know. Um,
That's really the only one, I think.
yeah, so you have good chances with that, but of course it's very, very natural to play
Yes.
some defense here and block this spot, which is definitely at this score nailing up there would have made a very, very interesting situation. It would have scored 70-ish and mid 70s points, maybe closer to 80, and you can see the score right now as a 50-point margin. So that creates a lot of issues in the end game if Phil just lets that happen. No, and certainly if Phil emptied the bag and tried to block down low and then just got hit here, that would be a winning situation for Harshawn.
Yeah, yeah, there's a lot to calculate here, and the timer is quickly ticking away. We might end up seeing a bit of a final endgame frenzy of just arms just all over the board, and we're just kind of figuring out what they're doing. But yeah, Harshan's got another 2.5 minutes to work out what his best plays are and what will give him the best chance of victory. And don't forget, he is a game behind Ed Martin. 15-2 currently. His game against Kevin McMahon is not over yet. But Harshan does have a higher spread than Ed, so Harshan knows he could potentially end the day in the lead if he wins this game and if Ed loses. So he really needs to, yeah, he's really going to try his best to pull this win out.
Yeah, we don't have that result yet from Ed, but if we do get it in, we'll be sure to let you know. He's in first place right now with Harshan trailing a game back and a little bit of spread. So that's a pivotal one going into the final day. Again, this is the last game of the day, and we see when is played. I wonder if Harshan is probably, I don't know if he's fishing for anything that will play with this new spot. He's probably fishing for stuff that plays like here or here, if I had to guess. Maybe he's, I don't know. Nah, I'm not actually sure. There's definitely stuff that, oh, look at that. So he has Hailing and Nilgai now. Isn't that interesting?
Oh, yeah.
So that would play. But
true.
This game should end immediately.
Yes.
But again, there's a minute on the clock. This is a highly pressurized situation. I don't know if Phil sees water bus or if the game situation has sort of clouded him to even look at this. I know we didn't even look at this A for a while.
We didn't either, no.
And what are we? Yeah, we're seeing, okay,
Webbers?
He's going to play Webbers, and I think that's likely to be enough to put him over the finish line, even with Harshan bingoing. Is that possible?
Yeah.
Yeah, so no water bus. Instead, he plays Webbers. Oh, no. That isn't enough.
Oh, he's going to lose by 2 points.
That is incredible. Oh, boy.
Well, we're going to see if Harshan finds it. He's got a minute left. So
what?
Yeah, it's going to be a final score of
heck?
446 to Harshan.
Yikes.
If he finds Nilgai. And he is down to a minute now.
So Webbers feels like it should outrun anything, but in fact, Nilgai. So again, this is from Harshan's POV. Let's see if he sees it. He's got a minute. I would be shocked if he didn't. He must know that he has Hailing on his rack.
Sorry. We'll update the score real quick. So it's 444.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
464.
Yep.
364. Yep.
There we go. So everything's updated now. This is the situation. Also, Harshan cannot go overtime. He has to play this within...
Oh, what's he doing?
Oh.
No, he's going to miss it. Oh, wow. Both players could have won this game.
Oh, my gosh. This is crazy.
Oh, man. Okay.
You do not see that every day.
Wow, both players missing.
Both players missing plays that would have iced the win. Amazingly, Phil going for the outrunning play with Webbers. It would not have been enough to withstand Nilgai. Instead, Harshan playing Ra-ing, and this one is going to hurt it's going to hurt Harshan most of all, as there we see, so Ra-ing is the play up there. Phil going out with 8 seconds on his clock. And wowzers, that is crazy to see. So I really chalk this up to the clock. Things go.
Telling him now.
Things go haywire. Uh-oh.
Oh yeah, I think he's telling him now, and they both got their hands in their head. They're both realizing.
Yeah. I wonder if Harshan saw that he had water bus. I wonder if they each saw what the other one had, but. That is absolutely insane to see a game end like that. So just to recap, the last few plays of this game, Phil made a really nice block, just dumping the R with 2 tiles in the bag that blocked Harshan's ability to play Nailing. Then let's just flip this around. Then Harshan with just 1 tile in the bag, if I could clear that off. Played When, setting himself up to potentially draw something crazy somewhere in one of these spots. He did hit Hailing, which didn't play anywhere, but jeez, stop spinning it.
We're taking pictures.
Yeah, that's going to hurt for sure. I mean, it could have. That seemed like it was shaping up to be a devastating loss for Phil. I really was like, wow, he missed water bus. That's going to be a devastating game. He played Weber's instead, not seeing his 8-letter bingo, and then Harshan just not thinking of the anagram to hailing under pressure. Look, we've all
Yeah.
been there. We've all been there where we've made those mistakes under pressure with the clock ticking. It becomes really hard to concentrate and think clearly. That's still a shocker, Austin, to see that.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I mean, I can only assume that Hashem was hoping to play something like Nilga, but obviously he didn't see it. So um, he must have just played that just out of desperation to play something. Because if he was fishing for the H and to play Nilga, he would have played it straight away. Um, but yeah, that was a insane ending. Both players, well, Phil actually could have won this game by like 130 points or something, and in the end could have lost by two. So it was a big swing towards the end. But yeah, wow, very interesting end game. And again, don't forget that this is round 18 of this event. They must, and it's the last game of the day. They are no doubt, there's definitely some fatigue involved here. I think in another day, they would have found those moves, maybe under less pressure, not even on the stream potentially. But yeah, they're both words that both players know. And I'm sure they're both like Phil is shaking his head, knowing that he should have lost this game. And you can see Harshan looking very dejected, realizing like he
Yeah,
should have won this game.
he's
So both
hurting.
players are in bad shape right now. They're both like not not happy.
So yeah, a lot now depends on Ed Martin's game that is currently in progress with
Yeah.
Kevin McMahon, who has worked his way up to sixth in the standings. We don't have that result yet. There are only a couple results in, but maybe, as we are getting closer now to wrapping up the stream for today, we can just see if we get a couple of these results to let you know where we stand heading into the third and final day tomorrow. So again, that was round 18. So the numbers that you see in the records should add up to 18, and if they don't, it means their result is not in. So in fourth place, Brett Smitherham, 13-5. That means he has completed his previous game. It looks like Terry Kang just got back on the right track after losing a couple games. That's an amazing story by her as the 47 seed. You can just see how low the numbers are in that top group, right? 14, 3, 7, 1, 18, 47. Those are the seeds really standing out in that group. But yeah, Harshan, we know, is about to take another loss, moving to 14-4. So a lot is going to depend on Ed Barton's game. If Ed wins, he'll be 2 games up with 7 to go tomorrow.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, it's great to see Terry in the top 10. And you can see that Brett is back with a vengeance. He's actually won the last 7 games now, so he's on the on a winning streak. But yeah, Ed's game is not been registered yet. We still have a game between Rashid and Chief Tuki Aka, who's in 10th position. And then Sammy, who's he playing? I can't really see who he's playing, but yeah, there's still a number of games still not finished yet.
Sammy's playing Lewis, who is in
Oh,
third. So that's another pivotal one.
yes, yes, they're all kind of playing against each other now, so they're all going to start taking wins from each other. And yeah, that gives other people further down the list to try and creep up close to the green. And yeah, this is shaping up pretty nicely, as it says, as it stands.
Yeah. Crazy. Also, shout out to Samuel Crispin, who I don't know how young he is, but I know he's just a very, very young player, apparently in his first or second year of playing, almost in the cashing position at a pretty big, nationwide, even worldwide tournament. So that's a pretty huge shout out there to Samuel Crispin. I don't know whether he goes by that. And then just peeking in the top 15 is our fave, Josh Sokol, extra typos. So still a lot to play for in the final day. So I'm not 100% sure how long we want to wait for those last results. I think we're not going to have another game coming up, so it would be nice to just see if we can figure out that last result going into tomorrow. But if we don't get it in another minute or two, we might just call it a day. And hopefully, you just make sure on my pinned message on YouTube is the standings. If you're really curious, if you keep refreshing those, you'll eventually see it. So, anyway, oh, are we taking down the cat? We might be taking things down, knowing that that's the last game of the day, which is no big deal. But yeah, wow, it's been quite a day, Austin. Any thoughts before? Oh, okay, never mind. We're
Let's come
still
back.
we're still there. But what a day of Scrabble.
Yeah, very much so. Yeah, we've seen some great plays. We've seen some debatable plays, I guess we could say. And we've seen some very exciting games, even like this last game that we just saw here. And yeah, that makes for a great entertaining viewing. I mean, I know a lot of us wants to see the best moves being played all the time, but sometimes when the clock is ticking and they're in front of the lights, mistakes can happen. And yeah, it happens to the very best players in the world also. So yeah, it's at least makes me feel a little better that I'm not the only person that makes these mistakes in front of everybody. But yeah, it's keeping this tournament very open, especially with Phil running out with this victory here.
Yeah, it was a crazy one for sure. Just to
Oh, and
note, we
also,
do have
yeah,
the result
yeah,
from
there it
Ed.
is.
So Ed dropping his round 18 game, which is great news for Harshan, who remains just a game behind. He didn't really lose that game by much. So Harshan remains one game back. Obviously, for
She,
him, he's going to be kicking himself for not coming away with the win in this game because that would have catapulted him into first place. But Harshan still very much controlling his own destiny going into tomorrow. With Ed's loss there, which he would have done anyway. It just is a much easier pathway with Ed dropping his last game. So there you have it. I feel like there's not too much left. We just know going into tomorrow, Ed Martin retains his spot at the top of the standings. Harshan right behind with quite the cast of characters trying to chase him down. So yeah, the question of what is the schedule going into tomorrow? So here we have just finished round 18. I think tomorrow, again, we're going to do our best to wake up early enough to resume our coverage at round 21. Unfortunately, it is a little early in the US. It's going to be 6 a.m. for me and 5 a.m. for Austin, which we
yep.
did do today. So we're going to make sure we take our naps and set our alarm clocks. But we should be back with the final 5 rounds tomorrow, where all of the top placings are decided. So that is what we are planning on doing. So I think that does it for today. Any final thoughts, Austin, before we sign off from day 2 here?
Yeah, just come back tomorrow. That's all I can say. Starts this stream is going to start at 11 a.m. In the UK. So if you're in Europe, that's what time it is. And yeah, it's gonna be very early for us in the US. But yeah, definitely encourage you to come back, see who wins. And yeah, this tournament is shaping up very nicely, with both the top two players losing the last game, and that now pushes the pack even closer to the winning positions.
There's still so much action tomorrow. Very well said. And with that, we'll call it a day. Thanks everybody for watching on Twitch and YouTube. And for Austin Shin, this is Will Anderson signing out. Hope to see you guys tomorrow for the exciting conclusion from Milton Keynes, UK, of the MGI International Scrabble Classics.